He also admitted that he speaks to that umbrella guy, and you'll see that one text in there.
Oh, no.
MZ. That umbrella guy is the big lead of Johnny Depp's, positive social media that is
Wow.
putting negative out on
So
him.
much credit.
You
Treading a thin line
seized
here,
the moment
Elaine.
and responded to the umbrella guy, the lead person for Mr. Depp's Twitters. Did you not?
Wait, what?
Twitter's the lead, man.
Overruled.
Facts not in evidence.
Mr. Umbrella Guy is the lead. The lead.
You
what?
know that he is
The lead what?
the most predominant pro-Depp Twitters out there.
Have you communicated with a social media user who goes by the name ThatUmbrellaGuy?
I've had several phone calls with the person who goes by the name ThatUmbrellaGuy. I don't actually know his real name.
Hey there, all you wonderful folks today. Man, we are on verdict watch. Bam. That means we will be keeping an eye out for verdict landing. Man, it's going to be interesting. Ooh, I figure this isn't a murder case. So we're not talking about something that's going to need 40 days of deliberation or anything like that. So hopefully we'll see a verdict today. Hopefully we'll see something land. Hopefully something will. Well, I don't see why you would need lots and lots of verdict time, especially you have the people that have been watching the court. Again, if they are indeed right, if they are right on top of it, then we will. Like I said, we'll see. We'll see with it, but it would make sense that it would come in relatively soon. How's everybody doing this morning, by the way? I'm just getting rolling myself. Trying to get caffeinated and wake my brain up. Oh, man. Give me a second. Holiday weekend. It was interesting for it, everything to have a holiday weekend. So give me 1 second here. I'm pulling up the chat so I can see what everybody's talking. There we go. We are going again. Boom. Man, Detective Seeds, what's up? Thanks for the 100 there. Appreciate that. Knock, knock. Detective Seeds, Ray. By the way, check out Detective Seeds. Channel getting started. Well, I'm going to say getting started. You got your 5,000. You're getting started on your roll is what it is. Yeah, you got, let's see. You got 5,600 was what I saw last time. Now 5,800 now. So check out Detective Seeds. Again, it's hard to get rolling with a channel and get noticed in this mess. So Detective Siege, check it out there. Jumped up to 5,800. I wonder if we can get the Detective Seeds here up to 6,000. It's not very far from that. Let me pull up the chat here. I usually pull it up on my phone so I can see you all talking while we're going there. Oh man, freaking verdict watch though. It's going to be interesting. I'm going to go over some of the different items that weren't presented. You heard from the people, but did you hear everything with it? I'm gonna see what people want. There's Detective Seeds, by the way. You can see them roll up through there. 120 people is not quite. That's not a lot, So I wonder if people check them out. Yeah, there you go. Look at that. Freaking starting to move. 30 already. Like I said, 6,000 is not a terrible far away 90 people. And again, they've had some interesting insights into what's going on. I'm going to invite a couple of people over as the day progresses too. I'm going to invite I want to hear from I want to hear from Colonel Kurtz if she's around today, because I want to hear about the Manson case. I know one is not the other, but I do, since we've heard so much on the freaking Manson case. I want to see if she wants to come over and say a few things on it. That way, I'd like to hear a few things about it. Like I said, I thought we would cover while we're here today, this morning. I thought we would actually cover some interesting witness statements that we didn't cover. You know, there are a lot of people out there that we heard from. A few of them that we did hear from. You know, one of the people they kept bringing up over and over again was Tara Roberts. Tara Roberts, you know, the lady that runs the island. No, we did hear from her, but we kept hearing about her witness statement over and over again. And I thought, man, you know, it would have been nice to actually, I don't know, hear from her witness statement too. So I thought we would pull that in while we were talking today as well. I mean, there are a lot of witness statements. Like I said, the witness statements themselves are fascinating. When you hear from the person themselves, sometimes what they said, what was fascinating is, especially in the recorded video, you don't always have what was said come through very well, you know? And I was curious just how well, you know, that stuff landed with the jury and with everyone watching too, you know, how well all of that actually hit. Spam timeout or ban. Thanks for the two. I like that name. Surviving second week. Give me more sexy toast, boss man. We'll sexy toast our way through the day too, of course. We'll silent toast our way through too. You know, you don't just have the sexy, you have the silent sexy toast, you know. Man, look at that. That's good stuff. Just to have the sexy, you have the silent sexy. I mean, that's amazing. Let's see. New thanks for the 5. Going into this week with the expectation that AH will win. This way, if JD loses, I won't be disappointed. And if he wins, that'll be much better. I try not to even think about what outcome will be after the UK. I know it would be awesome, you know. I know it's much better for clicks if you're like, yeah, JD's going to win, you know, but come on, man. You don't know. Nobody knows. I know people can tell you I think this and that based on this and that, but nobody knows. You know, I think he has a strong case. I think he won in the public, like I said, but I mean, that's what you got to go with. And hey, Tug, love your work. Tried to message you, Twitter and email. Are you mentioning yesterday's live stream? You needed help with a website. I give both my newts to help you with this. Can I please help you with this? Yeah, I guess we'll talk about it. You know, I saw a message on there. I fell asleep. I did a video last night. It was like freaking 1:30 in the morning. I was like, oh my God. So I sat down. I watched some of Stranger Things 4, and sometime I fell asleep. I don't remember when. DL, thanks for the 5 there. Nate the Lawyer's last night live stream had mock jury voting on statements. JD only won. Number 1, AH. She lost all 3. Yeah, I mean, you know, like I said, it's you just end up. I mean, you watch and you say, I don't see how she wins the counterclaim. I can't see it. Like, I don't see how the counterclaim works. There's so much in the jury instruction about the counterclaim. We can actually pull up the jury instruction too in a minute. We'll go over that in just a minute as well, because the jury instruction is also in the Virginia uploads. Weird, man. I've had to learn all these freaking different court systems and everything else, and now I won't have to have them anymore. So it's gonna be strange, like shifting. Well, I still think, as far as as far as relevant coverage is concerned, you're not going to have relevant coverage with regard to you're not going to have relevant coverage with regard to the trial itself, but you're going to have relevant coverage about fallout for I'm telling you, there's a month of fallout. There's a month of it, and there will be a lot of eyes that turn away, and that's okay. I'm not worried about the I'm actually not worried about the continued coverage, and there weren't it's been nice with people tuning in, yes, of course, but the thing that you have to remember is before there weren't crowds watching like there are now, so it'll be I hope people stick around to see what happens with the, like I said, the month of fallout, but we don't know exactly what'll come from it. It might be crazy to watch. Travel Wonders, thanks for the 5. Thank you, Tug, for all your work in this case. I've been following you for a year now. And this whole movement really took off because of your help. There were a lot of people out there that did a lot. I don't want or really need credit in there. I laugh about the online stuff, but I don't. With them naming me in a courtroom, that was funny, but. This stuff has never been about me or anyone else. It's just about making sure that justice, at least, is presented. And I feel like justice was done because the case at least got presented in a courtroom. I think that was very important. Unicorn farts. Thanks for the 7 there. Morning, Tug. Hope you got some rest this weekend. I'm so nervous for today. I need your soothing voice. Well, I'm around waiting. We'll have to keep an eye out because, again, there's not a lot of feeds out there. We'll have to remember, this is how the judge explained how the decision works. Okay. She'll find out. She'll give them 60 minutes to come in, to respond to that. And she announces on the top of the hour. So that's one thing we'll have to keep an eye out for, we'll definitely have to keep our eyes open though today, because who knows how that'll actually work on the day. It should be an interesting, like I said, day to keep an eye on things though, because again, the verdict, I get it, just my gut says it comes in today. My gut keeps saying the decision comes in today. Again, like I said, we're not talking about a murder trial or anything like that. The deliberation, they're going to need some deliberation time. We'll pull up the jury instruction first, actually. I think that'll be the best thing to go over. And then we'll go over that form, though, because that form was uploaded. And honestly, I wanted to look over it too. So we got the special verdict form. Actually, let me pull that up. Let me lock onto that one. Here we are, a special verdict form. The special verdict form includes each of the statements on which Johnny Depp bases his claim of defamation against Amber Heard. Answer the questions in accordance with the court's instructions. Number 1, as to the statement appearing in the op-ed, the online op-ed. Okay. So that's where the title came from. All right. Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and I faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. In the Washington Post online edition, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. 1A. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven all the elements of defamation? So this is going to be, remember that you say yes or no. Okay. If you yes, he has proven by weight of the evidence that the statement was made or published by Miss Heard. Yes. Now the argument about the title, okay, is you've got to remember who actually created the title. Was that the Washington Post that created the title, or was it her that created the title? That was her argument. And the reason that it didn't get dismissed outright was because she reposted it and said, "Looky what I wrote." You know, she was like, "Ooh, looky, looky, looky." You know. So the statement was made or published by her. The statement was about Depp. The statement was false. The statement had a defamatory implication about JD. The defamatory implication was designed and intended by her due to circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement. It conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than JD. So you see the implications in here. Okay. Now, if the answer is yes, answer the following question. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven by clear and convincing evidence that she acted with actual malice? It'll be yes or no. Okay, so you see how that lays out. It's going to lay out for, again, our statement. I spoke up against sexual violence and I faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. Was that about Mr. Depp? I mean, who else could it be about? Like here's my problem. She pretends that there's some nebulous thing where she had an encounter like this before. When did we hear about it? Like when she was bringing all this stuff up, she said, "Well, I faced this before." Well, when the fuck? Like the only person she has ever pointed the finger at and said anything about is Johnny Depp. So what I don't understand in this is how it's supposedly about another person. You know, she said it's about me, but also she said, you know, I've had this happen before. Like she said, you know, in the past, essentially she was saying in the past, I've been, I took it as I've been raped. That's how I took her statements. But she didn't bring up any real detail about what that was. More importantly, who that was. The only person she has ever pointed a finger at is Johnny Depp. So like I said, I don't understand how that could be about anyone else in that. The statement was false is going to have to be a huge factor in the decision making setup too, you know. And Non, thanks for the 249. Thank you. Greetings, Tug. Why was DUI not being able to enter the courtroom? So from what I understand there, it became an issue. Again, DUI guy can speak to this more than I can. But the way that I understood this, it was an issue with placeholder. There was an argument about place holding in line, which sucks because again, it removed him. Basically, he was saying that, you know, there was he said, okay, it depends on the source, I guess. From him, from what I heard at first, and again, I'm gonna say what I heard at first, and then the way I understood his statements. And again, he has to clarify this himself, okay? But I heard there was cutting in line. I'm not necessarily saying from him or anyone else, but I heard there was cutting in line. There was a spot that was purchased, maybe not place holding, but purchased, and the sheriffs, they ended up kicking him for that. Now, I also heard, he may have said this again. My brain's tired. Okay, so again, he needs to clarify. But I believe he said that someone intervened. I'm not sure. So I don't know. Like I said, he'll be the one person that you have to ask about what did or didn't happen. Like I said, there was a lot of confusion about that, you know, and is the verdict today? Again, we don't know. There was no line center when he turned up. Yeah, see, for a while I didn't, you know, some people think they're dead dude on the audio can't testify. Well, Jerry Judge, it's fascinating. Dead dude on the audio got brought up how many times by Amber Heard? I mean, you could have cut him out of the audio though. See, this was annoying to me, I think, a bit, because Okay, Jerry Judge, that's the dead dude that you're talking about on the audio. Jerry Judge didn't have to be brought up in the stuff. Let me give me a second. Let's bring up that whole. We always cut to a certain part in that audio about Australia. Oh, we got time today. Let's listen to the whole damn thing. Because we always start like 9 minutes and we end. Let's go through the whole thing. Who cares? Like there's 30 minutes of it. It's not like we don't have the time. There's a lot of stuff going on today. But you're talking about Jerry Judge in that. Okay. Well, Jerry Judge, he's not the only person on there. There are, in fact, there are quite a few other people. And you didn't really need the Jerry Judge portions of it. Like you could have gone with a million other pieces of it. So let's actually look at the decision real quick, and then we'll look at that audio. Okay, so we've got that one. Okay, then our second statement, again, as to the statement appearing in the op-ed entitled, "A Transformative Moment for Women," in the Washington Post print edition, Amber Heard, "I spoke up against sexual violence and I faced her culture's wrath. This has to change." This is her statement. 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic violence, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Again, the same rules. Now, what I find interesting about this statement here is that there are older drafts of this as well, and they were presented as evidence in the courtroom. Now, if you're looking at those drafts and you say, "Well, I don't really know," well, give me 1 second. You'll hear my phone go off every now and then too. Give me a minute. I got something texting me in. Give me 1 minute. I'm checking on something real fast. Trying to see. I'm trying to see about what somebody's texting me. I'm trying to see if there's something interesting there. All right, so check this out. There's sources. Like I said, you get hit up by sources about all kinds of interesting stuff. There's some interesting stuff that still hasn't even been told yet. There's a lot of things that are out there that they're not necessarily court driven. They're just out there. So this is the other there's other drafts, okay? And this is part of commentary on the other draft, and this is in evidence. You can see the evidentiary tag on the bottom, I think, from this one. See it across the bottom? LH006, so you can see that there. All right, so this is that line before. Then 2 years ago, after I got a temporary restraining order against my then husband, I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. I wonder who that could be about. Yeah, very mysterious, right? Very hard to tell who that one was about, right? So that's in evidence, and it'll be interesting to see how the connection to that is drawn or not. But that's this one statement right here. I thought, who else could it be? Because again, it was written in 2018, in 2016, 2 years ago. I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. What could that be about besides that? I mean, how else is that going to work? I like how they changed it up, but it didn't really work out. They changed it from after I got a temporary restraining order against my then husband. They changed it to I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. I mean, still, it very much says, it conveys who that's about. So again, you got to ask the same questions. Was it made or published by her? Was it about him? Is it false? See, this is why you got to build that, domestic violence, and why they had to change the entirety of what domestic violence means. What does domestic violence mean? Well, let's have a million different things that supposedly mean something. Why is EB so mad about Johnny being on tour and playing his music? I personally think, this is just me speaking here, I think Eve Barlow is conveying exactly where he is to a bunch of rabid lunatics. Because Eve Barlow, by her own words, threw a fit when they said there was an article that came out talking about where Amber Heard was moving, right? And I'm not linking that or anything, just noting. She threw a fit. Oh, that needs to be taken down, right? Because she considers that dangerous, pointing a finger at where that person will be. Okay, fair enough. So then, in the same day, she starts pointing fingers at where JD is going to be. So by her own mindset, that is endangering a person, right? So, I mean, we're just using her own rules on that. Just using her own rules. Leak it though. It's in the press. Like I said, I don't care to know where. I haven't even looked at where it was at. You know, I saw the headline for it, and it said, you know, blah blah something about her home, and I don't care to know. Like that ain't my prerogative. It has nothing to do with what I want to know. But it was in the media. The media put it out there. You know, her buddies, the people who backpat her all the time, they're the ones who did it. So she decided that she would put out something, you know, talking about where JD would be. So again, by her own statements, she considers that if you consider them talking about where Amber Heard is, again, if you consider that dangerous or violent, then how are you not telegraphing to me that that's all about violence? What I found more fascinating was how these people love other folks until they don't speak up the way that they want. So if you're talking about like Eve Barlow, that's who EB is. Check this out here. This is more interesting than any of that. Here's before Kate Moss decided to testify, they love Kate Moss. Kate Moss is perfect. Ooh. Oh, she's Kate Moss. Hello. She's so perfect. Until she doesn't testify the way that they want. Then Kate Moss isn't as perfect anymore, right? So, I mean, if you're talking about that, like I find that kind of stuff more fascinating than anything. You know, oh yeah, they're perfect. I love them. I love them all until. I mean, they love them until they don't walk lockstep. That's the problem with a lot of people out there, to be honest. They love something until something doesn't walk specifically the way that they want, you know? Fun, isn't it? So here's the third. I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Now, she admitted on the stand that she wrote this about him. So we'll see how that conveys to jury, but she admitted on the stand it was about him. So again, you have to ask yourself, was it published by her? Is it about him? Again, statement, was it false? Again, you got to change all of what domestic violence and everything means to make sure that that works. His statement have defamatory implication? Was it designed and intended by her? Did it convey that to someone who was other than Mr. Depp? Okay. Well, as against her statement against compensatory damages, if you believe him, we award him how much money? And then for punitive damages, what do you think about, with her? Now, these are the statements in the counterclaim. All right, we'll talk about the counterclaim in just a second. We hit a couple of super chats there too. Storm Dancer, thanks for the 5. No truth is ever a lie. No truth is ever a lie. That is true. Well, I don't know. What if it's just your personal truth? I guess it's not truth, right? Christopher Hubbard, thanks for the 5. Do you think it'd be a good interview if you interviewed Judge Penny I don't think Judge Beatty would interview, but I think it would be interesting. I think any piece of the interview puzzle would be interesting. I think anybody interviewed would be fascinating. JNL, thanks for the 20. Morning Tug. I'm happy to know there are folks who want to get to the bottom of the truth. They're not just a BS. Thanks. Just checking if you got my email for the comic giveaway. Yes, I know you're a movie man. Yes, I'm marking them. If I have not responded, I responded. We live in the boonies, so if I go anywhere, like when I respond, I was over at someone's home, and when I went over, like if I go to a relative or something like that, sometimes the signals don't go out. So I don't know. I thought I responded to everyone, but I may have responded and not gone through. I'll have to check, but I did get everyone. I marked them all. So, okie dokie. Thanks for the 5. MSM is busy declaring AH being mistreated by social media. It's the new wave. What they're trying to do is undo this. This is something that this is what has to happen. I'm actually very annoyed with some. I've seen a lot of profile. This annoys me in a lot of ways. What I'm going to say, I've seen a lot of profile pieces on YouTubers, talking about how big they're getting from covering stuff like this, and it talks about super chats and on. They're giving interviews to the media because they think the media is their pal, and they're not. They're preparing hit pieces, and they're talking about what they're doing is laying the first foundation laying the foundation and the first foundational blocks for establishing that you're a bunch of bullies online. And all these people are too busy thinking that this is a good thing for them. Oh, I can get my name out there and more people will notice it. Yeah, that's not how it works. What they'll say is that you're ahead of a bully movement and they'll ruin you because that's the plan. That's what they do. They've done it over and over again. And so many people think that this is their way forward. Oh man, this is going to work out for me. That's not. How many times do they have to do the same thing? You never talk to the damn media. How can people that are so smart not understand that simple rule? The media is not your friend. Mainstream media, you're trying to replace them. And you're doing a good job. You're knocking them out of the way. So what are they going to do? They're not going to just sit back and be complacent about it. They're going to knock you down. And that's exactly what they're trying to redefine what we saw over the last few weeks. They can't tell you that you didn't see what you saw in the courtroom. So what they're trying to do is lay down a foundational claim that we should never see something like that again because you're a bunch of monsters and a bunch of terrible bullies. And of course, the way that they make that work is they point the finger to what they call the leaders. Like for me, I'm glad that I'm not the biggest streamer as far as pulling down viewers, because you know what? I'm not seeing as I may be mentioned in the court. I can grow off of that. I can have fun with it and stuff, but I'm not the person they come for first. Some of the people they're going to come for first are out there talking to the media. They think they're their pals and they're going to knock them down for it. You watch it. You mark my words. People that have had fluff pieces written on them, those fluff pieces are going to come around and they're going to bite them in the butt because they're going to tie them to anything that they want to call bullying. They're going to say, that is your fault. You're the ones who did that. You let that happen. YouTube, knock them off. It's happened again and again. It's happened for years. I mean, we've watched it play out. I don't know how many times. I hate that too, but they do. They want to redefine what happened, because again, they have to be the arbiters of truth. They have always been the arbiters of truth. They have always controlled information. And if you're taking away their ability to control information, because it's not about presenting information. See, they define what information is. Like you yourselves, in the 6 weeks of this trial, you may watch it with different channels and they may tell you like, this is what the law says about this, or this is what I think about that. But ultimately, you got to decide. You could have watched this entire trial live. And they don't like that. See, in UK 2020, they got to define the parameters of what this litigation meant. They decided, from beginning to end, what information should be conveyed. And I'll tell you, the trial that you heard versus the trial I'm talking about for UK 2020. The trial you heard versus the trial that actually went on are two different entities. And you see that in this trial. You can tell because when they talk about this trial, what are they talking about? Oh, well, oh God, she was so emotional. You could see the PTSD, this and that, versus the reality on the stand. Look at what you saw. Your own eyes. You saw it. So of course they're going to try to redefine that. And again, how do you do that? You can't tell people that they didn't see what they saw, but you can suggest that those people out there that were talking about it, they're a bunch of alt-right Nazis and that they somehow misled the public. And that's exactly what's happening. That is exactly the talking point that is being conveyed. And it's a ridiculous talking point, but it works. And it always has worked because politics has unfortunately defined our society over the last few years. It's unfortunate, but it's real. Brittany Levinson, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. I think it's just fascinating, like I said. I think all of that is fascinating stuff. You know. Give me a second. I got to pull some up here. It's going to be interesting, like I said, to see what comes up or what doesn't. I've got different things pulled up in the background that are playing, by the way, where I can keep up with if a verdict comes in. I've got like 6 different networks that I've tried to watch something for. Remember too, hey, if you want to troll better and say that the verdict has actually come in, make sure to troll at the top of the hour, not at the bottom of the hour, top of the hour, because I'm just saying, you want to troll better. Why are the image quality so bad? Turn your image quality up. Oh, you got it at 720, 1080? Because you have to turn the quality of the image up. Because you may be, YouTube will start you at like 330 or 144p, depending. They start me at 340 something. I don't remember. So you could reset your quality there. Do you guys said sheriff said verdict tomorrow? Well, I mean, they haven't had. I'm only going up to 720. Yeah, that's 720 is fine. The reason that we're streaming only to 720. Why is there a point to that? Well, because when we stream footage over 1080 to that down decline in footage. The trial has not been streaming in 7 or 1080, and I had it set up to 720. That's as high as their 1080 cameras were freaking streaming. You may have a place that there are a lot of people that claim they were 1080p. My God, have you seen the mud that was coming out of different places? Ugh. So no, that's the live view problem. The live view broadcast was. They're not designed for high definition viewership anyway, But yeah, I mean, we don't have you can reset your quality from 144 mud to whatever, So anyway, the claims, special verdict for JD. Now, this was the Adam Waldman statements they loved. Or I'm sorry, the Depp Waldman statement. They kept saying, Depp Waldman. I heard that a million times. Depp Waldman statements, right? Depp Waldman. Oh, Tate, peace. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership, too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. No verdict? No verdict yet. They just got there 10 minutes ago, so they probably didn't even got in and sucked down a little coffee yet. You got to give them like a couple minutes. I figure there were probably a lot of people deciding what they wanted to do over the weekend. They were thinking about the trial. There were probably a lot of people looking around online. you know. Hopefully some of those wonderful people, they came and checked out That Umbrella, the head of the Twitters. That's why That Umbrella Guy spoke about it all weekend, just in case some lonely, lonely sheep decided they were going to go and check all of that out, you know. That's you know, if they decided they were going to go and they were going to mention something about it, like I said, I wanted to see what happened with that there. It's been fascinating, like I say, to watch the media though and watch their spin. Again, you should go and read articles just to see how they told you that this played out versus what you watched. But the statements, okay, so this came up in the Daily Mail. Amber Heard and her friends in the media used fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as a sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Now, what they're asked is this defamation? You know, what you have to ask is, when Mr. Waldman answered this or said this, was he speaking as Mr. Depp's agent? I love the fact that, again, Depp could have played the same game. You know that. He could play the same game against Elaine or anyone, because Elaine made the same kind of statement. See, that's the nastiness of this. If we want to go down this road right here, both sides could have played this game, because lawyers go out and they make statements. That's what they do. Are they speaking on behalf of the client? Are they speaking, you know, do they have any kind of autonomy? Are you not allowed? You're not allowed autonomy anymore. Yeah. But the question is, if it meets all elements of defamation, let's see, Mr. Waldman, while he's acting as agent of Mr. Depp, made her publish this statement. So as an agent of, was it about her? Was it about someone else? Is it false? They used sexual violence allegations as a sword or a shield, depending on their needs. They would inflict them on the public and on Mr. Depp. I think that's 100% true myself. Whenever they needed something to go out and to do damage, or whether they needed something to defend themselves against public scrutiny, bam, wham. That's how it works, man. That's how it works, right? Diane Burr, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for your membership. Welcome to Tugs. Appreciate that. But does it meet all of these factors there? If the answer is yes, then, you know, I saw somebody saying, well, don't worry because, you know, Depp has already won. I don't worry about the main claim. The counterclaim has to fall, though, because the counterclaim is for hundreds of millions of dollars. Now, you know, again, they could decide, hey, this is only worth a couple of $1 million, whatever. But Depp already promoted his side of things. I feel that he's already won because the public heard and saw what was there. The icing on the proverbial cake would be a win. But that has to fall, because it gives her money. And if it gives her money, then it basically is indicating that there was some kind of malicious intent behind these coming straight from Depp. And again, that flies in the face of did this happen to him? You know. So here's another one. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouse, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to the face or property. That's true. That's true. The first set of officers saw shit and they left. Excuse my words. I'm gonna try it. Saw shoot. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine, They roughed up the place. They got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and a publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And they very much did have a second call go to 911. I'll tell it right. They had a second one go out. They very much did. They didn't call they didn't call law enforcement at the beginning either. Who did Amber Heard call? She called her lawyer, as she said. She called her publicist, as she said. She didn't call 911. One of the friends did, and they made sure that they talked to the publicist and the lawyer first. It was she herself stated that. You know, they didn't talk to any cops through that. So. And then the third, we have reached the beginning of the end of her abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Now, that one again doesn't meet the same stuff. Now remember, the counterclaim started with so many other statements. It's fascinating because those are the only the only counterclaim. I like to think of it as counterclaim, you know, because it's not really it's like watching the big noses come out. You know? But the counterclaim started with so much more material. I mean, the counterclaim itself was pretty big with a lot of statements. Like here's the gotta remember, it was gutted over time. It was almost dismissed over time because, again, they had, you know, this is the counterclaim. Actually, let me roll down to her statements of what she tried to put in as part of her counterclaim. You know, as her as what she tried to throw in for. Now she had, I mean, just an ocean of statements that she pointed at that Adam Waldman. But as far as her counts, far as what she was trying to promote, these are her counts. Counts 1, declaratory judgment. So she said, you know, she repeats and incorporates by reference each and every allegation set forth in the above. There's an actual and immediate controversy between the two. The controversy is complete and capable of judicial resolution. She requests for the court to declare that she is immune from civil liability for the claims that he put out, or for the claims rather that she put out, because regarding this matter, it's a public concern that would be protected under the First Amendment of the United States. What she's trying to say here is, I get First Amendment protections because it's not just true, but it's not defamation because it's public concern, because this guy's an abuser, and I'm just warning the world that the man is an abuser. That's where you get your First Amendment protections. It's not just, you know, that was part of her claim, and it wasn't dismissed outright like that. Count 2, defamation per se. Now you had quite a few different statements that were added in here. Some of them were quite fun, like that were dismissed. You had, he falsely alleged that she committed the crime of perjury herself in connection with a DVRO proceeding, stating that there was no truth to her judicial statements of abuse whatsoever. So they tried to add that in. They tried to say that the statement here, Depp was, I think, about his version of events. Miss Heard was at a party the next day. Her eye wasn't closed. She had her hair over her eye, but you could see that her eye wasn't shut. 25 feet away from her. How the F am I going to hit her? Which, by the way, is the last thing I would have done. Again, these are statements that were tossed out. By the way, we didn't hear anything about. So you don't know about her. Did you realize she was at a party the next day? Did all of you know that? Did you know that she was at a party the very next day? I'm sure. I'm not sure if people actually know that. Give me a second. There's actually a picture of it. Like Johnny Depp talked about that in one of his interviews. And like I said, I don't know. Oh, you didn't know that? Okay, well, there's a picture that exists. That's what he's referencing there. See, this is this is one of the things that a lot of people, when they've covered, they probably have never. I wonder, have you been walked through the counterclaim statements? Has anybody ever just walked you through those and told you what was here and explained that? I'm curious. Like I said, I don't know if other people have walked you through everything. Here's the picture of her that he's talking about there. Okay. So this is the picture we're talking about. Again, this is what JD had to say about that. He said, Miss Heard was at a party the next day. Her eye wasn't closed. She had her hair over her eye, but you could see her eye wasn't shut. 25 feet away from her. How the F am I going to hit her? Which, by the way, is the last thing I would have done. So this picture is what they were talking about from that party, though. You can see the area. You see that right there? Let me zoom that in a little bit, okay? Because her face is coming again, though. Amica cream, right? Amica cream is the great drug of the world. It's gonna cure all of that. But yeah, so that bruise that they're so fond of telling you about, you should be able to see it right about here, right? That's where the bruise exists, right? So this is the next day. Yeah. Look there. See anything? Of course, it can be covered by amica cream, right? But can you see any? Again, because that's the exact same spot where it's supposed to be, right? And this is the next day. But we didn't hear anything about that, which astounded me that we didn't have this picture brought in. There were so many things like this, though, that were not brought into the court. They landed in the court of public opinion. We actually didn't have them really brought into the court of public opinion, to be honest. A lot of people they don't apparently know about any of that because, like for me, there's so much that's happened in the last year, like for me, or 4 years, that it's hard to remember everything in it. And some people have gone through. I like that people go through and they cover the past and tell you what's there. One thing I don't like is that they confuse the matter and make it sound like it just happened. Like I saw a video the other day talking about the PI that was hired by Amber Heard, right? And it made it sound like it just happened, and it didn't. That happened years ago, but it's a good story because there was a PI hired for Amber Heard hired that went in and was trying to find any dirt on Johnny Depp, and they couldn't find anyone to bury him with, I mean, it's crazy, It's crazy that you have, they call him a Hollywood fixer, That was the person that there. Let me catch a couple more super chats, and we'll continue with these statements, too. My dog Step on a B, thanks for 5. Good morning, Tug. How are you doing? I know your emails are flooded. I sent something funny. Look at it before playing it through Amica Cream. I'll have to check that then. Debbie Fuller, thanks for the 20. With all the negativity Miss Barlow is putting out for AH, do you think that AH wanted JD in the courtroom because she expects a win and she wanted to run it in his face? He's not out doing his own thing, so it pisses her off. He's not there. Well, yeah, she wants to continue. This is my personal opinion. I think that Amber Heard wants to continue to abuse Johnny Depp. I think it's all continued abuse. That's personally what I think. I think it was all about continued abuse. Money, thanks for the 10. Hey, my dog stepped on a B. That same message came through twice just to say about the playing the thing, I'll see if I'll pull it out. I'll be on here for a few minutes or so. Well, we got a verdict watch today. Let me, I'm going to invite, give me 1 second. All right, good deal. So SEC, give me 1 second. I got to clear up something. Mm-hmm. 1 second. All right. So let me send over I'm going to send an invite if, again, Colonel Kurtz. I liked some of her stuff that she covered in all of this. So I want to send her over an invite too, to actually tell me about Manson and this stuff if she's around and wants to. I'm curious about the Manson case, and I want to catch a little bit of that, because I am definitely going to cover, and I believe that she's probably the best person to tell anybody about that case. Again, one case is not the other ever. Just a note, one case is never the other, but at the same time, sending that over too. All right, we'll continue. We'll continue through. I'll check periodically. So here's the next statement. And again, these are dismissed statements. To harm someone you love as some kind of bully. No, I didn't. It couldn't even sound like me 25 feet away from her. How the F am I going to hit her? Which, by the way, is the last thing I've done. Again, these are all the counterclaim statements that were dismissed. There's an ocean of them. To suggest, there are implications again that she lied, fabricating bruising. That's what she's saying for these. So I'm not including that as a statement. To suggest that a woman might have made such a so they even go with the so the GQ. You want me to tell you how powerful these statements are? By the way, the GQ journalist that was interviewing Johnny Depp that allowed him to make his statements about what went on. So it's the guy who did an interview with Johnny Depp. He was even afraid to allow this stuff to just continue to go forward without any kind of challenge. He was afraid to allow that just to sit by itself and make it sound like it came from him. So if you want to really understand how damaging claims like this are, he even went on record and said to suggest that a woman might have made up such serious allegations is a tremendously dangerous and damaging thing to do. So, I mean, that was the guy himself that was doing the interview, the GQ interviewer. I mean, again, that's insane, right? Let me invite Yellow Flash if he wants to come on. Invite him too. I said that if you're sitting there and you're wondering, man, maybe we need an example of just how devastating these claims can be. Well, again, the interviewer themselves to suggest that a woman might have made up such a serious allegation is a tremendously dangerous and damaging thing to do. I mean, even when he was saying this is what I'm representing to the world. This is my story. Oh, well, a woman said that's what the freaking interviewer, again, if you don't find that to be a telling statement, he also committed defamation through his agent. That's where you have on the 19th, he talked to page 6 saying committed defamation. It's saying that she committed defamation, perjury, and filing and receiving a fraudulent temporary restraining order demand with the court. That one got kicked. Another one, Miss Heard continues to defraud her her abused hoax victim, Mr. Depp. Took me a minute there. The hashtag #MeToo movement she masquerades as the leader of, and other real abuse victims worldwide. So he went out and he said, you know what? She's defrauding me too. She's defrauding everyone as she pretends that she's the leader of Me Too. That got kicked out. Like I said, I think some of the statements, it's funny how what statements survived. I mean, considering it seems like a random lottery sometimes, like which statement survives, which statement doesn't. Amber Heard and her friends, we saw that one. So this one did survive. Amber Heard and her friends and the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their need. They've selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as a sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. So again, that one actually made it. This one right here and made it too. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouse, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damages to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine. They roughed up the place, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and a publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. Now, again, they're going through the breakdown of it. That's why I'm just skipping over. But you see all the claims that they tried to put in this, and a lot of this stuff it gets knocked out, but a few pieces survive. Now, my favorite claim of all that they tried to hit JD with, they tried to send him to jail with, as a matter of fact, was to say that he was guilty of violating the Virginia Computer Crimes Act. They were trying to send him to jail. Now, why were they trying to send him to jail, you might ask? Well, they tried to claim that he was the leader of a bot army. Quite literally. That's literally what they claim. It's the silliest, stupidest accusation ever. But in the days of Russian bots, that's it works. Here's their actual claim to that. It's like I said, it's one of my favorite claims that I've ever read. So, as early as 2016, JD admitted his intention was to destroy her career, stating, for example, that he wanted her replaced on that WB film, referencing the blockbuster hit Aquaman. Now, to accomplish this task, he individually and through his representatives and agents in Virginia, they're talking about Adam Waldman. Listen to how crazy this sounds, by the way. Just how freaking bat crazy this sounds. He's created, he's coordinated, he's controlled and or manipulated social media accounts created specifically for the purposes of targeting Miss Heard, computer-controlled social media accounts and or groups of inauthentic accounts created by a single agent to amplify content misleadingly. Again, they're saying Adam Waldman runs a bot army. These accounts exhibit behavior, which include, but it's not limited to the following. They have high tweet to retweet ratios in numbers implausible for inauthentic humans. They created an attack, Ms. Heard. Then they're set to inactive to avoid suspicion. They utilize common language, patterns, and timing, indicating broad coordination. They often offer little or no personal information, suggesting computer-controlled or a single individual controlling more than one account at the time, and often many more, and they republicize the content of one another at rates and consistencies that belie authentic human control. This is some of my favorite stuff. Like I said, it is an insane conspiracy. These accounts, and it gets shut down. Of course, this does get shut down, but still, these accounts are designed to damage her and her livelihood without being directly traceable to JD. For example, it appears that a significant number of the accounts signing the petition to remove her from Aquaman franchise are conspicuously fake or highly suspicious. They use fake signatures on the petition as well outside of the skill set of the average internet troll or disgruntled fan. They reflect a concerted effort to damage Miss Heard. So that's an amazing argument, by the way, because, okay, have you looked at the petition to remove Amber Heard? Have you ever seen it before? You have, or any change.org petition, right? The change.org petition is blowing up again today, by the way. Okay, so I want to show you. They say that it's they say that it's beyond the skill set of your ordinary user to be able to do this. Okay, here I'm going to show you what's beyond your skill set, all of you, because you're so dumb according to Amber Heard. So if you look at this and you go in, you see here, it would be beyond your skill set to push this line, and this line, and just put in some information. That's beyond your skill set. Just saying that people were fake, which again, you'd have to believe them on that. But if you believed that that they were fake signatures, the 4.4 million, now you would have to then believe that it is beyond your skill set to fill in a fake name and an email address because you're all, the typical people. It says plenty about Amber Heard and her friends if they're too dumb to fill out little boxes on there. Again, you see what they're trying to convey there. So these accounts, again, let's see. It's beyond. Okay. They reflect a concerted effort to damage Ms. Heard. In addition, the change.org petitions were modified to appear to make it far more people sign the petition than actually did. Again, so even though there's 4.4 million people that have signed, no, somehow that's misleading. There actually haven't been that many. How does that work? I'm not sure, but you got to believe Amber Heard, right? So as part of the ongoing smear campaign, JD and or his agents acting on his behalf have directed both authentic and inauthentic social media accounts and or non-human controlled bots to target Ms. Heard's Twitter account and attempt to interfere with her contracts and or business expectancies. In particular, many of these accounts both smear and harass Ms. Heard while simultaneously promoting and praising JD attorney and his agent and attorney, Adam Waldman. You can tell they hate Adam Waldman. The talking points in these accounts are strikingly similar, but use slightly different text and content to evade Twitter's anti-spam and platform manipulation guidelines, which bars harassing, abusive, and intimidating behavior, except when viewed in the context of a larger conversation. A herd mentality helps mask predatory behavior. I like that. A herd mentality. A herd? H-E-R-D? Or a herd? H-E-A-R-D? Oh, they write my material for me. It's hilarious the way that they promote this stuff. I mean, they I don't know. They make some of the dumbest arguments though. Again, all of you are fake is what they're saying. All of you are fake human beings. What's funny is after all of this gets struck down, there's a motion. JD tries to get the entire counterclaim thrown out, and that's where they start mentioning myself, Laura B, and Incredibly Average, because this is going to change. There are a number of newly created foreign language accounts specifically or predominantly designed to damage her. Look, what kind of signatures you say? Reflecting where? That's right, reflecting Russian origin. So they supposedly reflect Russian origin. Mr. Waldman, Mr. Depp's agent and attorney, is publicly associated with Russian individuals with the capability to organize such attacks. One day, when they make the move against Waldman, we'll set that record straight because it's interesting how they boil down the guy. Waldman is the guy who you would think in another life, they would have loved Adam Waldman. If he was defending Amber Heard, they would absolutely love him. They would be talking about, he's the guy who went out and tried to negotiate some kind of statement for Julian Assange. Wait, what? That's the kind of lawyer we're talking about? A guy that he tries to defend the idea of free speeching, the idea of every liberty the media supposedly tries to convey. Oh, well, yeah, but it's fascinating to spin. If he was a lawyer for Amber Heard, the media would lick his boots. No joke, they would, because of some of the stuff that he's done in the past. But because of that, he's been involved with things that they don't like because of certain political items, and they don't like him being involved in this. But they would lick his boots otherwise. They'd be bringing up the idea that, man, he was involved with Julian Assange and all kinds of stuff. But hey, right. 2 accounts. So they took a shot at IFOD.net. That's the place that does a very good job of cataloging. And My Grindelwald are examples of approximately 50% of the targeted attacks on misheard. Now, what's amazing about this, okay, they'll switch off of this and they'll start going after again. When they try to dismiss this, they'll go in, and this is where, again, they change up the argument, and they say that media and social media accounts are being contacted by Adam Waldman. They just drop these names. They don't matter anymore because they got kicked to the curb. This argument was not allowed to continue forward. So it's fascinating to see how that went. Yeah, you're all bots. You didn't know that? You know why you're all bots, though, in her argument, for real? Honestly, because dehumanizing you makes you a target. What she planned on doing, and this is very much true, by the way. This is not insane. This is true. I have documents to prove this. Okay, I'm going to pull them up because it sounds insane. She planned on doxing you all. If you don't know what doxing is, by the way, that is taking your private information and throwing it all public. She planned on taking all of your identifiable information. She was going to throw it public because she was going to punish you for backing Johnny Depp. If that sounds crazy to you, well, here's Twitter talking about what she tried to pull there, because she very much did try to pull this. Here's Twitter discussing it. She took the bot claim. She hired this company called Bot Sentinel. They're basically bullies for hire. They ran some kind of algorithm that tracked 16,000 people off from Go that were talking about this situation. And she claimed all of them, again, were bots. They were computer-controlled accounts, right? From there, she subpoenas Twitter for 200 users to start. So she wants the identifiable information over 200 users. Now, that identifiable information, just a note, a second. Lord. I'm going to ask, is court started? The Twitter, the identifiable information there, though, is the following. Look at what they're trying to find here. Okay. And again, remember, they're asking Twitter for this information. Why would you need this information? They want the IP addresses from which accounts are registered. So if you created your social media account, they wanted to know where you created it from. So, like, imagine that. They wanted to know where your account, where you live. They wanted your home address. That's what they were aiming for. What possible need would they have for your home address? They want to know any and all IP addresses from which the account was logged in and from which it posted to. So when you think about that, I mean, again, what positive thing could you do with that information? You've got to remember that along with this, a little bit later on, I did a video on this too. You can look this up for doxing. Again, doxing is taking people's private information, like their addresses and on, and pushing it into the public. She put the private, detailed information of 80 plus people that were represented in this court case. 80 plus people. She dumped that into the public. So we're talking about the home addresses of 80 plus witnesses. We're talking about the telephone contact information. All of that information was dumped into the public. And it would be the same stuff for that they were aiming for everyone else. So again, that's why the bot claim existed. So when they were claiming that JD manipulated an army of bot accounts, like we're looking at the counterclaim. If somebody just showed up, by the way, we're actually looking at what was dismissed out of the counterclaim while we're talking. But that was what they were doing. They were going to go through and they were going to try to say, see, if you can say that none of you have agency or autonomy, you're all just this nebulous blob of inner buzzword. The buzzword today would be bots, kids. Bots, kids, you're all Russian bots. Woo! Well, if you're all Russian bots, well, you know what that actually means? That means that you're not human beings, and we don't have to worry about the damage that we do to you because you don't matter. You know, none of you matter. And that, I think that says plenty, you know? It says plenty about, again, about what the idea is there, what exactly is going to happen with that. It's funny, like I was looking at networks, and there are networks out there like Fox networks and on that have been talking about this stuff. I thought they didn't need YouTube. You know, they told us forever that YouTube was just a place where a bunch of villains and Nazis came together, and now they're fighting to have control over YouTube too. It's amazing. But they went after initially two main accounts. These two. Now the IFOD, if you don't know who that is, there's actually a website, ifod.net/thetruth, that picked up a lot of stuff. Props to them. Like a lot of early documents that I wanted to pick up. That's where I picked them up from. But they said they were responsible for 50% of the target attacks. My Grindelwald account uses its platform to amplify anti-Heard hashtags, false information being disseminated about Ms. Heard. It also amplified change.org petitions described above, repeating calls for Ms. Heard to lose contracts or business expectancies. And as evidence in its origin, it routinely tweets the statements of JD's attorney, our agent and attorney, Mr. Waldman, on a near daily basis, and often praises the otherwise unknown attorney, even go as far as to say, I love you, Waldman. So because you love Mr. Waldman, you're all bots. So repeat after me, bots. I love you, Waldman. I swear, it's the most inane. Again, this all got kicked, but you can see what they're trying to pull here. I mean, you can feel what they really want to do. I mean, like I said, it's nuts. I've seen some stupid claims over my lifetime, but this one is a really bad one. I mean, like I said, you know, we're all bots, right? Let's see if I got a bot voice. See how this works. I love you, Waldman. I love you, Waldman. That's amazing. Oh, I love that voice changer there. It's like, really? How dare you call me a bot? Oh, wait. Sorry, that leaked through. My bad. So dumb. Now, in total, there were at least dozens, if not hundreds, of inauthentic accounts that impugn her while praising Miss Waldman. Okay, Mr. Waldman. Here's the reality. So, Bot Sentinel ran a check. This was then. You know, we had a recent place that ran another check and said that most inauthentic accounts are actually accounts that follow her. But even back then, when she hired her own bullies for hire, guess how many inauthentic accounts they found out of their 16,000? 13. So dozens is not the case. They found 13 accounts that they were saying were not real accounts. But they turned that into dozens, if not hundreds. This messaging is further evidenced the origin of Mr. Depp's unlawful campaign and demonstrates that these unauthentic accounts are actively coordinating content to manipulate the Twitter platform and avoid detection. So then they go through examples of who they are. So they aimed at these. These were your early targets. Again, they again, my Grindelwald, they made them a fake account. They pointed at these people because they were wanting to dox them. They wanted to go after them. They didn't stop there either, just to say. They went after the International Business Times, who reported on this. They went after a specific writer there, and we're saying that that writer, like, it's funny, like, notably, this is Armene, has almost no other identifiable publishing history outside of the International Business Times, aside from a few articles about penile enhancement and erectile dysfunction. Yeah, that was their, gotcha, didn't I? Gotcha indeed. You've never written anything else about, except for penile enhancement articles, baby. It's like, what? What in God's name? What a bunch of idiots, you know? All right. Give me a second here. I think the Manson stuff, though, like I said, but while we have so many people watching, again, I think that the channel Colonel Kurtz has done a good job breaking that stuff down, starting to show people, like, I guess on this, the same way that I looked at Incredibly Average as the beginning of all of that, I look at Colonel Kurtz as the beginning of breaking down and really telling people what went on with that. And I think it's good. I want to check that stuff out. So anyway, all right. So that's where the Virginia crimes portion comes from. That's where. Give me 1 second. I'll lock onto this again. If you're looking at that and like, well, that's the same counterclaim though that has the Waldman statement in it. That this is the same claim. This is her defense claim. It gets boiled down to 3 comments. But she tries to have him, she wants him arrested essentially because of the bot claim for violations of the Virginia Computer Crimes Act. She says, the Crimes Act, it notes harassment by computer, which occurs when any person with the intent to coerce, intimidate, or harass uses a computer to communicate obscene, vulgar, profane, lewd, lascivious, or indecent language and makes any suggestion or proposal of an obscene nature or threatens any illegal or immoral act. So you see, again, they're trying to loop this into to Depp. It provides a private civil right of action for violations of this statute in the conduct described above. JD, either directly or through his agents, including Adam Waldman. So now it's many agents, because again, I guess so many, I got the feeling that what they were trying to do is loop any of us. Like myself, they kept bringing me up in that stuff. I guess I'm an agent now. I'm an agent. I'm double O Depp. What does that mean? It's so dumb. And yet that's where we are. Again, I can't decide. Am I an agent? Am I a robot? I mean, exactly what am I? I don't really know. But acting on his behalf in Virginia, launched a nationwide campaign, including from or through Virginia, using this Virginia litigation to harass, abuse, discredit her, to cause her harm cause harm to her economically. Mr. Depp, individually or through his agents, is attempting and threatening to defame her and to interfere with her reputation, career, and livelihood to cause financial damages. He and his agents are doing so through his online smear campaign that he has organized and orchestrated. Double O Depp. I love it. Thus, he has explicitly threatened an illegal act against her. So again, she wants him arrested. He has explicitly threatened an illegal act against her. So she's turned that into illegality. She wanted him to go to prison. She's saying comments online, they're not made just by random people. They're made by the bots. And by the bots, since the bots are doing that, they're vulgar, profane, lewd, and or make suggestions or proposals of an obscene nature. Or they threaten her explicitly. As a result of his conduct, she needs damages. So again, that's when she gets into the counterclaim. And I loved how they told you in the court, they were like, we just threw out that number. Like Elaine actually admitted, oh, well, Johnny Depp, he wanted $50 million. Well, he deserved $100 million. We rescinded the statement. And it's like, what a dumb thing to admit. So they admitted that this number, they just pulled it out of their behinds, basically, you know? This number had no basis in reality whatsoever. They just manufactured a number. Well, you know, because why not, right? Why not? It's just hilarious. I'm watching. I'm curious. Hi, Tug. You seen this? I don't know what that means. Have I seen what? I'm watching as the hour comes up. I'm watching to see if any verdict goes live. You know, if anything goes live. So at the top of the hour, every hour, you're going to have. Again, I have 3 channels pulled up in the background. You know, so we have 3 minutes before the hour goes live just to see if the court actually comes back. You know, so that's what I'm keeping an eye out for. That's why I'm stopping for just a second while we're talking, just to see, because there's 2 minutes off the top, and the announcement would come off the top of the hour. That's what she told us that we would do. So we'll see if it comes off the top of the hour. You know, we'll have our. I should have been like other channels out there and put up a timer here. Ooh, do you want to see what happens? You know, it's so misleading too, because I bet you money. I haven't looked to see. I'm gonna bet money that either, I don't know, Court TV or Law and Crime. Somebody check this for me if you would. I bet money one of them has a counter up right now and they're going to the top of the hour. I bet you money. Is that true? Would somebody check that just to see? I bet you money. They're like, ooh, like it's going to make it look like something's coming in the next. And they have no idea. But I bet you money one of those 2 channels has a freaking counter up right now. Acting like there is. Law and Crime has. I knew one of them would have a freaking counter up. You knew they would. Like, it's so deceptive because you don't know if anything's going to come up. But hey, if I put up a timer, like if I were to put up a timer right now, it would make it look dramatic, right? But it doesn't mean anything. You know, it absolutely means nothing. They're just saying the top of the hour is coming. Oh, guess what? In 1 minute, 9 o'clock's coming, guys. Ooh. But it makes it very dramatic, and people are like, "Oh my God, yeah, it's coming. The answer's coming right now. We got to be there. We got to watch." Like I said, I'm watching to see if any coverage switches over for the hour, because the announcement will come up. You know, it'll come up in it. Here's the thing. You know, you're going to have every hour. You're going to have every network. I'm sure that the networks, when they put up a counter or something, that's what they're telling you at the top of every hour. Here's the thing, though. The jury, to have an announcement already, the jury would have had to come in and say, right now, right when they walk through the door, we've made a decision, right? That's what would have had to happen. Just a note. Because there is nothing else that there is no other way that would have come up. And what I mean by that is the judge has to give 60 minutes warning. So if the decision came in right now, just hypothetically, the jury said, yes, right now we have a decision. You have to give 60 minutes warning. And then on top of the 60-minute warning, you have the announcement on the top of an hour. So if the decision comes in at, say, let's just arbitrarily say 9:30, well, your decision's not going to be coming in at 10:30. It's going to come in at 11 o'clock. That'd be my time. So you see what I mean? So even if it's announced, we'll have a lot of time to find out about it as it comes up. And again, remember, as we were talking about before, these decisions that are being discussed, there's a specific document that breaks down all of this decision making. If you haven't seen it, actually, maybe I'll pull that up for you. I'm going to drop it into the chat, okay? The verdict form again that we were going over earlier, because remember, all of these decisions, this verdict form, I'll drop it into the chat. This is from the court itself. That way you have the verdict form, but I'll give that to you guys. Just give me a second. So if you want to look at the verdict form, if you're curious about how that all plays out, again, let me connect you to it. Okay. So there it is right there. If you want the verdict form, that is it from the courtroom. Okay. Now, what I want to do as well right now, since we got quite a bit of time to look over stuff, I want to actually go over the audio, the entirety of that audio. We always talk about some of the audio, but we don't talk about all of it, Can I please show all the picture evidence? Yeah, there's a lot of evidence. Do you folks know where to go and get the evidence? Do you know how to go get the evidence? I'm curious. Do you know where to go? Because if you don't, there is I won't be able to post it to you yet, but I'll post it later on. I'll have to pull it up. But there's a place that you can go. I don't have it bookmarked right here on this specific computer because it's a new computer. But if you don't, I'll drop in the place where all the evidence is. Yeah, it's at the Fairfax County website. Yes, the Fairfax County website itself is here. Again, don't crash the freaking website when I show this to you, okay? Please don't do that. But this is the Fairfax County website itself, okay? Here's the search. Again, you can go in. If the search isn't, all you got to do is put in Depp. And if you want to go, again, there's a certain place that you can pull up documentation, and there's that's where you pull up the documents that have been put on file for the court case. That's where everybody's pulling them from. People treat it like it's a damn state secret, so they can they can control the flow of information out there. But I don't care. You should have everything. I think you should have. If you want to tune in and talk about stuff, awesome. But it's not a state secret. It's all out there. Yeah, I know my screen's locked on the PDF. I didn't pull up I'm not going to pull up the court and show. Well, I guess I could. I mean, it's not like it's like I said, I dropped the thing in there. But I mean, all information, it just comes from their courthouse, you know? And again, when you go in and you do a search, like you don't even have to spell out Depp, you know, it's I spelled DEP, it didn't matter. It still hit on it, you know, and you can sort it either by date or relevance. Relevance will bring up the biggest articles. Date will bring them up from the back of the case forward. Okay. So that's the way I go. This is the newest documents that have been put on file. All right. And I mean, these documents, again, there's quite a few. There's some really useful stuff in there. If you're wanting, like, for example, her exhibit lists, like that's what this is. This is her entire exhibit list. So this was her entire defense. If you want to know what she presented and you want to see how it's broken down, well, you know, and again, that looks like, you know, again, her exhibit lists. What's amazing is that her whole defense too, it was almost all tabloid articles at the beginning. Look at that here. Tabloid articles. Tabloid articles. What they tried to do, they actually made the point for Johnny Depp on accident. They tried to make the point that Johnny Depp destroyed his own career because look at all of these things. Look at all these terrible reviews that he's had. And he's had them for years. I mean, hey, Mordecai. Oh man, look, most overpaid actors. What's crazy is they called Denzel, you know, if I'm going to quote an article for 2015, Johnny Depp leads Denzel Washington. Denzel Washington's an overpaid actor, you say? What? In what freaking world? I mean, you know, that really, but I mean, if you look at it, oh, you know, through the looking glass, oh, it's garbage here and there. But what they don't, even negatives about their relationship, what they don't tell you and what they do make a point here with on accident, if you look through all of this stuff, is the fact that none of this blows his career up. His career doesn't get destroyed until she decides to get involved with her own writing. Because when you start looking at the dates on all of this stuff, you'll notice that the problems begin after 10/2018. You'll notice that, you know, you have all of the, you have, plans to scrap, plans to destroy. And again, you know, we know those things come in earlier. You go from negative reviews and puff pieces, you know, coming from outlets that you've never heard of to life ruination. His life is ruined, and his life ends up ruined because, well, let's say Amber Heard. And some of the articles that they quote in here is insane. You know, stuff like Johnny Depp wanted to take out Osama bin Laden by spraying LSD over his compound. It's like, what? That's one of the articles that she put in this evidence. Or that's its title. It's like, what the hell does that mean? Hey, Detective Seeds, thank you for additional 50 there. I appreciate that. I wanted to show you a little more love for your kindness other than a thank you tweet. Appreciate your grind and thirst to defend the innocent and seek justice. Much love, brother. And I take that little one out for now for a nice family dinner. Indeed, I'm going to take them both out, and you know, the wife, the kids will go out, do something. It'll be nice. We'll definitely do that for sure. And thank you. Like I said, props to Detective Seed too. You know, I get trying to build your channel. I do. Like it took. It was a grind, and it took the first for my first 12,000 followers. I grew. I mean, you know, hard for about a year plus. You know, I talked about comic books and stuff then, and I got about 12,000 followers. Then I hit the Vic Mignogna case. That was my first look at something like this, and I don't know, man. I feel like I could either sit around and talk about industry that I loathe, or I could talk about something that I feel compassionate about. You know, not passionate, but compassionate. I mean, you know, it's not just passionate. It's I feel empathy the compassion for these people that are going through this. I don't care about Disney or Warner. I mean, I'll talk about their failures and stuff, but I don't necessarily feel anything for their failure. So after that, and then, when I got on this, when I started looking at this case, it was insane. And again, if you want to give props to somebody, I want to give props to Yellow Flash 2. Yellow Flash 2 is the person that pointed me at this thing. I would have never covered it without that push. So again, he's been getting a lot of flack. He covers, he makes fun of the media and popular culture, and all those freaking T channels keep aiming at him, trying to cause him damage. I hate those stupid T channels, man. I hate them online. If you don't know what I'm talking about, ooh, look, I'm going to spill the tea and I'm going to tell you everything about this person and that. But I hate those channels. They're absolutely trash channels. I hate that stuff. You can do it well, I guess, but the majority of them are just horrible. I hate them. But they've been after his channel a lot lately. But I mean, look at some of the, again, that's my favorite one, but some of these are just strange articles. They're strange. But then you go through, again, you get into the text and the drug use, the accusations. I mean, look, what we didn't see, hold on, I got to clear my throat. What we didn't get to see, she was writing emails to herself, just like the movie Gone Girl. Where they fake a diary. Dear diary, today I was alleging that someone did horrible things to me. What is that based on? Well, that's based on me saying that someone did horrible things to me. So she was actually writing letters to herself via email as early as 2013 to try to cause Johnny Depp damage. Her own evidence shows you that. Again, as early as 2013. So that's the insanity of it when you think about it. It's not just that she was putting together something. Like I want you to visualize this with me, okay? I'm going to draw a terrible paint diagram of this too. I can't draw a paint diagram live, and I don't know why. It just gets this weird reflecting thing, and I can't do it. It does this weird thing, so I can't show it. But I want you to think about this case on a timeline. When it first starts out for 2016. Well, let me see if it'll let me put this up. If it won't, if it gets all weird flashing, if you have photosensitivity, please don't point right at the screen for just a second. I'm gonna try to pull up Paint and see if it'll let me make a diagram on it. But if it won't, like I said, I don't want it flashing in your eyes because it does this weird thing sometimes. It doesn't always do it, but sometimes it does. It's like this weird. Yeah, never mind. It's going to do it. Stupid thing. Okay, well, I want you to imagine this with me, okay? Just visualize it, okay? 2016. Again, actually, take a piece of paper in front of you and make. If you got a piece of paper, this is the way I lay it out so I can see it. All right, you make a mark on the paper for 2016. All right, to visualize. So at the beginning, 2016, I'm doing this right now. I'll post it on. In 2016, there are 3 claims. Okay. So at the very beginning, you have 3 claims. They're all of DV, no SV. Nothing has come up about sexual violence, Then when you move forward, when you get to by the time you get to 2020, you have claims that go all the way back to 2013. So we've opened this up, and in that year, you have it blow up to 14 claims of DV, plus at least 1 claim of SV. Now, by 2022, this year, we open up the timeline even further. We go all the way back. We open it to 2012. So all the way back to 2012, we have unknown. We have countless. claims of DV, and we have at least 4 claims of SV. So when you think about the timeline to that, and you think about how this it ends up widening out, I mean, it's actually quite insane. You know, yeah, no, I'm not sharing it. I can't share that. You know, I was going to share I'm going to take a picture of it though. That's what I'll have to do because I'm drawing it out. I have to draw it on paper, you know. But if you think about it, again, I'm not an artist for this kind of stuff. But if you want to think about it, like I said, just in 2016 for your timeline, you start off with just, well, here, let me pull up the blackmail letter. All right, you can see where it starts, and you can see how this begins. All right, for the 3 claims. So when she puts out her first demand for money, when she's saying, "Yo, Johnny Depp, pay me off or else," this would be the blackmail letter. It's what people like to refer to it as. I agree. I think that is a very good term for it. That year, again, it mentions 3 incidents that they are alleging. But the way that they word it, they leave it open so they can throw other accusations in too. So you can see, unfortunately, this is not the first incident. So they say May 21st, that's going to be 1 incident, plus they have 3 incidents. So really, I mean, when you're looking at 2016 for its timeline, you know, we start out again, 2016, it goes from May 21st plus you have 2 other unknown dates, right? You had unknown, and then those become, you know, they're all within 6 months. So it's 6 months into 2016. That's all you're looking at there in 2000 and in that year, right? So you go from that at the beginning to when you go forward and you go into her witness statement for 2020. I mean, just the thing, it balloons exponentially. She goes for her witness statement. She alleges multiple incidents here. Let me roll down. Give me a second. I know I'm scrolling down fast. Excuse me. I'm just trying to get to the violence portions, you know. You know, she also didn't, okay, so part of her claim that she totally didn't try to use in this because it's the stupidest thing ever, but this is part of her claim that was not presented to the court, is that he didn't just abuse her. He was keeping her out of the spotlight, out of any spotlight. He was isolating her and just keeping her all by herself, you know? Let me see. Hey, or Gets Fit. Thanks for the 50 there. Tug, thank you for your never-ending fight to support Johnny. I actually met Amber's high school boyfriend in 2015 when I lived in Texas. I heard so much about her before I even knew who she was. He said that this relationship would end badly for him. That's crazy. That's a crazy statement. You should hit me up in messages. I'd be curious to hear about your story. And you know what all came up in that, because it's got to be. I bet you heard some lunacy at the moment. I bet you heard some absolute lunacy. Oh, by the way, let me mention something while I'm here too. We complain about this stuff and we complain about industry, you know, but the one thing that we really don't have that often is we don't have, what the hell? One thing that we don't have that often is we don't have solutions presented, right? We have all of these ideas, but they never come with a solution. So what we decided to do a few years ago is we decided to create our own thing. We create comic books now. These companies, they've basically destroyed the industries that they're part of. People need to create movies. They need to create their own thing. But we create our own comics. This is, again, we stay sponsor free. We stay beholden to no one, belong to no organization. We belong to nothing except for we are beholden to truth out there. And this is one of the ways that we make sure that we continue just to do our thing and our thing alone. Again, this a family thing that we do. You can see that umbrella guy, little umbrella girl, the little umbrella girl, by the way, if you're wondering why there's an umbrella guy, well, that's because little umbrella girl, that was the avatar for my daughter at the time. She was 5 when we started doing this stuff. Yeah. And the artist on that is a great artist. His name is, I'm going to pin that to the top of the chat. Great artist, S.K. Bennett. Good stuff. Like I said, you should check it out, though. I love the artwork on this. I absolutely love the work that goes into these. And she gets to do her own artwork, too. Bam! Look at that. Ooh, I love it. She gets to do her own thing. It's very cute in there. Yeah, I mean, there's pages. There's the first 2 comics, new covers attached to it. You can look at the pages for that. Because, again, here's our issue. We can either sit around and complain about industry and pretend that this stuff is going to get better, and it's not. These industries are going to continue to treat you like garbage. They're going to continue to do their customers the wrong way, do them dirty, and nothing will ever change. Nothing will ever change. So we have to change it ourselves. And the way we change it is to walk away. It's the only way you fix these issues. You walk away from these idiots and you walk towards something better. You have to have something. So that's what we propose there, So yeah, check it out. Tug, the man of the hour, somebody said. I don't know about all that. It's been, like I said, it's been interesting to see I've laughed about all of the insanity that we've had in the courtroom and stuff, but just the reality of this, again, a lot of people have forgotten this too. This isn't about any person covering this case. This isn't about anyone. And I'm talking about the people covering. Some of them have forgotten this. This ain't about any of us. We are lucky enough that people show up and they listen to us talk about this, and we give our opinions and talk about evidence that there is on. And like I said, we've been blessed. Really, we are very fortunate that people do this. But it's not about us. It's not about the people behind that. I mean, people can ask questions of like, why are you doing this and stuff? And yeah, that matters. But it's not about folks covering, and a lot of people, right when you get an answer, there will be a tune out. There will be a tremendous tune out because the new great thing is going to come along. And you know what? The damage, it's still there. Will the court fix something or remedy it? Maybe, maybe not, but the damage still remains. Here's the problem with this kind of stuff. And this is just speaking real on it. These are human lives that we talk about. We found them. There's a new type of entertainment out there. We see it with the Lifetime and, the ID channel and all these other different places. It's almost the sport of, it's not just a sport of human imperfection. We like to laugh at people's imperfections a lot of times. And that I guess that's all right, because again, it's ugly in its own way. At least it's not us, right? We can laugh at like, oh, look, this person's overweight, or oh, look at that. I mean, it's at least it reflects on us, but it's ugly in its own thing. But another thing that we've gotten into, which is kind of an indictment of society, I think sometimes, is our morbid curiosity about lives that are destroyed. We don't change anything with it, is what I mean. If there's a point to it, a punctuation, why is a case like this important? It's not important because 2 celebrities, they had this behind closed doors. That is the draw for a lot of play. Like, I would say a majority of folks, they just watch the spectacle. I'm talking about coverage, people. I'm not talking about you in there, by the way. Just talking about they're just there to see the spectacle. But the thing is, if presented correctly, these things, they destroy lives. And there's a lesson in there. The lesson is don't listen and believe. Lesson there is be very careful how you tune society toward trying to represent quote unquote victims, because those victims, they may not be victims at all. Like I said, it's it's an indictment if it's just a sport of haha better than me. And that's become again, that's become like this thing that we're presented with all the time. Like I said, we have channels that are, I'm not talking YouTube channels, I'm talking like TV channels, like Lifetime, like ID. They're built on the fascination with destroying lives. And there has to be some lesson in that. Like I said, cases like these, they don't just have to be, morbid spectacles of, oh my God, look at that. They can send a powerful message about societal change. And it's a message that it really does need to be sent. And the message doesn't just end when the verdict comes in. Like I said, you're going to see the fallout of it no matter what happens. And unfortunately, like I said, this, if it weren't 6 weeks long, people's lives are treated like one and dones. Like I went on a binge watch one day. I was sitting around with my wife, and you were just sitting around talking, goofing off, and there was a marathon of the crime shows that come on, where people, again, and the one thing that you notice about those is for every crime show, there have to be 2 lives destroyed. For everyone, there have to be 2 lives just absolutely taken apart. And in that process of that marathon, there were like, I think 8 shows that came up. So at minimum, there were 16 lives that were destroyed just in that little thing, just to sate boredom. And like I said, it's become a crazy thing where I don't feel like societally people learn lessons, and there should be a lesson in that. If there's not, then why the hell talk about it at all? Anyway, one thing that was not brought up, though, that was a major point in her UK trial, was Johnny's supposedly isolating behaviors. He supposedly isolated her from the world. She didn't play this up as much, but she played it up heavily in UK 2020. Heavily. She treated him like some kind of monster that locked her away in the proverbial closet, and he wouldn't let her out, He wouldn't let her out at all. Now, they didn't go over that as much today or this time because it doesn't make sense. She owns her own car. She has a Mustang, which it ends up going to that Mr. Kalaki, who talks about his own experience with Amber Heard, which we can look at in just a moment. But again, the claim itself doesn't make any sense. He was controlling me, but I could go out. I have these vehicles. Plus, on top of that, I have friends that live all around me. Like her friends, she didn't just have 1 or 2 friends. Like there's this misconception of the living arrangement around her. Like when you look, she surrounded herself with her parasitic freeloading friends. If you look at the people that end up talking on her behalf, you have, Raquel Pennington, parasitic freeloading friend. Her fiance, Josh Drew, parasitic freeloading friend. Io Tillett Wright, parasitic freeloading wannabe journalist who threatened to sue, by the way. Did you all know that Io Tillett Wright threatened to sue Incredibly Average? Did you? I don't know if you knew that. Threatened to sue Incredibly Average it was a it was kind of amazing. I mean, when you look at that. So actually threatened them a lawsuit. The Brian fella, he posted about it at one time. But when Brian, that would be incredibly average. When he first covered all of this, he talked about IO Tell It Right and all the problems in their story. So what did they do? Again, they tried to roll in and they tried to force him to not talk about this anymore, And I thought it was astounding to see because they didn't like that Brian fella having a voice in this at all. And like I said, I thought that was fascinating considering he was just talking about the reality of the case. And in the reality of that case, so they didn't like it at all. They threatened him with litigation. They made it very clear too that they were threatening to sue him. And I thought that was, like I said, I thought that was fascinating. Let me see if I can find that. I mean, they threatened though. They threatened to sue him. They were saying that they would bring a lawsuit against him. I thought that IO seemed pretty desperate. Here it is. So, do you want to see the messages from the threatened lawsuit against that Brian fella? Would you like to see those, by the way? I don't know if all of you have seen those. That's what let me see. Here they are. Okay. So Brian posted these himself, and these were from IO Till It Right, that we saw in the courtroom. I'm just going to read through this. There's 3 clips to this thing, and it's fascinating stuff. So Brian, I get that you think that you're on to something, and you're defending someone you adore. But what you did with me was effed up and out of line. This is talking about doing a video, talking about their lies, talking about their innuendo, talking about how messed up things truly were. Everything I've ever said in this whole fiasco has been true. You don't, cannot, and will not know the full ins and outs of the situation. Hell, I don't even, and I knew them both intimately. This nasty mess is between them. Let it be between them. Let the courts decide. And I pray that whatever the truth is, it comes out and the right person gets their due. I've been subpoenaed, so I will testify to the truths as I saw it, no matter who the truth benefits or hurts, because that's my duty by law. In the interim, the fact remains. I was a witness, not a party to this, and everything I swore to was true. I was everywhere I said I was, nowhere I said I wasn't, and I've never been paid a dime by either of them. You're accusing me of all this publicly based on flawed, incomplete information available to you publicly was wrong. You'll never be able to undo that. But now that you have seen all the evidence I've said I had all along, I can try to take it down. You can try to take it down and at least try to make it right. So they're telling them right here, you better take down that video. And they're going to threaten litigation in just a second. But they're telling them right there, now that I've told you what's what, and I'll show you what they were talking about in just a second, why they get so mad about this stuff. So the lawyers tell me not to talk to you. So again, here's where the lawyers come in. The lawyers tell me not to talk to you, but I insist that you are all human beings who ultimately want the truth and for honest, good people to prevail. Now that you have seen the facts and the errors in your reporting, if you don't want to be an honorable person who responds to new information and are in fact only in it for followers or other motives, rather, you will be served a cease and desist and a slander suit. Again, you better take that video down or I'm going to sue you. This is IO Tell It Right. Again, they made themselves public. They came into this as a journalist too. See, here's their problem. IO Tell It Right was not just some rando. 23. 911. They wrote articles like they wrote a Refinery 29. Why I called 911. No, I think it's Refinery 29. Let's see. Tell It Right. I think that's the thing. I say refinery, all kinds of other stupid stuff, you know. But they wrote multiple articles about different things, but they wrote one specific one called Why I Called 911. And we'll read that in just a moment. All right. But they made themselves public. They used this thing and they used it for clout. And then they complain in the aftermath. And you know what they're complaining about? They're not complaining that they get noticed. It's that they got noticed in a way that they didn't want. They didn't think that anyone would have the audacity to stand up to what they said, call them on any of the BS. And when people like that Brian fella actually, you know, did videos talking about them, talking about who and what they were, talking about the ugliness of this situation, that's what they get. This is not a joke, by the way. This is my life, most of which I spent fighting for the underdog. Fight for what you believe in, Brian, but don't take out good people in the process. So again, they went after it. They threatened to sue that Brian fella. You know that Brian fella is making good points when they're like, oh, I got to shut you down. I got to shut you down now. Out of everyone. Again, that's why they continue to name, even though he stopped doing videos for the longest time. And one of the reasons that he noted was because of their commentary about where they were during specific dates. Like their commentary didn't make any sense. You know, they were saying that, here, let me pull all this up for you real fast. So they were saying that I wasn't at X, I was at Y when the birthday party stuff happened, right? They were giving you specific answers about where they were supposed to be. You know, they said they at first had talked about how they changed their story up about how this fit together, by the way. But at first they were saying that they were witness to a lot of the behavior that happened on the birthday time. Here's the problem, though. When they were posting about this stuff, you can see, and on the 20th, this would be the day before the birthday party, they were in Brooklyn, New York, right? Okay. And then, make sure I pull this up correctly. The day after, so it would be the 22nd, which would be the day after that. Give me 1 minute. To roll this up here. You'll notice there's the 22nd. They're in Joshua Tree, California. Now, that's because they're going to what is that freaking Coachella? God, I know too much about this stupid thing. I don't care about those places, but they tried to make it sound like they were there, like they witnessed things at first, and they didn't. And then they started, after all of this comes up, after it gets called out, they start talking about it. And they're the ones, by the way, that they say that Johnny Depp is the one that brought up the old poopage thing, right? They're the ones that brought the poop thing forward. They in fact, are the ones that IO Tell It Right is the one that publicly coined this poop gate. That's what they called it, poop gate. So with them discussing this, you notice when this is from, by the way, we're talking 2018 here. So this is well before Johnny Depp brought anything public. And when They complained in the aftermath. Like Amber Heard complains that Johnny Depp, he uses that story. He's used it in the media to try to destroy me. They're the ones that brought it forward. They're the ones that continued to hammer away at this. And in the aftermath, after all of this gets brought up, then you have Io Till It Right going on record and setting the record straight about I wasn't there. See, I wasn't even in LA when Poopgate occurred, as evidenced by the fact that when she called me so he could ask me about it, I was in New York City. So this would be after, we're not talking about the partier. That, my dear, is a fact that is not soon to be revealed in court documents. That is a fact long revealed in court paper. So again, they had to get their story straight. And I love it. That's why they were so mad about so many things. Now, like I said, Io Till It Right is not just some spectator that was added to this either. You can see there's an article because they wanted to be a journalist. That's what we heard in the courtroom too. They wanted to be a journalist. They wanted to work, and they worked briefly with like the Times and some other places. But this is their work. This is what they were doing out there. See, I'm checking the feeds real quick, just see if anything came up. So this was their article at the time. Listen to this too. This is what they had to write. And this was in June 2016. So this is right after, like a month after, when they could use that clout. I called 911 because she never would. Because every time it happened, her first thought was about protecting him. Because every time it happened, the sweet, loving man we all cared for so much would come back with apologies, profuse, swearing up and down that he understood how bad what he had done was, and swearing he'd never do it again. We all loved him, but especially her, and she wanted to believe that the behavior wasn't going to last. The reports of violence started with a kick on the plane, and then it was shoves, an occasional punch, until finally in December. So you notice this here, by the way. Io Till It Right even says that it all starts on a date when that's not the beginning, by the way. So this is one of the best friends of that certain Aquaman starlet that are telling you the first time that we ever heard a story, it was supposed to be about the plane story. Now, the plane story, you have the first supposed incident, where I get clacked in the mouth. Then you had the painting incident that they alleged that came before then, right? Then you have the Boston LA flight. I believe that was the third incident. So in 2016, they still had not, when the friends were out there talking, they had not arranged the entirety of that story yet. They weren't sure where it was going to go. But then it was shoves and the occasional punch until finally in December, she described an all-out assault and she woke up with a pillow covered in blood. A pillow, by the way, that we don't see in any pictures because we're going to photograph an entire scene, but we're not going to get the blood in there. We'll get the little blood on the lips, supposedly, but we're not going to get the blood on the pillow that's saturated. I know this because I went to their house. I saw the pillow with my own eyes. I saw the busted lips and the clumps, plural, of hair on the floor. I got the phone call immediately after it happened. Her screaming and crying, a stoic woman reduced to sobs. I understood her heartbreak. Now, what's amazing is when we hear about this story, by the way, when we hear about what happened and the photographs and everything, you notice who doesn't come into this story? One Io Till It Right. Io Till It Right is never brought up in that freaking story because, well, you tell me why. It's amazing, isn't it? I was there. I was a prominent figure in it. I saw everything. That's weird because the only thing we ever hear about is Rocky Pennington and the what's her name? Melanie Iglesias. We never hear about them. It doesn't match It doesn't match that. And then the photos that Rocky took, they don't match any of that either. You know, clumps of hair. Well, I got this one little shaving of hair. There was no clumps, plural. There was no bloody pillows. There was no blood, period, unless you want to count that little droplet that was supposed to be from the lip. Again, none of it matches up. But I understood her heartbreak. He'd been my friend, too. A person I loved very much. A person I had once referred to as brother. I wouldn't want these scumbags as my, by the way, I'll tell you. Johnny Depp, I hate that this stuff happened to him. But these people, my God, how he fell into a nest of vipers. It's just, it's astounding. Like, how does this happen to you? I don't know, but man, he better be glad that he didn't, like I said, he didn't die in that nest of vipers, because it would have been very easy to have that happen to him. God. A friend with whom I had laughed at the absurdities of the media. You're the one writing the stupidity in the media. I owe till it right, you piece of trash. I laughed at the absurdity of the media. Why, I myself long to be part of that circus because I could get some clout in their spicy claims about my role in their family. I owe till it right created some kind of a weird thing about how they were, ooh, I was sleeping with them too. Look at Io Till It Right trying to make themselves somebody. A person who came to my rescue at my darkest hour. So look at this. Who I've credited with saving my own life. Who I lived with for a year by his invitation while I healed and worked. This is Io Till It Right. Johnny Depp did all this stuff for Io Till It Right. And Io Till It Right repaid him my fucking up his life completely. That's who I owe till it right is, right there. Johnny Depp came to me and rescued me in my darkest hour. He saved my life, and he let me live with them for a year while I healed and worked. Johnny Depp saved this person's life by their own words. And the way they repaid that is by helping concoct an abuse. It's just insane. It boggles my mind. I knew him to be soft and gentle, with a temper and a dark side, but with a golden heart. I didn't want to believe it either until I saw the wreckage. When you call someone your brother, you're also committed to calling them out when they're wrong. And she, shaking and crying, described this here's the weight thing. They love this narrative right here, talking about the weight differential between them. Described this 195-pound man throwing his full weight of his body into headbutting. They love that headbutt story too. They love it. Again, if you want to see a concocted narrative, by here, they've already gone through the TRO. So they've already constructed their story. There's still loose pieces of it, but they've already concocted it. And again, they're putting it on record in their own words into the media. So describing a 195-pound man throwing the full weight of his body into headbutting his 120-pound wife in the face in a fit of rage, I found that unforgivable line in my heart had been crossed. I witnessed firsthand the absolutely baffling mental pretzel that an abused person puts themselves into, trying to balance the desire to protect their aggressor with the knowledge that their swollen face is unacceptable. Where the fuck is their swollen face at, Io? Where's it at? Here's another thing, hero. You such a damn hero, Io. If all this is happening, why did you shut up and remain silent? If you're such a damn hero out there and you knew all of this was going on, why didn't you say something? You know why you didn't say something? Because it didn't happen. That's the thing. All of these people, they present themselves. You know when they turned on Johnny Depp, when the money faucet turned off. When he turned off that, because when he turns on the faucet, the water didn't run green. The water didn't run pure. It ran green. And for some reason, I think his house was haunted, because every time he turned on the faucets, you saw the faces of dead presidents. That's hilarious. I wish I had that problem. I'd be like, hey, babe, I think my house is haunted. Why? Because every time I turn on the faucet, dead presidents flow out. Oh, I wish I had that problem. I'd be like, haunt my house, baby, haunt it. But no, he turned off the money faucet. What happens? I listened as she cycled through things she could possibly have done to provoke him and how she could have made him upset enough to do this. Like, they love their quotes. Look, you know what's funny? You know how they do the quote thing? Like when you're quoting a source and they put it in there. There is no source. So this is so egotistical by the person writing it, Io Tillett, right? That they put in there, oh, this is my quote. This is what I say. Look, Ma, I'm special. Look, Ma. Ugh. I can't stand people like that. I can't stand people like that. Look, Ma. Anyway, I sit and listen, my own heart aching because I had so much care for the tender, generous man inside all this rage. And yet, the bottom unequivocal line is nothing she ever did could have said or done deserves what she described as him, dragging her up the stairs by the hair, punching her in the back of the head, choking her until she almost passed out. Oh, wait a minute. I thought she passed out, Io. So at the beginning, like I said, they didn't have their story straight yet. They were still working out the tidbits to it. Io Tillett Wright went on record saying, this is what happened in that. But wait, we didn't have the complete narrative at the time. They didn't quite have everything worked out. So she didn't get choked unconscious and then her friend come in and find her. No, she almost went unconscious. You see what I mean? It's the details between this group of people that got together and they concocted this narrative they didn't have, because they've had 6 years to get it right by now. 6 years. So they worked out the bugs. But in 2016, you find holes all through their stories, little pieces that don't match up, big pieces with the evidence they say is there just isn't. Oopsie. Can the jury see all these details? Unfortunately, they can only see what was presented to them. But again, this is not just the thing with the jury. We have two things going on here, in my opinion. We are talking to the courtroom. They've already made their case. You saw what they did. But there's a million other pieces to that puzzle. A million other pieces. And in that, I mean, the court of public opinion, that thing is still out there, you know? These are snakes, too. These are absolute snakes. Just monsters. Parasites. We say domestic violence is bad. We condemn it. But as a culture, we create the most fertile breeding ground for it to thrive. The cycle of abuse is perpetuated by every person who asserts that the victim more likely punched themselves rather than addressing the very real violence in front of them. You see this? This is right here, trying to make sure that no one called out the fakery. This is how you set up something. You throw it in people's faces and you say, if you look at what's said here, if you talk about it at all, if you ask for any kind of proof, you made this happen. By the way, Io, you made this happen. If this is your story, again, you're talking about a claim that supposedly transpired in December 2015. You're saying that you knew about violence all the way back to 2014 because of the plane ride, yet you didn't speak up at all until, again, the money faucet turned off. You are the problem. Your own narrative makes you the bad guy here. If you want to point the finger and say, that something needed to happen, you would have been the person that would have had to stop something. But you know what? You can't stop what didn't exist. That's the issue. You can't tell me that people like this would have kept some nasty secret of Johnny Depp beating someone. And if they did, they would have kept it for blackmail purposes. And if they did have that, they would have recorded it. They would have set cameras all over that freaking penthouse, and they would have recorded every single action that he had. He wasn't sweeping his house for bugs. He wasn't looking for hidden cameras. You could tell that because she walked in with a phone and recorded him. He wasn't thinking about the betrayal that they would do. So if they had something like that, they would have recorded him. They would have caught that. They would have caught it on film. They would have displayed it for the entire world. Because again, when the December narrative supposedly comes up, when that supposedly happens behind the scenes, and you have people like this, again, they're going to claim that 2 other incidents after the fact happened too. But no, none of that stuff. You can't prove any of it. But you know, take our word for it. We're good people. Fuck all that. Freeloading parasites is what they are. The culture of victim blaming, again, is the very thing that protects abusers' ability to get away with this kind of behavior. Right now, every battered woman in the world is watching this media circus, internalizing the message that when they come forward, this is the same narrative that is being perpetuated right now in the media. 6 years later, what we have to do is we have to break our dependence on people that will perpetuate lies like this. We have to break this codependent cycle where we pretend that people like this are needed. Oh man, we're gonna get to our countdown again, I bet. I see. So is there another let's see, what is it? Is it 4 minutes now? Do we get a countdown again on some of the other channels? Are we getting another countdown? I'm curious. Like I said, I don't. Hey, what's up, Yellow Flash? I see you there. Hey, man, what's up?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, man. Yeah, we're just going over some of the Io Tillett Wright stuff. You know, here's funny. Like, you know, Io that testified on behalf of Amber Heard.
Yeah.
They wrote this article back in 2016, and it's funny because they didn't have all the details right. Like here, for example, they were talking about, you know, when he supposedly choked her out and she went unconscious. Well, in her first story, she didn't go unconscious. She almost went unconscious. Now she's unconscious, you know, in her stories. But back then they hadn't gotten to that point. So they have these they have problems where they go on record. Like again, Io Tillett Wright wrote an article about it, how I was there and I saw this and I heard it at the time, but they didn't have all the details right. I love it.
Well, it's forever changing.
Yeah,
Their details.
I was talking earlier about how this is changed since 2016. You know, in 2016 they have, you know, the first reports have 3 incidents that they allege. And as they start detailing it, they bring up a few more incidents, but the incidents won't go past 2014. The plane ride will be the last incident. They'll bring it up some. So they go back and forth with 3 claims, plus it sounds like they're adding a 4th claim into the mix. So there could be the potential for 4 claims. By 2020, you get 14 claims, and there's at least 1 incident apparently that we did not hear about behind closed doors of sexual violence they alleged, but they have 14 in 1. And now we have, also, it starts in 2013. So they've widened it from 2016 going back to possibly 2014. That's in 2016 to 2020. They go 2016 going back to 2013. This year they went 2016 going all the way back to 2012. So they widened the gate again. They alleged countless incidents, and they said at least 4 claims of sexual violence. I mean, that's nuts, dude.
I wanted to ask you, did you see that Eve Barlow is a joke is still trending?
Is it still trending right now?
Let me see. I'm looking right now.
I saw it trending earlier. Like
It
apparently
was
somebody
this morning. Started last night.
yeah.
So it was trending all night, which I think is hilarious.
I
You know that
photographed it
pisses
last
her
night.
off.
Yeah, I
I
photographed.
saw.
it
I saw. I put it in this morning's video.
Did you?
Yeah, because I can't stand Eve Barlow. You know it bothers her because that fart low thing still bothers her.
You know, she called that she called it basically the E equivalent of what the Yahtzees did to Jewish people. She said
Well,
calling
it
her
was Seth Rogen that said that, and Seth Rogen's Jewish.
Jewish, yeah. So a Jewish guy did the same thing that the Yahtzees did to other Jews.
I can't stand Eve Barlow.
I can't stand the idea. I mean, if we become soft enough to compare, again, genocide, actual genocide, the murder of millions of people, to calling someone fartlow on online, how in the hell? Yeah, I
Do
got
you?
the.
Go ahead.
I was going to pull up that picture while we're talking. Fartlow, like trending. Here's that. Our Eve Barlow is a joke. I mean,
What
look,
got
you know-
that trending? I couldn't figure it out. I was looking for whatever tweet got it.
Uh-huh.
I couldn't find what really
I have no
sparked that.
idea. I think it was just her tweeting over and over again, and people started making fun of it, but I don't know where it originated. I do like, though, at night, if you know, they keep telling us that the media keeps telling us so many people believe Amber. Okay, well, if we look at the trending stuff, you know, when I take that, Amber Heard deserves prison. The ACLU is trending because people are going after the ACLU for it. I mean, that's just what's here in the when this is the front page screenshot. You know? Yeah,
They're trying
and
to
you
get
can see
85
right now.
grand.
Oh, it's still trending. There it is, right there on the side. Like Eve
Okay.
Barlow is a joke, and justice for Johnny Depp.
What is the? Who got that going? That's so great.
I don't know. It's awesome though. Let's click on it and see what it looks like. All right. Yeah, the problem. Let's see. Here's one. Like Amber Heard warned she could face jail time over perjury claims in the UK. Actually, from what I hear, again, this is I've been talking to a few sources, and I hear that the Australian stuff, it's as far as I understand, it's at the point that it could move forward. Again, they've just been waiting to see what's going to happen with this. So Australia very well could move. I wonder if you know, I don't know if they'll move without a win here. I'm not sure, but they are very much at the point where they don't like Amber Heard. First of all, she's made fun of them over and over again. She's made fun of
Yeah.
you know, what I can't remember his name, the main guy over there. I can't fucking think of his name. Somebody will tell me in the
I'm not
comments.
sure.
But yeah, she was making fun of him, you know, with her Barnaby Joyce or something like that, I think. I can't remember. But anyway, she was making fun of him. She named her dog after him. So, yeah, Barnaby Joyce. You know, people are saying, well, Australia won't do shit. Here's my thing, though. Australia, who knows? But you know what? Like, if it were me and I was the number one guy in charge and this person kept making fun of me and fucking with me, I might I might do something. I might come back and come back swinging. So, see if there's anything bigger than that. Here's a bigger one with 18,000 black women for the Democratic Party. Johnny Depp's family and friends haven't said one bad word about Amber Heard since the trial started. Eve Barlow, Amber's new best friend, her girlfriend. Come on, why are we sugarcoating this? Her girlfriend has been nonstop taunting and harassing Johnny Depp. So there's the big one. There's people quoting her. I'm trying to see if there's any bigger quotes than that one. Oh, here's somebody just saying, I wasn't expecting
she's
it.
been going back and forth with her for a couple of days. That account. I don't know who that is. The chick.
Jim, I saw I'm not sure who they are. They're a food and culture writer. Right now, they follow me and they've commented on stuff. I just didn't know who they were.
They've been going back and forth with her. A couple people have.
Yeah, I see a bunch
it's
of
just
people.
funny. Every time Eve like comments on somebody, she forgets to close her replies, so she just gets flooded.
Yeah, I like the fact. Well, I think part of that is, she wants to maintain that victim narrative too. She's been going with did you see her quote about people have been sending me pictures of Amber where she's dead? I was wondering, are they sending her pictures of Zombieland, do you think?
Probably. How are they even doing that? She has her DMs closed.
It's what I was saying. Like, she has her DMs closed, her messages. But if you send her a picture of Zombieland, that's not her dead. That's her as a damn zombie. And whose fault would that be? That would be Amber Heard's, because she worked in that movie. So, I bet you money that's what that is. I'm taking a screenshot of the freaking or Eve Barlow as a joke.
The only people that can send her DMs are blue check marks. So why don't you reveal it? Blue check marks can DM each other regardless if they have DMs open or not. That's the only thing that makes that blue check mark valuable.
I put in for the blue check mark. We'll see if they turn me down. I bet you they do.
Did you send them a picture of your Google Trends?
I tried it like different ways. I tried it, you can send 3 articles. So I tried the article way, and I tried the Google Trends way.
I bet your Google Trends are crazy.
It's been interesting. It's been kind of nuts, Yeah,
I tried with the Google Trends and they turned me down. And that's what Anna did. And I compared ours and we were relatively the same.
Yeah, I'll see. I don't think they'll let me have one though. I think I'm still too much of an internet bad guy to get one. Even though I have what I got now. Jeez, I got 126,000 people. Like Yellow Flash told me, by the way, I was like, man, look at this thing grow. He was like, you better not lose this channel or better not lose that account.
Yeah, you never get it. Well, I don't never say never, but fuck, you won't lightning in a bottle.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't because 100,000 people plus didn't find me because of my, I'm going to say excellent reporting on this case. They found it because Amber Heard's lawyers decided to mention me repeatedly in the courtroom.
We talked about this on Saturday. I still don't understand the strategy with that because, we all see it and know why, but they never gave any context to who the Umbrella Man is. So it's like they're mentioning you multiple times to this jury, and this jury's like, who? This is why I agree with Joe Rogan that she must have found these people on Craigslist.
I think she found them on wish.com or something. That's where I thought it came from, but you're right. Yeah.
Did you see that clip from Joe Rogan?
I did. I thought that was funny.
Saying he thinks that she got him on Craigslist.
Well, what's funny is people keep crediting Rottenborn with being a great lawyer. He's not a great lawyer. He's just better than the other idiot. He's
better than Elaine and that other guy who sounds like he's nervous.
Yeah, and that guy came off like just the biggest jackass ever too. You don't like when you're crossing somebody, most people, again, I'm not a lawyer, but when I listen to this stuff and I hear someone like yelling at a witness, it just comes across poorly. I think, man, he's abusing that guy. I don't think, oh, that's just being a lawyer. I think, man, if that were me, what a dick.
How will we know if the jury comes back?
We will. Well, I mean, I'm watching 3. There are feeds out there watching for it. So there'll probably be an announcement at the court. We'll see. We'll also see every one of these other channels pick that up. And I'm watching. Let's see. I'm watching the Independent. I'm watching WFLA, who's got this pulled up. And I guess I should pull up Law and Crime. I can't turn them on, but I could keep an eye on them too, But I've got a bunch of places pulled up behind here. I'm just watching them. And remember, she said that she will announce at the top of the hour. So the way this will come in, like right now, if they made a decision right now, they get 60 minutes to get into the courthouse. So she wouldn't announce that because she announces at the top of the hour. So if it were at 10:09, that would be my time. They would get to be there at 11:09, and then she wouldn't announce, though, since it's at the top of the hour. She said she wouldn't announce that until the next hour, the way I'm understanding it. So, I mean, we're we're looking at it tick away. I wonder, did you look at the jury instructions? Did you look at all of the? Did you look at the verdict form?
Yeah, a little bit.
Here, let me pull it up. We can talk about it like while we're sitting here.
People in the chat are saying that DUI guy says verdict tomorrow. How would he know that? Like, and first, like, why would they deliberate today then?
There's a sheriff that said something like that, but again, the sheriff wouldn't know because there's deliberations going on. Now he could be right as far as it coming in, but nobody knows when the jury, unless the jury's not there or something, we wouldn't know that. But there was a sheriff apparently that said something about verdict tomorrow. I saw postings about it, but that doesn't really mean anything. Again, they're deliberating today, and unless the judge can't tell us for some reason today, which we haven't heard anything like that, and there are all these media places that are parked out there, they would know. But it's being based on that again, So I guess maybe he's just saying that maybe that's his opinion on it. But
Well, it would be good if it was today or tomorrow. The longer it takes, the worse it is for Johnny.
I figured it would be today or tomorrow at the latest. I don't think it would be longer than that. If you have an immediate decision, just bam like that, though, if it would have came in that first day within an hour, I think it would have been a bad decision. I think they would have dismissed outright. I think that would have been a bad sign because typically, when you look at cases, I mean, again, we've seen quite a few cases come across like when they hit boom just like that. Typically, it's not going for someone like this type of case. Like if we're looking at it's not a homicide, so it's a different kind of case there. When something like this, again, it's a complicated question. They make it complicated in the instructions because, again, okay, so remember, there's two cases they're deciding. They're deciding Johnny Depp and then the counterclaim. So in the Johnny Depp side of things, they're asking, I'll just read it. This special verdict form includes each of the statements for Johnny Depp, bases his claims of defamation against Amber Heard. Answer each question in accordance with the court's instructions. Number one, as to this statement appearing in the online op-ed entitled, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. This has to change. In the Washington Post online edition, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. So this is about the title. That's the first one. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven all elements of defamation? So here's our item. Is this statement about made or published by Miss Heard? I would say she agreed. Wouldn't you say that on the stand that she said, yes, definitely, this is mine?
Yeah, she did. She said it the last time she was on.
Yep. Now, she argues the title was created by the Washington Post. This was the element that they tried to get dismissed a few times, but she posted it. She didn't repost it, but she reposted and said, look at what I wrote. So she actually made a post about, look what I wrote, and it had that title and everything in it. So she tried to distance herself from this because she must have felt that this was damaging. So it's a statement about Mr. Depp. So she wrote it for sure. Was it about Mr. Depp? Again, I took everything she said as she wrote it about him. She admitted that. She said it wasn't just about Johnny. So she admitted that. Didn't you take that way?
Yeah, I did.
Now, the hang up, this is a big question in that. Is the statement false? That's where you get into the question of whether or not there was actually abuse. I like what did you think about their team wanting to redefine abuse and make it like mean words or falling asleep in chairs and shit?
Well, I mean, you can have verbal abuse, but I mean, I don't really think that was there.
Well, yeah, emotional DV. What they've done is they've tried to explain emotional domestic violence to lay people by just saying that all that means is mean words. You know, there's a big difference.
Well, that would be her then, because she was the one calling him fat and washed up and stuff like that all the time.
Yeah, I never was.
Belittling him.
I like how they pause, you know, like, you know, he you know, he's yelling, he's like, "You're a see you next Tuesday," you know. And
Where's the false statement?
Yeah, where's the false statement in that, right? But in that argument, you know, what they remove all of the stuff where, you know, in that and other arguments about her telling him to, you know, suck his D and you're fat, washed up, you're a loser and never was, you know, 21 Jump Street. Yeah.
Yeah, that was her yelling all that shit. So if it's verbal, that's her.
Yep. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, though, I mean, and that's the thing we're talking about on Flashcast. By the way, if people don't watch Flashcast, every Saturday we get on there, we cut loose. I enjoy Flashcast because we cut loose, and you never know what's going to happen on that show. But on Flashcast, we were talking about crazy ex stories, and every one of the guys on there that spoke, we all have a crazy ex story.
Yeah. I've got an Amber Heard in my past.
Do you? You want to talk about your Amber Heard for a minute?
Well, I talked about it on Flashcast. She threw that not metal, with glass figurine at my head. I've got a scar on the side of my head. You can't see it because I got hair, but she busted my head open because we were arguing, and she got mad and chucked it at me, and I just moved my head a little bit enough for it just to hit my side and not like straight on in the front.
That sucks, man.
It hurt like hell. I had to go get stitches.
Yeah, I've had situations like that. Like, luckily, like the relationship I'm in is more. You still have arguments. I mean, the thing that really irritated me with their whole emotional DV claim, mean words, is that when people get pissed off, they say nasty shit because you're trying to get the last word in, and you're trying to win. You're not trying to be right. You're trying to win. You know, if you keep arguing back and forth, and it can get nasty, especially with people who know all your weaknesses, you know?
Well, that's not even the worst story that she did. Like, the worst story was when I was trying to leave her. And I think I told that story with the coat hanger. Did I tell that story?
I don't think you've told it way back. Tell it anyway. We got like 20,000 people.
So I was trying to leave her, and I was packing my stuff up, and I had almost everything done. So she took a coat hanger and she like cut her face and her arms, and then calls the cops and tries to tell them that I beat the shit out of her. And they show up, and thank God they listened to me. I'm like, go look in the bathroom. She didn't hide the coat hanger, dummy. So you see this bent coat hanger, and I'm like, look, it lines up with her marks. And they took her to jail. But she tried to fucking ruin me there, man. Because I relate to the shit that he says in this case, because like I've been through it. That's a scary moment.
You got lucky, man. You got real lucky that because
she admitted to it after they pressed her. And that's fucked. But I, and like an idiot, I dropped everything and said, I don't want her to get in any trouble. But she still went to jail that night.
Well, that's another thing. That's another thing guys do a lot. Guys end up dropping. There was one of the people that Lola, my wife, streams with, was telling a story he had. Now, again, I'm going to condense some of it because I don't remember all of it. But he was talking about how she got mad. His ex got mad at him and ran him over with a car, put him in a wheelchair for 2 years. The police came, arrested her. He went to trial for her, got her off of these charges, but she put him in a wheelchair for 2 years. I mean, that's fucked up. And, these are just, like I said, these are just crazy ex story. Like when you're sitting here relating this kind of stuff, you end up, men more than anything, we hear about people forgiving their abuser, not seeing it as abuse. Men are trained to do that, man. We're told that's not abuse, man. It's just a crazy ex story. I had had an ex that was just batshit insane. And I mean, she did all kinds of crazy stuff. So I finally decided I was going to leave her. And I was leaving. I had a Honda Accord, fucking clown car of a thing, because it's so small. I had to have the thing pushed back, the little rails on it. I had to have them extended because I'm too tall for a Honda Accord. But I was driving out, and when I was turning my car around, she ran up to the porch and she grabbed something. I didn't know what it was, but when I was turning my car around in the yard, I heard a whack on the back window. I was like, "What the fuck? What was that?" And then I heard it hit the top of the car, and it just made this weird sound. And Hondas are they're not well built. They're the way that they said they're thin. So anyway, I'm driving down the road and I keep hearing this sound like this sound like this. When I get to where I'm going, she had those little pickaxe things, like a climbing pick. I'd bought a bunch of tools and it had a pickaxe in it, and she stuck a pickaxe in the top of my car. Not a climbing pick. Yeah, she came after my vehicle. I was like, holy shit. Like, she was hitting my back windows, and she, I'm sure she would have stuck it in me if she could have. But I was driving down the road. People kept looking at my car weird, and it was because I had a freaking climbing pick in the top of my car.
That's crazy shit.
Oh, dude. Like that's probably not even the craziest stories. I mean, if you go through and you look at them, it's just like, oh my God. I think
I had the same one. She was mad, and we were yelling at each other in the car, and she's like throwing a temper tantrum and kicked the windshield and cracked it like a baby, stomping her feet back and forth.
Yeah, I had the same one that I was talking about. We were driving down the road, and I can't remember. She threw a fit in the car and was sitting beside me and hit me in the side of my face and wanted, I'm going to get out of the car. I'm out of here. And hit me in the side of the face and tried to grab the wheel. I was like, we're going to die, So it's, oh shit, we're going to die. But like that. Okay. I just said, hey, hit me in the side of the face. I didn't even consider that abuse. I didn't even think about it. Because again, trained as a guy, just a crazy ex story, man. Women, the women are emotional. You're trained to just dismiss all of that outright, and I pulled over, she was like, I'm getting out of this. The drama, man. Some people are just drama factories. God, it makes me appreciate my relationship now and it being calm. Man, when you get in a relationship that is an insanity, you really get to where you appreciate that when you've been in insane ones.
Yeah, I've never been in one quite like that one, but that was the worst one.
That's bad though. Her calling the police. Jesus, dude.
Yeah, that was
faking
awful.
Faking injury. Ooh, Lord.
Yeah, I got lucky. Well, I got good cops. Then they listen to me, which is
the new rules on that stuff. The way a lot of it lines up with arrests. Like in now, if someone were to allege that against you, she may have gone to jail, but you would have probably gone to jail too. The way domestic violence laws are these days. So it wouldn't have mattered if they would have found that you were innocent. They would have probably still took you to jail.
But I thought just one had to go to jail now.
Nah, well, the way that they're with the claims themselves, they would have investigated it while you were in jail. That's the way it would have gone.
Ooh.
So if you were alleged, they would have they may have let you go out after the fact, but they would have investigated you while you were in custody, because you would have been considered, you would have just been, the allegation itself says that there's violence. There doesn't have to be proof of violence. It's nuts, man. Yeah,
People asking, where do you find these crazy girls? Well, they're not crazy when you first meet them.
Yeah.
It's all unwinds during time. This is why you don't rush into things. But we're all young and dumb at least once in our lives.
Yes, being you look for different things in relationships too when you're much younger. You don't care about stability. You don't care about certain things. God, I wish I would have been. I wish I had I know a lot of people say this kind of stuff, but I do. I wish I had the knowledge that I have now, and I could have had that at 20. I would have been I would have lived a lot smarter, a lot healthier life.
Yeah, I think we all would have.
Yeah.
To go back.
But I mean, I think we talk about the craziness. I look at a lot of the stuff we talk about, even when we're talking about Hollywood or even movies and companies, and we are talking about cultural change. I mean, we are, and some cultural change is good. Like the conversation that this has imparted is a good conversation. And what I really like about the Johnny Depp conversation is that women have to change this conversation. Like men. A year ago, if you and I had a conversation and we talked about men's rights in this, if that word comes up, again, women have problems that are unique to them. Men have problems unique, and we all have problems. Well, if we said a statement like that, men, we need rights, and God, you'd have been labeled some kind of monster. And it's been fascinating to see how that's societally changed because of this case. It's not because we've had some different discussion. It's this case.
Yeah. I like that women are standing up for it and standing against the narrative and saying, I mean, that's not what abuse looks like. My favorite part of this is these women that stand up and show their pictures of how they looked when they were abused.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, what she's saying does not describe the experience. There's a picture people share of Rihanna. Chris Brown beat the shit out of her.
Yep.
And it's like, you look at how she looks and you see how Amber looks. And it's like, that's not what this looks like. Some man beating the shit out of a woman does not look, especially the way she describes the way Johnny Depp beat her. You're not going to have a little cut, especially some dude with gigantic rings on. The way he wears those rings and the way those rings look, they look like knuckle dusters.
Oh yeah. Like I was showing, I have flat rings. Like I wear a bunch of rings, and mine are mostly flat. There's two problems with the idea of him doing something to her. First of all, like you said, it would have left some real marks. But second of all, it will bust his hands up too, man. I mean, his aren't flat. They don't sit flat. We're not talking about brass knuckles here. Here's a picture of a lot of his rings, and again, they change up over time, but this is a good example of stuff he wears,
Yeah, those will fuck you up. They'll fuck me up.
Oh yeah. Yeah. But it would mess your hands up too. Like it would bust his hands up because
it'd do more damage to you than him though.
Oh yeah. Yeah. But he would wear the signs. You'd be able to see it. You'd be able to connect that. The other thing I have a problem with. So you see this, some people cannot get this through their damn hands. So right-handed, if they hold their right hand out in front of them, imagine someone facing you. Where would you make contact? Because in all of her claims, she doesn't have anything. Really, she doesn't have anything, period, in this picture. But she said, he threw a phone here. But also on top of that, he's supposedly hitting her and stuff. The only mark that she has, that she alleges from May 21st, is through where he hit her with a phone. Okay, this is the only bruise that she supposedly has. It's going to pop up right here. She alleged that he beat the shit out of her, that Rocky Pennington had to get in between them and do all of this stuff. You don't have any marks from that whatsoever. You just have to ignore the idea that happened at all. The only thing that left a mark is this phone that supposedly hit her. And that's supposed to be proof of the phone hitting her. I mean, that's nuts, man. Like I've been hit with objects in the face. Like playing like baseball and stuff. I've been hit with an object in the face, and it left a lot more of a mark than that for show. I'm gonna pull up the Josh Drew pictures because I want to pull up her other pictures. It's not just these. Here we are. A second, I had to find the right pictures. But you can also tell that she crafted her her pictures and her narrative. Give me 1 second.
Did you talk about the ACLU suing? Well, I guess petitioning for $86,000.
Yeah, they're not suing though. That's actually okay. So there are 3. You know this, but I'm just going to say this for everyone else out there. There are 3 courts that are involved in this. You have Virginia, of course, where we're watching. You had LA, where all the subpoenas and stuff came out for, everything for the divorce. And then you had New York. New York was the ACLU. The ACLU was subpoenaed in this case. They wouldn't cooperate. Alarm for some reason went off. But they had they wouldn't come off of any information. So Johnny Depp had to sue them in the New York Supreme Court. You had to sue them for their subpoena information. They say now they fought too. They fought hard in that. You can go look up the case, and there's like over 100 filings in that case. You get some amazing filings too, but they were told they had to obey the subpoena, and they were told the guy that testified in the court case, that guy, he didn't want to testify. They tried to make it where he wouldn't have to testify. They were saying it doesn't matter if he had direct contact with Amber Heard because someone else could tell you the same story. And the judge was like, nah, that ain't going to work. So they fought all this time. And yeah, they want to recover $6,000 that they spent. So yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because, that's like I said, a lot of people, because I know you've kept up with this, so you know all the stuff that went on in New York. But a lot of people that are just picking this up, they have no idea what's there. And yeah, they want their money. It'll be interesting to see if a judge actually gives it to them. I like the New York stuff too because we got some of our best exhibits. Did you ever see that transcript from LA where the judge like gets pissed off at her team and basically like just dresses them down, talks to them like they're idiots?
No.
Oh yeah, so I'll pull that up while we're doing this. I have to find. I've got the document, but I have to find the specific part. It's funny. It's where they lose the charitable donation argument because they tick the judge off in LA to the point that they make this argument that they shouldn't have to come off of that because it's just it's a hassle. It's going to be a hassle to them. And then they argue that Johnny Depp he needs to go about this with a less intrusive method. Here's the let me see. Give me 1 second now. I've got it. I just got to make sure I lock onto the right one. So the judge talks over them, like gets onto them. But about page 25 of this transcript, this is where things like the judge is already, okay, let me mark this. On 25, the judge is already for pages. It's been talking over their lawyer. Like this is a different lawyer, but it's still the same. It's still for them. And you can see the judge will just cut them off. Hey, I'm going to stop you right here. And they keep doing this for pages of transcripts because the judge has gotten tired of let me stop you for a minute. Let me, again, just talking over them. But then they say something that irritates the judge and it comes through. So she gives them the last word on the children's hospital. And this is her lawyer, quote, 2 things. One, again, while these are not relevant to the proceedings, the point of what the court has raised is, well, there's no motion to address these issues. And then they make this statement, and this is what makes the judge, you can tell it irritates them. There are less intrusive ways to obtain this information, and as counsel included in their opposition, they have requested such via written discovery in the matter. That was objected to in Virginia. They have not. Plaintiffs have not sought any relief. The court in Virginia specifically, and you can see and the court's like, hey, wait a minute, let me stop you for a moment. So what you're saying that in the Virginia court, Ms. Heard has objected to providing any evidence similar to what's being requested here. That's what you're saying. And they're like, yeah, that's your honor. So I don't understand what less intrusive means. because they use that word. They're less intrusive means. Your client is objecting to the less intrusive means of giving up the information. In fact, there doesn't have to even be a document request. Oftentimes I have cases where the counsel just say, here, let me give you these documents, as opposed to bothering the Children's Hospital. Ms. Hurd will give you the communications with Children's Hospital about the donation itself, copy of the check, any emails about it. Here you go. Let's not bother the Children's Hospital. We're going to give it to you instead. I don't see anything in the papers where Ms. Hurd has agreed to any of that, either by way of formal discovery or non-formal discovery. So what's the less intrusive means? You're saying that they have to move to compel in Virginia and go that route? Is that what you're saying? You know what you're saying? You're not telling me that I can just do this. You're saying they got to do all this stuff, but at the same time, there's some less intrusive mean. They're like, yeah. Well, I don't agree. And the judge, like I said, they just dress them down for pages leading into this. And this is where they lose their argument about Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. This is why we know about Children's Hospital of LA, because the lawyers for her, she fired these lawyers, by the way. She's fired, I think 3 sets of lawyers so far, but that's what, I love it, dude. I love it.
Just they're obsessed with his concert with this Jeff Beck guy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Fucking A. Like, I'm looking at it right now. Like, there's another article on it. Now he's got something in his bag. It says purple unicorn on it. Looks like it's makeup. I can't tell. But it looks like they're trying to say, oh, it's got drugs.
You know what sucks about it? Were you surprised to find out that Johnny Depp was a drug user?
No. Oh, it looks like it's a rare strain of marijuana. Oh no, he's smoking pot. Oh no,
the herb, really? Oh my God! The herb is of the devil. I mean, that's obviously you didn't know that.
I'll share my screen real quick.
All right, give me a second. Let me pull that up. You ready to share it?
Yeah, I got it up right now.
Okay, good deal. I just want to make sure I always ask before I share. Let me see. Johnny Depp leaves Royal Albert Hall clutching a pot tag purple unicorn after performing with Jeff Beck to a standing ovation from an audience that included Tom Jones. Somebody said, now again, I don't know if this is true or not, but they were saying like during some time there was a shout out to the channel. I was like, prove it, show it to me, because I don't believe it,
Oh, at the concert?
Yeah, that's what's I was like, man, you prove that, because I didn't see anything about it. I don't believe it until I see it.
Yeah, send that clip.
Yeah, for real.
So yeah, here
purple unicorn. So that's the whole.
He's not hiding it. I mean, this is his bag right here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, marijuana. He's supposed. Okay.
It does look like a contain, because we have medical. Not medical, but recreational weed here.
Well, I mean,
I smoke pot, so, but ours is white, so I don't know. I don't know what it looks like in the UK, but I don't have any problem with weed. I don't think it's bad. So, I mean, who cares if he's smoking pot?
He's a domestic abuse survivor by his own note. He suffers from PTSD. That's what we're hearing. So if Amber Heard was smoking pot because she was trying to get past whatever she claimed, would the media be making a big deal about it? No.
But I just, this shit with him in that concert is so ridiculous. Did you see like Vice posted like a thread of him at this thing, and then at the end they post an article about Amber Heard, like why we all failed Amber Heard and all this shit. It's like, what are you talking about, man?
It's character assassination.
She failed herself.
Now, what they're trying to do is they're trying to rewrite this, because they never saw what caught them off guard is they never saw what all of us were doing out there. They thought they had the media on lock, they had all information on lock, and they ignored every other avenue. They ignored YouTube, they ignored what people were bringing up in Twitter. When I say us, I'm talking about everybody coming together, yourself, myself, plus all of the people that talked about this, all of the people that pushed it to the audience and everything. They underestimated that. They thought they had them locked out. When they figured out that, holy shit, we lost the public somehow, They're trying to get the public back, and they'll do anything to get the public back. They're going to attack Johnny Depp for everything they can find. They will hit Adam Waldman, and they will hit him hard. And they're going to hit every one of us. That's why I'm glad. Like, I've seen, this is the dumbest freaking thing I was talking about this morning. I've seen so many different people that cover this. Law tubers, for example. I've seen some of them doing puff pieces with the media. The media, you know, is saying, well, they're the one, they're covering this. Look at how much money they're making and this and that. And they're giving them interviews. They think that that's good for them. They don't understand that the media is going to use that as calling them the leaders of a hate mob. Like, they just, they think that that's the media being, you know, fair and friendly when they've already started the hate mob thing. They've already talked about how we've all, like you said, how we failed Amber Heard. They've talked about, you know, how online there's this hate movement, and it's going to have leaders. Those people are going to be the leaders. They've already started propping them up. So you mark my words, you watch the fallout from this. They're going to aim at those channels. Thank God. I mean, I like where I'm at. I got 15 to 26,000 people typically tuning in. That's quite a few people. I love it. I appreciate everyone that comes here. I don't have 100,000 people showing up. I'm not the person that's right at the top, because the people at the
A
top,
lot of people in the chat are saying lawyers at courthouse.
we'll see. I'll look at the. Wait, it's 10:40. Well, it doesn't. Even if the lawyers go to the courthouse, it doesn't matter. Like, there's no. They'll troll you the whole time too. You know that, right?
Yeah, I saw. Well, one person had, okay, but then like 30 people started saying it.
I'm just saying they'll troll you. Like, remember, it's not the top of the hour yet. So I've got the footage pulled up. Like, they have the live views are showing. The live view is showing. Give me 1 second.
Apparently, the jury has a question.
Hey, you still got your screen? Kill your screen.
Oh, I just wanted to show you this.
Oh, you are you trying to share it? Okay.
Yeah.
I want to make sure. I didn't want to do. Okay, here, I'm going to click on it then.
Yeah. See, so this was that Vice News thread. Look at this. Boom, boom, boom. You know, people don't give a shit that he's playing over there, right? Like, nobody cares. Nobody cares. But this is somehow some terrible thing that he's over there doing this concert.
When they started out too, they don't make it, you know, like you said, they're going to turn it into how we failed Amber Heard. Well, they don't start out presenting it that way either, you know? So people thought it was like oh man, that's cool, he's there. And then they turn it into this negative, monstrous thing, you know?
I know. I mean, I don't blame him for going. He's been sitting in there for 6 weeks of this, putting his life out there to the public, all these intimate details. It's like, well, now that's at least over. I'm going to go and unwind instead of, you know, sitting around and moping. Go live your life a little bit. They don't bring up Amber Heard sitting in her $1 million resort in the desert right now. Eve Barlow.
That was brought
Barlow's like, huh?
Well, when it was brought up, Eve Barlow was like, "How dare you bring that up?
Reject this."
Yep. And yet she's talking about where Johnny Depp is. So by her own words, she's making death threats, right? I mean, that's what she's saying. If you put out her information where she's at, it's a death threat. So
I love that Eve Barlow's joke is still trending. It's been trending since yesterday, 13 hours ago.
I love that. Like, Eve Barlow doesn't realize what kind of a joke she is. I hope, by the way, the people asking in the chat, like, when's the trial? You know, when's that going to come up? I hope to God you're trolling.
Oh, she commented on it.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, finally.
Oh my God.
It's been more than 24 hours. I'm just a woman advocating for what's right, and I won't stop. Twitter is infinite miles wide, but only inches deep. I stand with Amber Heard.
Oh God, I'm gonna pull that up. I gotta have it. Oh, there it is. Oh, it was just 1 minute ago. Oh man. She, she's being loud about this because she's these people say that we're hate for hire. That's all we are. We're hate for hire, and we get super chats and whatnot. She said before that she only advocates if she gets paid. So she's getting hers. There it is, though. It's been more than 24 hours. I'm just a woman advocating for what's right, and I won't stop. Twitter is only miles. It's wild, infinite miles wide, but only
She's getting paid. She's getting paid in herd booty.
I stand with Amber. I bet not just that. I mean, the clout she gets, the interviews and everything else. And again, here's the thing. Like when you and I talk about this, we take a chance just talking about these cases, because again, we're painted as aggressors, as monsters. Like these people, they get the backing of mainstream institutions. They get the backing of nobody will come after them for doing everything in their power to do damage to Johnny Depp. Nobody in those positions of prominence gives a shit about that. But man, you talk about Amber Heard, they might try to yank everything away from you.
She's retweeting obvious bot accounts too. She retweeted, "You are heard. I believe you at I believe you a." It's just a stan account for Amber Heard, and she's out there retweeting that.
I'm typing that out real quick. I was typing out like Eve Barlow is mad about Eve Barlow is a joke. LOL. God, this is hilarious. It's funny to watch go on. What's funny is I'm just a woman. Just a woman with that. Oh, that's good stuff. I want to find the Fartlow because where she talked about Fartlow being again the same thing as what the Yahtzees did. I'm looking for that article. There it is. I found it.
Did you play this? Did you play this? I didn't share my audio, so you won't.
I didn't. Yeah, don't share your audio. Yeah, I haven't shown that today, so bring it up. Yeah, this was from the February 2017. This is right after the decision for the divorce settlement. It was called Sorry Not Sorry. So it has Eve Barlow and Amber Heard celebrating that they just made their money. Remember they tell the world that I said Eve Barlow, I meant Whitney rather. Is it Whitney and Amber? Yeah, they were celebrating making, what they said was $7 million. And remember the $7 million, they never even include the fact that Johnny Depp cleared all of her debt. So she had her part in almost $14 million that were brought up. So she got to walk away free and clear in that too. That's a lot of damn money, man.
Yeah, that's sick. Then she's in that Mustang he bought her too.
Yep.
Fucking classic Mustang.
Oh, that makes me so mad. How's
that PTSD treating you there in that Mustang?
Did you see that
celebrating?
Did you see the David Clackey thing where he was talking about dealing with her with the Mustang, the mechanic guy? Did you ever see?
Yeah, I remember talking about it. She was a real bitch.
Yeah. She tried to flirt with him and stuff, and then also that's where her dad's statements come in. It's pretty funny stuff. But give me a second. I found that article though on the on Eve Barlow. Pull that up.
Yeah, poor Eve Barlow.
I know. It's funny they don't bring in the fact that this is her girlfriend talking about her, But this is a fart joke is not again, if you don't know, again, wording she tried to use something where people could not, they wouldn't recognize what was being discussed because a lot of people have never, they don't know what that word means. But the definition of that would be like an organized massacre, of a particular ethnic group. So it'd be like what the Yahtzees did to the Jewish people. So she was saying, a fart joke, that is the equivalent. And this is being called out. And you notice where it's being called out. This is in the nation.com. So this is this is a place that covers Palestinian and Israeli news. So she makes that because she says, I don't know who crafted the first tweet that simply said Eve Fartlow, but whoever it was, bot or a human, started a fire. So they go through it, and she complains. Like I said, she complains about it being hate crime. She complains about it again being the same thing. It's the digital version. Let me find that statement real quick. I'll pull it up. She complains about it being the digital version. She says she's the first person that's ever experienced something like that of what the Yazidis did to the Jews. So she compares mass genocide with being called fartlow. I mean, can you the ego to that? There it is. Actually, it was in that statement. I just missed it. So here, check this out. This is where she says that. It was actually the bottom part of it. So she opened. I don't know who crafted the first tweet. Simply said, Eve Fartlow. Again, that was Seth Rogen. So Seth Rogen, Jew. So she's saying a Jew did this. Whoever it was, bot or human, started a fire. Over the past 2 weeks, Twitter has been littered with the words Eve Fartlow. Every time I tweet, the title is a response I attract and is pelted me. But irrespective of what I write, I dub it the world's first social media program. So again, she's saying that this is the first social media setup that is equivalent to what the Yazidis did. I mean, that's nuts. But of course, that's how these people see themselves, Victimhood. It has it's definitely worth money. It's definitely worth clout. You want to hear funny? So I posted 5 minutes ago. I posted that thing about Eve Fartlow as a joke, or Eve Barlow as a joke, and it's already picked up 800 freaking likes on it in 5 minutes. Oh, I love having 100,000 people watch it because you can trend almost anything this way, or you can make it go out there. That'll help that trend,
Oh, the law and crime lady did tweet this. Stacy Delacat reports that moments ago, Johnny Depp's attorneys and a member of his security team went into the courthouse.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're sitting here. I've got like 4 feeds open here. Let's see. I even opened a law and crime one. I'm not going to show the law and crime one.
If they're coming back right now, that would be really good. That's almost a positive for Depp.
Yeah, I mean, I got like this is the live feed that we've been getting, and I got a bunch of them open. And like I said, I'm watching anyone's feed that comes up. So while we're talking, I've got 5 feeds open at the top.
You should leave one open. I bet your views will quadruple. Oh, we're coming back right now.
I could leave the outside one open. I mean, it's not. That's hilarious. Well, actually, you know what's funny? Okay, so Law and Crime has been doing this. They put up a counter at every hour. They put up a counter, and when people look at it, they're like, "Oh my God, it's coming up! It's happening now!" But I mean, every hour they put up a counter, and it makes it look like, "Oh my God, the decision's coming right now." You would think the people would have some kind of answer anyway, because they got all weekend to think about it,
Yeah, it's true. I feel like most of these people have their minds made up.
I'm thinking about, again,
There's
if they're going
one or two holdouts, that's what it is.
I'm sure, yeah.
And who is that, and who are they holding out for? I don't know. What is the holdout? These are things we won't find out till they all put their books out.
Yep, that's true.
Which is for sure going to happen.
Hell yeah, I would. I'd write a freaking book and a half if I were one of the jurors. I would, because they're gonna make bank off of this. They just wrote themselves a check for. I'd be the first juror to come out and do interviews, because you would make hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Oh yeah,
I'd be right there. I'd be like, "Yo, hit me up," because I'm going to do that. I'm telling you though. Okay.
Speaking of the jury, somebody was posting a picture of a broken door and saying that it was a juror.
Yeah, I saw that. Like nobody. At first they were showing off the Jennifer Howell pictures. That was the first thing in saying that was a juror. And then on top of that, I saw that other thing. So yeah, I caught that. But there's been no proof that a juror had their home broken into or anything like that.
Why would they even post that? You know, they don't. They'd have to give the jury member's name too in the report.
Yeah, and that's the kicker. Like, I haven't heard anything about it. You know, I haven't seen anything like that actually makes that claim seem or feel real. Again, if there's a decision that will be coming up, though, if there's actually something going on, God, my wife keeps texting me every hour. She's like, "Are they deliberating yet? Is it coming on?" Yeah, it's funny. Like everybody's waiting. Like everybody wants to know. I mean, I do too. I want to know what's happening, but it's just funny.
It's a nice courthouse.
Yeah, we're here right outside the courthouse. Look, we are standing right here on the lawn, reporting live. You can see both of us. We're totally right here. It doesn't like. It's funny what kind of circus it was. You know, before when you looked outside, you know, while the trial was going on, it was an absolute freaking circus. You know?
Oh yeah, the police there, I felt bad for them.
God,
because you know they're not used to that at all.
No, they made some mistakes too. To be honest, they screwed up a few times. You know, they'll probably. I bet you money they have a few lawsuits that'll come in. You know, because
what do you think?
Go ahead.
I'd say, what do you think for?
Well, I mean, for some of the treatment of people in the crowd, for example, like the way that they could get sued for everything from, you know, booting somebody. Well, I was reloading, so when I check the feed, sometimes if the picture lags for a minute, it's because I got so many damn feeds playing in the background. I'm checking. Yeah, I would have pulled that off for just a second because again, I'm checking all of them. I want to see like at the hour, is anything going to come up? You know?
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's very important to catch.
Is there anything new in the Marilyn Manson case?
Yeah, there was TMZ just reported a new piece, and there was one of the people that pointed the finger at him. They they brought a case against him, and it was kicked. So one of his so-called accusers had their case kicked out.
Yeah, I heard about that one.
Yeah, there's something new though. So the TMZ is reporting, like this came up today. Sexual assault case winding down, charges unlikely. So Marilyn Manson has been the target of sexual assault. We'll pull this up after we got a 3-minute counter. So again, I'm waiting to see if anything happens during that 3 minutes to see if we can jump over to the coverage somewhere, you know. But there's like 3 minutes on the clock for that.
I got to look into the Manson stuff and see how I feel about it because I haven't really looked into it that much yet.
Well,
I think once this is wrapped up, I'm gonna start looking into that case and really take a look at it and what's going on.
I keep telling you,
if it's failing out of criminal charges, that's not a good look for the people saying he did shit.
Did you read the filing by Marilyn Manson himself? Did you see all that?
No, I haven't seen much of anything yet.
Okay, on his.
That's why I haven't really taken a stand on anything because I don't know the details yet.
I'm not taking a stand per se, one way or the other, but I do feel so. There's two main people involved. Evan Rachel Wood. There are 2 comments that she made that are definitely off in the weeds. Like they look. And then the other accuser, her big claim to fame was painting the orange man with a small Cheeto, you know. So he had a little bitty. She painted him with a tiny little nub of a peewee. And the media was like, "Oh, that's so great!
Oh, it's brave and stunning!
Yep.
Oh, you got Trump!"
Yep. So after that, her media died down pretty fast. Of course, you know, as all these do.
Oh yeah.
She said, "I was assaulted by Trump supporters." Okay, she went public. I got assaulted by Trump supporters. Okay, so she got publicity for that. it died down. And guess what? I got assaulted by Trump supporters again. So, and the claim that she gave for the second was just like crazy. I'm not saying there aren't crazy people out there, but her claim was just like, are you kidding me? You know? And yeah, people, when people seek, they seek headlines, they seek notoriety like that. It does make me wonder, it does make me question. All right.
Yeah, I mean, people want to get their star out there again. That's a quick way to do it. Just say, "Oh, well, this very famous man, he raped me or assaulted me or made my life hell and abused me."
Yeah, it works.
From what I saw, it looked like they were in a BDSM type relationship.
Yeah, I mean, that's from what I've heard from sourcing. A lot of these claims are, again, Marilyn Manson's sexual life is going to be. It's not going to be like what Johnny Depp had, because we're talking about a guy that has a provocative lifestyle. He has some stuff that they could point at and could say, "Ooh, there's something here." Just
People
because
saying he's a Satan worshiper. I think that's a character.
I don't care if he's a Satan. Who cares? Like, that's
I'm pretty sure that's all fake character. Him like pouring all that up.
Well, it doesn't even, the whole Church of Satan thing. I mean, I don't particularly. That doesn't mean that he sat behind the charge was that he sat behind the scenes. He attacked her. He did this, that, and the other. I don't remember that being like, the doctrine for, again, the Church of Satan is a different thing than
you are right.
Wow.
Even if he is a Satanist, that doesn't mean he deserves to have his life dragged through the mud on a false accusation.
Well,
nobody deserves that.
No, I mean, there are a lot of things that most celebrities have. I don't like celebrities, period. Like, just I don't like the idea of celebrity at all. But I don't think, when we were talking about Johnny Depp, one of the things that was brought up about him was the fact that he made those Donald Trump statements, and some people have gone on record saying, "Oh, well, because of this, F him," basically. That's crazy to me. That's absolutely crazy. You can't throw a person under the bus just because of politics and stupid bull, like that.
Yeah.
You can't do it with religion. Again, you can find what he believes his taste. Well, that's your business, but again, one is not the other. Here's her pictures, by the way. These are like if you really want to, if people really want to see how desperate she was to craft a narrative, she said, "Oh, I would take pictures in different light." No, she would create different lighting effects. Again, you can see where the flash bulb hits her in the head, or the flash is here. But look at her shirt. She has a white shirt on. They've adjusted the coloration of this so much that her shirt is bled to black.
It looks like it got put in the washer with a dark shirt.
I mean, if you look at like this one, here's the same thing. It's lighter, but look at the shadowing effect. Like, it's so bright, it almost makes it look like there's lights over here and here. You can see the haloing. So that one, they're trying to make her look like she has different bruising and stuff. Then there's this one is so bad. Like, look, when I used to see this picture, I actually thought there was a medicine cabinet behind her with a light or something, when I first saw it, because of the lighting effect. But it's the same problem, same kind of lighting issues. You'll notice too, she keeps playing that lip thing. And look here. You don't see this in other shots. This is fascinating to me. You see her lip right here? Like, where did that go in the big shots that we saw? So here, she's trying to showcase that she has something wrong with her lip, but it doesn't come up in the other, the main pictures. So she's either creating false injury, or she's got some nasty chapped lip or something. I don't know. But a lot of people have said,
or herpes.
Yeah, I call it. I call the thing on her lip, I call it Little Franco. Franco left a present. Well, he probably left a few presents, but he left a long-lasting one. There's a big problem. I'll show you a metadata problem in just a second, or a faking problem that comes. This picture right here. Well, I'll come back to it in a minute, but yeah, this is a picture that's tuned down better, but still, look at her shirt. Still, look at the way they've again pulled it. That's a white shirt. It looks like it has design, and this is the toned down picture. That's her best toned down picture. Here, I don't even know. Like, besides her acne, I'm not even sure what we're supposed to see here. Look, you can see her nasty skin. She needs to, take care of her acne. Oh, and look, I think she's been cocaining it up. Look at that. Ooh, she's been cocaining that up. Look how inflamed those nostrils are. I mean, if you look at it, do you see an injury in this? Because I can't find it.
I don't see anything.
I can't find shit. I can't find anything to even point at. There's that one again. Like I said, I'll come back to it. Here, look how gross her skin looks. Look what they tried to do here. They took a flash bulb, and you see how they're trying to claim all of this is injury. They try to make it darken enough that it looks like, oh, look, I got bruises. Okay, is that a bruise, or is that what is that? But look at how gross her skin looks there. Yuck. Looks oily. Looks like somebody was painting an oil painting. Here's her with little Franco on display. Check it out.
It looks like a cold sore.
And she got the herpes. That's what it is. Yeah, a little Franco now and then will leave you with a blemished skin. Shit. So you can tell, look, here's her shirt for real. See how white it is, right? So the other pictures, she just gives herself away because you can tell how like it darkens in here. You can tell me too that she keeps old clothes. And then there's this. Okay, you've seen the scalp picture, right? Where she supposedly had her hair pulled out. Yeah.
Yeah, it just looks like she combed her hair up over.
What's this? Though? You see this right here? Now look, it's not a lighting thing. It almost looks like a tag or something. Somebody was saying this could be like extensions or something possibly. But look, like here, like that's not just the lighting effect on the scalp. There's something here because it's whitened in. If you zoom in, like you can tell the difference in the coloration of the scalp. It looks like there's, again, maybe that's where extensions go in or something. But this doesn't. If you've got I know that's gross to zoom in like that, but I don't believe that's infection. I believe that's glue or something like extension glue. Because first of all, if somebody pulls your hair out and then a couple hours later your head starts oozing like gross, like that's not normal. Like that would mean you had some kind of weird problem. And it's not like coming out of the scalp. It doesn't look like it's covering the hair. It looks like extension glue or something. It doesn't look like a infection. It's very weird. Then you
That's
get to
my
the
favorite.
Hair. Yeah.
Look.
Look,
Look
mono
at this.
roots. Yeah. Have you seen the picture that Kevin Murphy took of it compared? Have you ever compared the two?
No, I don't
Okay,
think
so-
you have to show me that picture. This is the one that I always laugh at. Like,
Okay.
gotcha. Like I could cut hair off of my head right now.
Yeah, and
It doesn't have to be my hair. I could take my dog's hair. Look.
Well, there's no roots in it, so I mean that
Yeah.
makes sense, right?
It looks like it's just scissors. It's like she went to the barber and got it.
Yeah, because I mean, if you're that's what bothered me about this more than anything. Like again, I looked at it, I could see the knots in it. Like again, after you stare at it for a while, you see like I said, you see the knots in it. Give me a minute. Pulling up the Kevin Murphy thing too. Yeah, Kevin Murphy. See, okay, so what happened is Kevin Murphy was called, just like all these buddies and friends, they were all called in. Well, she calls it Kevin Murphy, which is the estate manager. And she's like, oh, Johnny Depp pulled my hair out and all this stuff. And Kevin Murphy was like, this is bizarre. You know, like what the hell's going on with this? And he took a picture. Now his picture again is taken on the sly, so the quality is substantially diminished. You can tell that she posed that picture. She pointed to the hair. You know, I mean that's obviously manipulated. But here's his picture. All right, now like I said, it's not as good quality, but he was like, that's not human hair. This is what he said she showed him. Look at that. That's a clump of dog hair or something.
What color are Yorkies?
And that's not, I mean, that's not human hair.
What color is her Yorkie?
Well, she has that. Actually, it looks like this hair here. Give me a second. Let me pull up their Pistol and Boo. Pull up a picture of both of them together. It looks like that hair clump. A second. So there's Pistol and Boo.
Hey, that's where the hair came from. Look at that.
Yep.
It's just like our dog hair.
Yep.
That looks just like the hair in that picture.
Yep. That's what I thought when I saw it. I'm like, all right. Now here's a better thing. So she screwed up on the metadata thing. She screwed up big time. All right, we'll come back to the bed picture and stuff in just a second. But there's this huge, like they had a glaring issue, and they didn't hit this in the court, and it kind of pisses me off, to be honest, because it's a glaring problem that she has. So her story about the 15th is that Rocky Pennington came in on the 15th and took pictures. You know, she said that multiple times, and Rocky Pennington said that too. On the 15th, that's the date they took pictures. The next day, they have the James Corden show. All right. So the pictures that were turned over, they have, they were talking about the data attached to them. Right. So here's the data attached to them. Remember, 15th, that's her day. Okay. If you look at the data here, the majority of the pictures, they come from the 16th and the 17th. None come from the 15th, according to their data. You have December 12, 16. That's these pictures. 12, 17, and one on 12, 18. So none of the pictures on their own identifying data say that they come from the 15th, first of all. Making it even better, there's a huge screw up. Let me roll down through here. There's a huge screw up in their pictures that they take. So the pictures on the 16th, they're these. All right. We've seen like one of these. We actually saw the one from the 18th. But if you look at them, these are all from the 16th. Then you have the picture from the 18th. It looks just like a picture we just saw. Why? Because it's the same picture. It's only, if you look, here's the 16th picture. This is a portrait. Here's the 18th. It's landscaped. They're the same picture. Somebody, props to Andy who put this together, by the way. But look, it's the same picture. It's grid lines, exactly the same. It is the exact same picture. But they date for 2 different days. What they were trying to do, it looks like, is it should have been like this. They should have had that picture, then this one, and then that one in a line. And they should have all shown the 16th. But it looks like somebody monkeyed around with the EXIF data, all the metadata tagging, and they were running it through, they were running them through some kind of programming to play around with it, and they messed up. So the data, again, the actual tags showing the data on it says that those pictures come from 2 different days. And yet there you are. They're the same picture. They've done, like, I was thinking, why didn't you bring that up in the court? I mean, that's an easy, they brought up the other picture, which I thought was a good one. Let me kind of roll back and find it. That one picture that they brought up and they said there's 2 of this. Here we go. This one right here. Like this, I thought was a good thing to bring up. They said this picture right here. They asked that her technical expert. They said, so you agree that these 2 pictures are 2 different pictures, right? And the guy's like, yeah. So then they bring up another one, which is this picture. And they said, so can you tell us this picture? It comes from the exact same time. It comes from the exact same minute, an hour, and the exact same second. So it's the exact same picture, but they're different. So if none of them went through editorial software or anything, how would you have the exact same picture that looks different? And then, they asked, which one does the jury look at? Which one should the jury trust? Should they look at the original picture there, like this one, which you can tell is the original, or should they look at the toned up one? Which one should they use? And I thought that was a great statement, and they should have just kept hammering stuff like this.
I thought for the most part they did pretty good, though.
Yeah, I thought one of the things I don't understand, they didn't bring in the audio, that audio we listened to from Australia.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I don't understand why they wouldn't bring that up at all. They didn't. I realized they would have to cut out certain portions. I thought about playing that. I think I'm going to play that in a minute.
I like that they managed their time much better. That last 6 minutes.
That was hilarious. What I thought, if you hear rattling, I'm looking at my wife brought me some, she brought me some breakfast, but I'm trying to see what the hell's here. So there's some biscuits, but the kids have a couple of biscuits in here. I'm trying to find the one that's mine. So, but anyway, I thought they did well, but you know what? They still left 7 hours just laying there. They let it. They could have put together more, like on the closing and stuff. They fine tuned it right down to the second. But as far as presenting witnesses, they had a witness that didn't show up for some reason.
Oh, that's the flight attendant.
Mm-hmm.
The person that was going to dispute her story, which I think is already, I mean, how many people on that plane have testified? I'm the one that's telling the truth here. Not these 6 other people.
Well, what should have happened?
Flight attendant would have been good because that looks like an impartial person.
Well, they also needed somebody to say that he wasn't trying to break wrist. He's the wrist snapper, I saw the funniest pictures. So somebody made a shirt, and instead of Twisted Sister, they had it was called Twisted Wrister. Let me see if I can find it. I thought that was really funny, though. My wife showed it to me. She was like, look, somebody made a shirt called Twisted Wrister. Here it is. Oh, shoot. I thought that was funny. I was like, they need a tagline on it, though. Here. Twisted Wrister. I was telling her on the back, it should have said, we're not going to break it. We're not going to break it.
Maybe Amber Heard sent that intimidator to the flight attendant's house.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't be surprised.
Not everybody's as ballsy as Jennifer Howell.
True that. I'm looking for their investigator because she hired a guy to dig up dirt on.
I remember I did a video on that a long time ago.
Yeah, Paul Barisi. Yeah, here it is. I found him. Yeah, I remember that too. It was from like 2020.
He was so blown away that he turned all over the evidence to Johnny Depp.
Yeah. She fired him afterwards and called him like a fraud and all this other stuff, Whoops, that's the wrong one. My bad. God, I got too much crap open. I couldn't find it for a second. There it is. Yeah, here it is. Exclusive. Amber Heard hired PI to dig up dirt on Johnny Depp, but fixers spoke to 100 people who all couldn't say enough about his generosity and tender heart. But some had harsh words about her.
That's great.
Yeah. So he interviews. Can you imagine like going out and I mean, he's considered a Hollywood fixer. He's the guy you call if you want to screw somebody up like that. And he interviews 100 people going all the way back 30 years, and he can't find anyone that would say anything. One friend said the only thing I would be willing to help that gold digging whore do is to load the gun she wanted to use to Minecraft.
Careful, don't pull an H3H3.
No, I'm not going to even say I wouldn't even go the rest of that, you know? Man, H3H3 dug their hole there, didn't they?
Yeah, he got in trouble though. He got a strike, so
Well,
which
I'm
I mean,
shocked that-
I don't think anyone should have their channel. I think it should all be
I don't
by
want
the-
anybody getting suspended or anything, man.
I wish YouTube would just fairly enforce the rules. Like, okay, here's a strike instead of deleting your entire channel.
Yep.
Like that shit is bullshit.
Well, good news, by the way. So there was a pro Depp channel called SEC. They were demonetized yesterday, and that got fixed. So they did come back up. But I have a feeling that there's going to be a lot of channels that cover this stuff that are going to come under heavy attack afterward, you know, as this rolls forward. I think that that's going to come up.
What
But
they demonetize them for?
They didn't even have I don't think they told them. They demonetized them. They noticed that they had been demonetized, and they probably, I mean, you know, it's usually an excuse like, oh, spam or something. You know what I mean? It's usually something stupid like that. But they demonetized them, and now they're back. Let me see what they had to say about it. Let me pull up their channel. But yeah, they demonetized them yesterday. Now again, they got restored, but still, I mean, if you think about that, that's God. You put in all this time to build up a channel. You talk about stuff. You follow all the rules, and what happens? People try to destroy you for it. But yeah, so all right, there it is. Let me get it real quick here. I had to make sure I had them. So they talked about it. My entire channel got demonetized with no explanation. After years of videos and you checking every single one for monetization. So again, they were going through the whole thing of, you know, just like the rest of us have been, because they've covered Johnny Depp stuff. You know how that is, man. They why the hell is cancel Santa tricked? What's up with that? Anyway.
Yeah, somebody posted some communist thing or whatever. I don't think it's real. So, but everyone's all riled up about it.
Oh Lord. But anyway, so
that for like 2
I'm
seconds.
gonna look at it in a second.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure I'm right. I only looked into it for like 2 seconds.
I just was curious because I saw it there. But she got demonetized. Then, you know, she said, seeing that I'm in YouTube jail for at least a month, a second channel, you know, she was talking about I'm going to do something else there. And then, bam, after 24 hours, finally got it fixed, you know. So I think that's good. You know, they're, I mean, that's bad stuff. You never know what YouTube is going to do. Like sometimes you might actually get a human being. That's why we have our MCN.
Well, I was going to say, I wonder if she's just posting trial clips with no commentary.
No,
like that, you get knocked for reused content with that.
Yeah. No, she's been doing this stuff for a long time, like a long time. And, you know, well before the trial stuff ever came up. So, I mean, it was a commentary on decisions and everything else. And they were just, you know, demonetized out of the blue. But at least it went good because, you know, Andy, he ended up getting demonetized. You remember that? So.
Andy did?
Yeah, at one time he did. He got it back. But, yeah, he got demonetized, I think it was last year, while covering this and so many other things, you know?
I thought he just got like a bunch of yellow dollar signs.
No, he got demonetized at one time for like over a day. He got demonetized. Yeah, it was scary. I was like, oh my God. That's why, again, people ask me what we're talking about with the MCN. So we have a multi-channel network. Some of those are frauds. You have to be very careful about those. But if you find one, that will probably save your channel if you find a good one. So we have Alita Lines. I asked them, I was like, I'm gonna shut you guys out because you've cleared so much crap for us. And he was like, yeah, I ain't scared of Amber Heard. Screw that. So anyway, when you get flagged, you're usually getting flagged by some, a person at a call center. They're using quantity, not quality of decision. And that's usually, if you appeal it, it's being followed up by maybe the same people. You never know who it's going to. But again, the decision will come in, bam, like that sometimes. The MCN can appeal it and can take it. Again, they're not, if you haven't violated anything, you don't have anything to worry about. And they can go in, they can talk about it. They got Raging Golden Eagle. His entire channel was yeeted. They just destroyed everything, and they got him back.
Yeah, I was glad to see that.
That
and then just getting your channel yeeted for no reason, and the whole thing with the monetization, that shit is scary. That's why I joined the MCM.
Yeah, me too. I'd like to be able to sleep at night.
Yeah, it took a lot of that stress off.
Yeah. I mean, it's still, anytime you get a letter from YouTube, it's usually terrible. It's not a good thing. They never give you like a, hey guys, how you doing? Every now and then you'll get like a stat breakdown at the end of the month or something, but typically you get a letter from them, it's always negative. You never get anything positive from YouTube. My favorite picture, the bed. The bed that has no blood on it. Like everybody focuses on the broken thing, and they're like, this. Okay, well, she has Johnny Depp set on her back, pummel her until she loses consciousness, ripping out her hair. She's bleeding everywhere. Not a speck of blood on this bed. No leak through, no nothing. There's no blood anywhere.
I see what got her in trouble. I'm looking at that SEC channel right now.
What was it?
So the first two videos, one, it has 1.1 million, and it's Johnny Depp frustrated with Amber Heard on red carpet, and it's just them talking. It's not.
So it's probably a reused content hit.
Yeah, it's probably reused content. But that's not all it is. Like, there's her videos there, but you know how this works. They only look at the top videos. So full 5-hour video, full 5-hour audio, full 2-hour audio, Depp versus Heard. Like, that's just that stuff put up there without your commentary, and they're going to look at that and say, well, this is just reused content.
Well, and she's probably getting mass flagged a lot right now, with all the Amber Heard crazies are out there flagging any channel that has any push or hit whatsoever. They're flagging everybody.
Yeah, I know. I see it on my channel because I'll have videos that'll turn yellow, and then I just get them fixed immediately, so you're not doing any damage.
Yeah,
because I'll just send them right to the MCM. Hey, fix this for me real quick, will you? And within usually if it's during the day, in an hour, it'll be repaired. So it's take that L.
I usually have to record my videos at night, because of work stuff. I took off time so I could cover this freaking case, but typically I record that night before so I can get it through by the next day. Now, I've noticed that some of the approval process, like YouTube, has dragged its feet when it comes to approving Depp content too, like at night and stuff. Like, I had a video. I'll if I can't get it through, I'll clip something and upload it again as a different kind of video, because it is a different video. It's not the same video again. But I had one set for 4 days the other day that didn't go through because they've slowed down on some of the videos. I found some more stuff with Aquaman. I very much, from what I'm hearing, I very much believe that Warner has just pushed her out. Like, she's fired and she's blacklisted from Warner Brothers. I very much believe that, from what I've been hearing.
I'm hoping they pull a Kevin Spacey with her and digitally take her out.
That'd be amazing.
Aquaman too. You can do it.
Yeah.
It was done with him.
Yep.
And she's only in the movie for 8 minutes, apparently. Take her out, put in Amelia Clark. And then the third
That'd be a
one.
smart thing to do.
Yeah, you'd have people all hyped to see her and Jason Momoa together again as Aquaman and Mira. That would be awesome. I mean, what is she doing? What's Amelia Clark even doing right now? You know, she'd do it.
Nothing that I know of. I mean, well, regardless, all she'd need is they need a week of reshoots at most, you know? I mean, really probably a day, but at most, let's just say like, you know, they have some extensive thing they want to do, like a week at most, but it'd probably be like a few hours, just being honest. 8 hours. I mean, you know, or 8 minutes rather, that's nothing.
They were great together in Game of Thrones. Put them back together again.
Yep.
They had real chemistry, unlike Amber Heard and him. Had none. That'd be great. I'd probably go see the movie if they did that.
Well, you know that. I mean, you can tell that they've turned again. Like the Warner Brothers, they don't want anything to do with her anymore. And I mean, it's so transparent. Like if you go and check out Instagram. If you look at the Warner Brothers, so they have Warner Entertainment, and let's see, I think there's 3 other accounts, like not Warner Brothers, the main one, but Warner Entertainment, and I can't remember the other 2. They followed Jason Momoa, they followed Aquaman, they followed all of that, but they unfollowed Amber Heard. They've actually unfollowed her. Yeah. So I mean, that's crazy, man. You know, when the company itself they still follow Ray Fisher. But they don't follow Amber Heard anymore.
It's funny because it was James Wan and Jason Momoa that pushed so hard to keep her in the fucking movie.
See, I don't believe that Jason Momoa pushed that. I have a problem believing that because she went after Zoe Kravitz before, and it's hard for me to believe that Jason Momoa has been very protective of his stepdaughter. I mean, understandably so. He's always been protective. I can't imagine her like throwing shade at Zoe Kravitz and then him being like, "Yeah, I want to keep you around."
Yeah.
I think that agent lied. I think she lied. I think what happened was Warner Brothers doesn't want to admit this either. I think so. I know who pulled the trigger for sure. It was the chairperson. Sarnoff. She was the second in command at Warner Brothers. She's fired now with Discovery coming in, but she hit up that Jason Kilar, the CEO. She wanted to keep Amber Heard. She likes Amber Heard. She liked Ezra Miller too. Ezra the trash fire Miller. And but she wanted to keep both of them, but she wanted to make an example out of somebody, and she decided that it had to be Johnny Depp. So she got permission. Again, she's the second in command over with Warner Brothers. And, well, it was anyway. She ends up firing him or asking him to resign. She's going to fire him. So he ends up stepping down. And, man, that hit right there. Woo! It didn't just destroy one movie. It destroyed, I believe, the Harry Potter franchise. I think that Fantastic Beasts was destroyed because of that move.
Yeah, Fantastic Beasts was never a good series anyway.
No.
Imagine if they had kept Johnny Depp, though. I bet you that movie would have at least broke even.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at that, okay. So if you're looking at the box office comparison right now, if we're just looking at domestics, not taking in overseas numbers by themselves.
Well, look at Dior.
Oh, yeah.
I bet you people would have rushed out to the theaters to watch that movie, especially because that movie launched at the start of the trial.
Yep.
Which was so dumb.
Well, that was, the reason they did that. Okay, so their plan was the movie was originally allotted to release not before the trial, but during the trial. And they decided, hey, they kept spending advertisement money to go out and move it. So they decided to move it. That's why it opened overseas. It opened earlier than the trial. They moved all of that up. And they thought, okay, well, this will at least give us a little time to clear that. And then bam, Ezra Miller hits. So everything they did, I mean, they had the trial coming up, which is going to hurt it anyway. But right before it, like I said, they thought they'd have a couple of weeks to, if they could solidify it, it'd be okay. And Ezra freaking Miller comes in. He opens up that trash fire, and it brings every conversation back to Johnny Depp anyway. I love it. But look at those numbers. I mean, okay, Fantastic Beasts 2. I don't like it's boring to me, but I was curious. Like when I saw the pictures of Depp's character for 2, I saw that movie because I was curious if how that would be. I wanted to see. It was odd, I wanted a villain, and he was going to promote a villain. And that's what a lot of people went and they looked into. Fantastic Beasts 2 made enough money that you got a Fantastic Beasts 3. And then they cut away everything that they had been building because they were a bunch of morons, the money to it too. God. So here's their earnings. They're gonna say, well, HBO, we're gonna make our money back or whatever, but that's garbage. They won't make their money back. So their worldwide box office is, say, 811, decreased 650, and now not even 400 yet. And that's a substantial decline.
Yeah, it makes me wonder. Well, they were supposed to do 2 more.
Yeah.
I'm thinking they're
do
going to
another
just wrap
one.
that up into one. I think they'll do 1 more.
Well, they had,
Just to wrap up that storyline.
they still haven't put a script out for the 4th one. Like usually what they'll do is they'll do a script, right? They'll put it together, and they'll announce, they'll talk about it, hype it up a little bit. But there was right before the movie came out, I think it was 2 months before, they had this big, I can't remember what it's called, but it was Warner Brothers, some kind of convention in Japan, and they were hyping, the Fantastic Beasts. They had a guy in charge there. They were talking about their script, and he said that they hadn't written a script yet. Even the Harry Potter sites like MuggleNet, like it's the biggest Harry Potter site out there, they even noted how they were shocked that there wasn't a script yet. So when you have the Harry Potter fans that are like, whoa, this is kind of weird, I don't understand what's going on, maybe that's a bad sign. You know what I'm saying? Their amount of money anyway, they're the amount of money has gone down since the beer bug hit. So the amount of money they made off of Fantastic Beasts domestically, they get about 50% of that money now. Used to, you got about 65%. Now they get about 50%. So when you look at that, you get around 45% of your worldwide number. So you're not even talking. I mean, if we were nice, just let's be really nice about it, and we'll call that $200 million, which it's not, but let's just call it $200 million, best case scenario. And then domestic, if we give them half of that, let's just call it another 100 million. That's $300 million. They've got to recoup $400 million to break even because they had $200 million budget, and then an advertisement where they advertise so heavy. That's another $100 million. They haven't even recouped their budget yet.
Yeah, they won't see it.
No, they'll never get it back, man. It's just they created a gigantic trash fire, and I'm proud of them. I mean, it's hard to destroy a franchise like Harry Potter, but they did.
Yep, they should have just kept him, but they're idiots. We're just gonna go with the herd side. That's where the money is.
Yeah. Well, why would you ever? They thought that Listen and Believe was much more powerful than it was. They thought that that noise. They say they don't listen to the Twitterverse, but they decided to listen to the Twitterverse. At the beginning,
somebody photo. His name is handsome 3-on-3 Iron Blood Jack. Photoshopped a Jack Murphy beard on Eve Barlow.
That's hilarious. was
I
checking
gotta take off, Tug.
All right, bro.
I gotta take my dogs out and
Let my dog. Yeah, that's all good. That's
make
good.
a
I
video.
appreciate you
Probably some
stopping by,
lunch.
man. I'll probably be on for a while, so if you want to pop in, you can.
Yeah, I'll probably pop back on later.
All right, good, man. All right,
How long are you gonna stay on streaming?
I don't know until I get bored.
Well, the jury's on lunch.
Yeah, I figure until I get
Till 1
bored,
o'clock.
I'll be here. I don't. We haven't heard anything. Like I said, if you hear anything too, like before I do, just message me. I'll message you if I hear anything.
All right,
Let you
brother.
know. That way, if you're out or something, you know it's coming up.
For sure.
Yeah, man. All right, later, bro.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, bro. I'm checking in some. I'm checking right now into a few messages just to see if anything has come up. That's interesting. So apparently, oh, check this out. That's crazy. So apparently, Twitter is doing their best. I've heard this complaint from a few people, but Critical Blast was talking about how picking up pro Depp messages, like they're getting, many of them are getting hit. And again, I'm going to give Critical Blast again, and give them some love because they actually they helped me get before here. Let me pull them up real quick. So before all of this went public, before we were going to have the trial where everybody could watch and see it, we thought that we were going to have to get media credentialing, to get inside, because we didn't think the public would be allowed into this trial. It looked like there weren't. Critical Blast, they right away, right when I mentioned that, they were like, yo, I can help you right away. Get that. And without any fanfare, they said nothing about it whatsoever. They didn't make a big deal about it. They helped out with that. So if you're on Twitter, you should follow @Critical Blast and give them some love for their work there. But they were talking about, like, check this out, literally in the same breath, they're oh man, look, the online hate for Amber Heard. Like I said, this is what's going to be pushed now. That's the new narrative. They're literally saying, best, let's do our bit. Remember that we don't always have the same or the right, all the information, or we potentially have the wrong information. Do not judge victim survivors of domestic violence for not being the perfect victim. Yeah. So, and then on top of that, like you said, look, and immediately on hitting tweet, we put a warning on this tweet because it might contain sensitive topics. So they are editing. They are making sure that basically kills a topic. So pro Johnny Depp tweets. I'm gonna put that up. Pro Johnny Depp tweets are now being censored online as sensitive topic. They're getting warnings, warning labels, which throttles their reach. So that is the platform. I've been saying that the platform will definitely push something like that. There are a lot of people that are attached to Twitter that like to say a lot about, how they wouldn't do that kind of stuff, while of course doing that kind of stuff, because that's the way that they go. That's the way that they do. 1 second, I'm pulling up the chat again. My chat closed out. I'm gonna hit a few. Elaine is out to lunch. Man, Elaine never took me up. Like yesterday, I was saying that if Elaine wanted to hit me up, I would definitely, I would send her something nice. I wanted to send her flowers, to thank her. Maybe a little chocolate, baby. But she never took me up on my offer. Here, this is what I posted. And again, I don't want her to take. I would send just some flowers to her outright, but I don't want it being harassment. So I posted this. And Elaine, baby, if you're watching, because I know you do, this is for you. Dear Miss Elaine, I know you watch my Twitter, and I wanted to send you a thank you and flowers, but I don't want it to be called harassment because I love you, baby. You helped expose my channel and Johnny Depp's truth to the world. So I wanted to send you love and maybe some chocolates. Get you some of that chocolate. That's right. We love you, Elaine. I love you long time. But no, didn't get any answer. It's okay. I know you're working hard for Amber. I know she keeps you probably on a tight leash. I don't love you any less. I don't love you any less. Could you imagine working with her? It's funny. TMZ. Okay, so there's another thing that actually had been making the rounds, and I thought was actually very telling. You know, there was all the talk about the cabinet video. You know that TMZ actually admitted that the cabinet video that was leaked by Amber Heard. They admitted it in 2016. Here's a video. Listen to this. Just listen.
Well, that's the first thing I notice in this video is that Amber Heard, it's in this, I think she thinks helps her case, that this has happened enough to her that she puts this camera down on the table and starts filming because she knows the way this argument's going to go and wants to get whatever he says or does on tape. If you notice, halfway through the video, she moves the camera so that it gets the angle of Johnny Depp so that he's on camera. Now, the other thing that I have to say Amber thinks by leaking this video is going to go a long way for her is that she's been alleging a lot of bad things about Johnny Depp. By leaking this video is going to go a long. Amber thinks by leaking this video is going to.
By leaking this video, they're the ones that received it, so they know where it came from, and they admitted that she leaked the video. So it wasn't just in the courtroom. You know, they made this big deal about, well, in the mighty, mighty courtroom, you know. No, the courtroom's one thing. But in reality, they already knew that she had leaked that information. They knew it. That's why they were so adamant about not revealing what had transpired, because they knew big time, like what had happened. They knew it. They've known it since day one. They didn't want that information coming out. I swear, if people are gonna, one second. That's weird. Give me a minute here. I'm checking something real quick. Checking all the feeds just to see. I always check the feeds they're supposed to go again at the top of the hour, but I always check them. But yeah, if you're gonna, if people are gonna troll though and say that the verdicts already came in, they should troll at the top of the hour. Like that makes it more effective. Oh Lord. No, I keep checking the feeds on that anyway, just to make sure that nothing weird happens, you know. Why don't I show my face? Because it's so sexy, you'll never want to watch any other channel again. You'd be like, oh my God, that umbrella guy. I never knew. I'd be like, yeah, I know it's okay. Be like, I never want to watch another channel again. See, I'm just trying to be fair to the other channels. No, for real. Why do I not show my face? Because when I started doing this, I felt that part of the message, it doesn't matter who I am. It actually has no bearing on what I say. Like a lot of people make this big deal about, you know, hey, look at me, look at my face, you know, these messages, again, consumer advocacy, treating your customers decently, treating people with respect, due process and on. When companies, especially, when they hear that, they shouldn't see my face. The only face they should be pointing at is the dead presidents that come out of your wallet. That's the only face that matters. So that was part of it. Now I'm also lazy and I don't like being on camera. So it doesn't really, I don't have to worry about like the people. If you go watch people that are on camera like for 12 hours, you know, my God, man, I can sit in my chair back here. I can lay back like a slouch and just lay back, do whatever I want to. You know, I could be in a half coma with ice. I'm like, oh, ice cream. I could be like that you know, that Amber Heard posed picture with Johnny Depp and the ice cream. That could be like me for real life, you know. Here, let me pull that up, and I just paint you a picture here. That could be me, like laying there. But I need this picture with an umbrella face. That's why. No, I mean this could be me right now. I could be sitting here. I could have a mic above my face. I can be like, oh, ice cream like rolling down my leg, hand in my pocket. God, I can't even get comfortable though. God, this chair. I got to get a new chair. This chair is falling apart. You finally get the chair broke in how you like it, and it sounds like it's breaking 5 ways to Sunday. It's like, no, that could be me right now. You wouldn't even know it. You know, this could also be me right now. I could be like busted up a little. Maybe this is my coffee table right now. Maybe for all you know, I'll be like, no, that in fact is not Johnny Depp's table because that's my table. Amber Heard, why did you break into my house and take pictures? Is it true, that umbrella guy, that you had a breakfast consisting of 4 lines of the Colombian? I'll be like, objection, Your Honor. Heard say. Heard say. What if any lines, Your Honor? What if any tampon applicator, Your Honor? Where'd my other lunch go? Where'd my other oh yeah, there it is. This is my pillow I'm resting on right now. I'll be like, what if any pillow, Your Honor? Objection, heard say. Comfortable times. God, that looks comfortable. I could sleep on a magic. Somebody was saying play the audio. I'll play the audio after we get our update in 9 minutes. In 9 minutes, we'll look at some pictures and stuff, and in 9 minutes, we'll play the audio. If they do not come back with a decision on top of that hour, okay? God, my channel has gotten up to 308,000. Again, I appreciate you folks. I appreciate you folks that have tuned in, that have kept us going and growing. Like I said, I appreciate it a lot. You've done this channel. God, you've done, it's not just the channel. Like, again, channels make a huge difference on people's lives, you know. For my family, you know, we are able to give our kids a much better lifestyle than we ever could have, you know, before that. And again, that's because of folks like yourself. So thank you. I cannot say thank you enough on that. It's quite awesome. But I will play that audio in a few minutes. Like I said, I want to make sure that nothing comes in at the top of the hour. I don't think it will, but if it does, well, we'll make sure. But I'll play the entire audio this time. We have 36 minutes of audio, and I typically, I keep it to about 8 or 9 minutes of it, but I think the whole thing would actually be fun to go through. So let's actually do that. I think that'll be our plan for it. 1 second. I think the other thing, a lot of people, like I said, there was a lot of stuff that never, I was interested in not just what was brought into the court, though, what I've been really interested in as of late is what wasn't brought into the court. You know, all of her statements, because when you look at some of these statements, like the way that she described it, it's kind of interesting. You know, her physical maladies when she's attacked. You know, it's so. I focused on the carpet. I remember looking at the carpet and thinking it was dirty. Like, you get to hear this in real life, you know? We were talking about one of his tattoos. When he had altered from Winona, his ex-partner, to Wino. I laughed at something he said, but he must not have meant as a joke, and he hit me with an open hand across my cheek. I was stunned. I never had a man other than my dad hit me. You know, she didn't try to bring all of that up and make it her daddy and her. It's so bizarre the way her claims about her father come up. I was staring at him in shock, finishing the laughter that it caused him to hit me, looking at him and trying to decipher what was going on. I didn't know if it was some kind of joke. The way he was looking at me seemed to antagonize. Then he hit me a second time, harder. I thought to myself, I can't believe this is happening. Did he just hit me again? I was still sitting next to him, looking at him. He was asking me, "Are you effing laughing? Do you think it's so funny, B?" I didn't know what to say. He tried to provoke an answer from me, saying, saying, because, you know, he wandered into Canada somehow. Hey, Chris, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Welcome to Canadian Tugs Thugs. I didn't know what to say. And it was as if my silence provoked him further because he hit me once again even harder. It felt like my eye popped out. Johnny wears lots of rings, one on each finger. She even admits that. See, here's the kicker. Like, a lot of people don't realize, she even brought up the rings. The third hit knocked me off balance and I fell to the floor. I remember thinking, what is going on? I was in a frozen, quiet space, trying to get back up. And looking at him was so hard. I remember looking at the carpet and thinking it was dirty. I focused on the carpet and I didn't give him a reaction. I told myself that I had to get in the car and leave. I couldn't validate it or make it real. I knew that I needed to get up, but I felt then I would have to leave the house, which would mean leaving the relationship, and I wasn't ready to do it. So again, that's her first. When you read it in a written form, it's not like what she said. You know, when she says it, it loses so much of its validity. It already looks overhyped in a lot of ways, but when she goes over this stuff again, it ends up becoming so much less because, again, the way that she brings it up, the way that she pushes it, the way that she tries to make it sound like legitimized. You know, her version of legitimacy is so different than legitimacy. Hey, Arnold Gamer, thanks for the 10. Objection, like a turd. Yes, exactly. Ellie Bumps, thanks for the 10. I think my SC fell through the cracks. We heard of the party from her assistant. My original comments were, your super chat. I haven't hit a lot of super chats yet, so I've got to go back and hit a bunch of them, you know. My original comments were, come on, troll. Now this is where you need to troll about the verdict. Come on. Troll harder. Troll it right now. Everyone, tell me, verdict in. Come on, tell me. I want to hear it. Verdict is in. Verdict is in. Even if you don't believe it, tell me. Okay, so you wanted to know. My original comments were, how did JD get ice cream poured all over him when the container is upright? Well, here's a better question. How is JD eating ice cream with his hand firmly tucked in his pocket? How does that work? Like, how did that happen? Smash, thanks for the 10. Looking forward more to your coverage on what's aftermath of this case. Ready to see what's next. Indeed. Indeed. Thank you. And for right now, thanks for the 5. I just typed in stage of a bruise after seeing a clip of AH with that makeup container on the stand, thinking about how weird the description is. Come on, tell me. I need to know. No, some people are like, I love the trolls. To be fair, I asked people to tell me the verdict is in. Come on, verdict is in. Tell me. Tell me. I did ask for this one, actually. Yeah. Stage of the bruise thing are fascinating when you look at it that way. What time is it here in the U.S.? Well, here for me, for them, it is what, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. For me, it is noon. So they're at 1. They just came from lunch break, probably. John O'Connor, thanks for the 9. Amber has Wolverine-like healing. Should have joined the she should have joined the USC. Yeah, she's a savage. Exactly. Exactly. She's a beast there. Hey, Wild Child, thanks for 5. Tug, you and your daughters need to do audiobooks for blind kids. You have the perfect voice for it. Love what you do. Hey, thank you for that. I thought about doing an audio like version of our comic book. Again, I'm waiting to see if anything does come up on the top of the hour. I am watching. So as much as I joke about it, I am actually keeping up with that for sure. I'm checking all the different places to make sure that nothing comes up. Like I said, I'll give it a couple minutes just in case something's slow. But remember, with the verdict, the judge said that if the verdict comes in, again, 2 parts of that. She said, number one, that the jury, they would, if they announced that, there would be 60 minutes for the other whatever attorneys. So they'd get 60 minutes to find out that the thing was in, so they could come in, they could have their representatives in the courtroom when it was read. And the second part to that would be she would announce it at the top of the hour. So that's why we keep up with the top of the hour. All right. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to play that audio that we have brought up many a time before. That audio is very powerful stuff, by the way, because, and it, the crazy thing about it was all of this wasn't brought up to the jury necessarily, which is like nuts when you think about it. I want to give props to Incredibly Average. He's the one who put without the add-ons,
evidence, witness
he wouldn't have been
testimony,
able,
and 3D
or we wouldn't have been able to
recreations
really understand it
and
as
what
well.
has been reported on
I'm pushing
already.
forward through it.
Fair warning, though. There are some loud moments.
There are, again, like he says, there are pops and everything else. That's why I don't magnify the sound to it either, because it's crazy that way. But I thought we would listen to it together. So let's go through it all. Do we have a verdict now?
I'm sorry for your headphones.
If we did,
The
we'd be
voices
talking
you're
about the
going
verdict
to hear.
for sure.
Amber Heard.
But no.
Amber is the one who secretly
we
recorded
don't have
this
it.
whole thing for reasons only she knows. Taking place in Queensland, Australia on March 8th, 2015, mere moments as an addiction where everyone else, in fact,
let me get it to where it starts.
Others in person and on phone calls with various members of.
Okay, so one thing that you have to remember too, she is the one that recorded all of this, okay? It wasn't Johnny Depp that recorded it. It was her. She's the one who recorded all of this, okay? She's changed her story about that significantly over time. But again, I'm not going to turn the sound up because it has loud crashing and other horrible sounds in the background. But we get subtitles. So you can hear yelling. It's really far away. Johnny, I'm sorry. Sorry for what you did. Here, I will turn it up just a little bit, maybe. I just don't want it to be really loud. No, I take that back. Let's leave it where it's at. I don't want it to be crazy. I didn't mean to, she responds. And you can hear it's way off in the background. She's really hard to hear through this. And there's other noise in the background. Like I said, it is really hard to hear. I guess you're leaving Monday.
I wish you fucking understood what you are
So see, we had this. We had them use this. I wish you understood who you are and what you are and how you effed me over.
And make me feel sick of myself.
So we had that brought in, but we didn't have the parts that condemn her utterly. Now this is Dr. Kipper. Dr. Kipper's coming in, you know, finding out what's going on. He's talking about what's wrong with the hand. He's going to need a skin graft. Otherwise, he's going to need, you know. So he's telling them what's happened here. Look, you see that, right? Okay. Look at this statement here. But I'm trying to find where they put so he's talking about the finger, you know, trying to put so she did this. Look, Ben, look, I can't find the finger. Look, Ben, look what she did. She did this. You have them talking about it in the background. Look, she did this. Now, these freaking people go on record, every one of them saying, I can't recall what happened that day. Damn well you can recall what happened that day. There's no way that you're sifting around in a garbage can looking for somebody's severed finger, and that isn't a highlight that kind of sticks in your brain. You're going to tell me that you have weirder situations than that, than going to a filming. You go with somebody, one of the biggest celebrities in the world. You go behind the scenes. His finger gets chopped off. You end up sifting through garbage cans because of that. You can't tell me what happened. I call BS.
Where the initial injury. Well, actually, it could be in here too.
See there, okay.
So you know.
So she's impacted enough by this, so she's like, wow, wow, wow. So the scene of that, what happened to his hand, was impactful. You can't tell me that she doesn't remember that, though. So so you know, I don't know if you can tell it, but she shattered the bone. She shattered the bone. She shattered. You got that, right? She shattered the bone. I do not know why in the hell this was not brought in. I can't get it, because these are people that testified in this. This is a tape that was made by Amber. These people are all alive. They're all parties here. Again, why would this get excluded? They got to bring in other parts. They brought in the sick of myself. They brought that in, but this?
I'm sure Nathan. I just want a pen.
The majority of the blood, Debbie, is downstairs, but I went through that really carefully. Oh, wait a minute. There's
So see, when they're getting here, they're talking to Ben King too, okay? And Ben, he's the guy who cleans up. So when they're talking about someone tried to clean this up, they're not talking about like Johnny Depp's team or anyone else trying to clean it up, you know, somebody coming on. They're talking about someone like Amber Heard or Johnny Depp. Somebody tried to clean that up. Now, they're talking about the paint. So he's got paint in his wound. Now, here's the thing. They clean his wound. Okay, so when they keep talking about glass in your wound and stuff, how the hell would glass remain after you cleaned it out? They dressed it. The doctor dresses the wound to make sure because he's afraid he's going to he may lose his finger. So they take a precaution trying to make sure that he doesn't lose his freaking finger. Like, I've never understood that argument and why you don't bring that up. Well, the doctor, he's worried that he's going to lose his finger. So he cleans it. How would it have glass in the wound still?
My reasoning, which may be wrong, should be where all the blood is, and that's down there.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it. Let me go get some lines and then I'll come back.
Yeah. I looked at it really carefully. First, Ben's down there. He couldn't see it either.
So they're downstairs looking. Okay, so Ben's downstairs. She just went downstairs. So Debbie Lloyd. So what's happening here? Again, they're on the main floor. They're looking for a severed finger. Ben King is downstairs. He's looking for a severed finger too. Debbie Lloyd is going to go look for the severed finger. You have Amber Heard popping up here and there.
Oh. All right.
So Amber Heard's looking for it too.
Amber's got to take care of herself. We're going to take care of her.
So when they're talking, Amber's got to take care of herself. You know, they can't be together right now. It's going to send her off. She's going to become really combative. So they're talking about how crazy she is. We don't need her around here. She's wanting to be very combative. So, however, Amber, I think she should be in Los Angeles with her support system. They're getting her out. They're like, get her out of here. You know, he's had his finger chopped off, and she's worried about like yelling at him and pissing and moaning. Like, if you really need a real feel for how wonderful of a person she is, you know, because she loves to remind you how great she is. Well, here's the perfect reminder of it. Chopped off finger, and she's making, you know, she's mad. They're worried about she's going to flip out on them.
And this has to run its course. And this is not going to be 2 days. It's 2 days.
And you're stomping around. You can hear Amber in the back. Oh. So they're saying, like, they're talking about flying her out. They need to get her out of there. Jerry can fly with her. That'd be Jerry Judge. She won't have Jerry. She doesn't have a choice. She told me she hadn't something in weeks. Just, I don't give a shit. I mean, I know it's.
I don't need to validate what you're saying.
No, but I'm just wondering if there's another person that has the same.
Well, I asked those same questions earlier. And all of those are that. For that reason. He's not going to be manipulated. He's a strong guy.
They're talking about Amber Heard manipulating people. Getting her to not allow her to leave. Jerry Judge needs to go with her. He's a strong guy. She's not going to be able to manipulate him. If that doesn't tell you what kind of person you're dealing with right there, I don't know what is.
Yeah, is there a trash that has bandages in it?
So Ben, I guess, found the finger right there. Oh, yeah, good work, Ben. Now, they're talking in the background. There's a lot of discussion in the background, by the way. And when you tune this in, what I would suggest to you, this is again on Incredibly Average's YouTube channel. Tune it in when you just have time. No one's around you. You're not gonna. Your hearing can't be. I would not suggest wearing headphones to do this, but I would peak the sound. There's a program that boosts sound. Just look up. It's like a volume amplifier. Just look up. Like volume amplifier or whatever with Google, and you'll find an extension. And there's an extension that'll boost the sound 600%. Just move away from your speakers, boost it all the way up, turn it up all the way, and you can listen to the sound. I would do that for you, but it would deafen you with all the popping and stuff. It's horrible to listen to because if you have on headphones, I have headphones on right now, and it will deafen you. So I'm just warning you. So Amber's coming back into range.
Yeah. Which I feel like maybe I the first thing when I was getting
Now, look through this. I looked through it once. I didn't see anything that looked like that.
So they're still digging around. No, I guess Ben didn't. We found something, but they're still looking because they're looking for flesh. They're still looking for his finger. Now she's wailing in the background. She's wailing like it's all about her. Stomping around in the background. Again, supposedly been sliced to ribbons, raped by the bottle. This should have been in evidence, and it pisses me off that it wasn't, because this shows who she was behind the scenes. This shows 100% that she was not attacked and sliced to ribbons and all of that, because they're not talking about getting her help. They're talking about getting her the hell out of here. And you know why that is, by the way? It's not just to protect Johnny or to protect her. It's to protect her from going to jail. Because if this goes sideways, she's going to go to jail for chopping his damn finger off in a fit of domestic abuse.
He's got this all over. I mean, he's going to get affected, so that we have to start ours.
Is it hurt? Is it hurt? So she's asking about the finger. Is it hurt?
How big of a piece of skin are you looking for?
And you notice, if you want another hint on how she is to deal with, you notice they're ignoring her. Everybody in this, she will have conversations with Jerry Judge and other people at their moment, but they, by and large, they ignore her.
I mean, he's going to get cellulitis.
He thinks it's my fault. What do I do?
Maybe she should have some.
Now they're talking about medicating her. Like, let's she needs some medication. Oh, Johnny. I love him. I never meant to hurt him. I didn't do it on purpose. So you already have, through this, you have an admission by Dr. David Kipper, talking about how she chopped off his finger. You have that admission, talking about her. She did, so he brought that in there. You have her talking about, I love him. I didn't do it on purpose. So she's admitting that's what they're doing again, digging around in trash cans, looking for his freaking face. How absurd is this? She's wandering around. She's supposedly, again, been violated with a bottle and all of this other stuff. And yet, here we are. She's walking around doing just fine, making everything about her emotionally.
I told Daddy to cover at least
Can I give her like 50 haircut?
what?
50 haircut? 300 around?
Yeah.
And they're talking about doping her up. They're talking about, yo, she's out of it. We need to give her Seroquel. So, again, she takes 25, as I've said before. We've gone over it. We only usually go over a little piece of this, though. But they're talking about giving her Seroquel. She takes 25 normally. She was like, can I give her 50? He's like, you can give her 100. I'd be okay with that. But yeah, why don't you give her 50? You can hear her stomping around. You can hear Amber Heard. I'm sorry. I mean, she's having a fit all right in the background. But this ain't a fit where she's been raped. Like, she's lying. So you have David Kipper, I'll tell you what's suddenly happening with her. This is guilt. This is guilt. So she refuses to take the medication to calm down. She won't do it, She won't do it at all. She refuses to be calmed down. She doesn't want that.
A little bit.
She makes it about herself here because she doesn't want to leave. That's what she's throwing a fit over. She does not want to leave. Go back and say what?
Ben's saying that as we speak, I'm saying, David's still got a phone.
So Ben, so they've decided, okay, so they're talking. Jerry Judge here is going to talk about some of the stuff that happened that day, with her calling Christy the sister and everything.
She can't call Christy, she called us. Because when I told Christy, she wants to correct me because she knows she's gone. She thinks she's going to do something upside down.
See, she's mad because she's going home. That's what that. So then she says, "Did I do this to the whole floor?" This is another admission of her guilt. Again, you catch that? You have that conversation portion. Again, I think that's a very important portion. Did I do this to the whole floor? Did Johnny do this? Did we do this? Did I do this? So again, her own admission, her own qualifier. Did I do this? Again, her own statement for it. I don't know any other way to make that clear. You have a doctor, medical professional that is traveling with them, with a nurse. They're talking about her chopping off his finger. You have her herself saying, "I didn't mean to hurt him on purpose." You have them ignore her because she's crazy. They want Jerry Judge to travel with her because she's going to try to manipulate. They're talking about how to avoid that. Then she's coming back into here saying, "Did I do this to the whole floor?" After we've heard Jerry Judge saying, people are pissed off at her because they know about her, calling him a fat old man and treating him like trash. They know how she is.
And this was today, by the way, she's paying.
So now she's trying to make it about him. See how calm she is, by the way? Like, listen. Okay, this is a person that's telling us these days that she's been raped and everything else, right? Just listen to how calm and matter-of-factly she is. You hear just the regular walking, pacing. So she goes, she locks herself in a room. You're going to have more conversation without her. Yeah, she's upstairs at the moment. So she's gone upstairs. She's gone away from them. Now you hear there's a phone conversation going on. Be right back. I got to get a drink. So I'm going to let it play for a second. I just got to get me another drink. I got to get some water. I'm going to die over here with this caffeine. So I'm going to leave this playing for 1 second, okay?
He's in Uncle John. He is asleep. It's a street recollection, so he's good. And on top of judgment, hopefully she'll have to do what he wants to do. But she hasn't given me the final answer that she wants. She wants to come. She wants to stay here and see it. Well, Ben's saying she's just happy. He's happy to go with her. So, although she's talking to me and she keeps trying to control me, she's made it quite clear to me. She said, "I thought I trusted you, but I don't, because you told Christy to make more of your fat on her, and I suggested I did." I said, she turned around and said, "I called 5 different times over the last couple of years, and said that you were told that, but this is what you said." I said, "No, you said nothing, but I'm not going to let you. I told you I'll never let you go like a job." So, and she is talking to me. She's obviously crying up and down. We give them some lyrics that they said, and Kim said she said she would figure out. So, no, I still got them in my pocket. Stay in the cave.
So when she's talking about sleep and stuff, you know, oh yeah, well, you know, they're talking about wanting to put her to sleep. they actually, she's so crazy in the moment. They're actually wanting to put her down. See, they can't get her to leave.
Well, no, if you have a point, I'm happy to do so. I'm happy to, as I said, it doesn't bother me at all. I'm happy to go back and have her over.
See, okay, look, I've played the devil once. I'm happy to get her back and to hand her over. So they're talking about how bad it is to deal with her.
Tomorrow has to be film-wise, has to be consumed. He's in no fit state. He's in no fit state. I'm still
I mean, that's nuts there. Slendy. People have claimed to dox my face. Is that true? Yeah, you can find me out there. Terrible pictures, though. They don't even look like me at all. A few of the pictures circulating are somebody else, too. I'm not really sure who that person is. So they've thrown another person. But yes, they dox that, other jobs and other stuff. So yeah, they've done that. I don't like camera. I think it sucks, you know? Again, my channel has nothing to do with my face. But anyway, continue.
okay, fine. I hear you saying, I'm just, I've seen you on the edit, I've never seen this guy. When I say he wrecked this place, I mean it's wrecked. There's no problem, there is TV, she did it. Was it confirmed?
See, look, okay, he said he wrecked this place, but then the TV is broken. Now, I know she did it, so the house is a wreck. He said he wrecked it, and then he says the window's broken, there's a TV. I know she did it. There was a cup thrown. It missed. There's been bottles thrown. So this is about the chopped off finger portion, in my opinion. You know, as far as wrecked home is concerned, like Depp said, I can't imagine, first of all, I can't imagine getting injured to the level that I lose a finger and the person that's in the home with me gaslights me repeatedly instead of wanting to get me help. But remember, she's on hallucinogens. Okay, she's going to admit this in here. She's on ecstasy. She's on MDMA. She's on hallucinogens. She's on all types of other drugs too. She names 4 drugs, but part of that is hallucinogens. So the last thing in the world that Depp gets after having his finger chopped off in this is help.
She admits to me.
Look at that. And she admits to me she threw the first one. She threw a bottle at him. She did it first. She admitted it. So he wanted a settlement. He was wanting to leave. This is what Jerry Judge, he's dead though. We can't bring him into this. Unfortunately, he passed away. She says, I disagreed and refused to do it in my temper. And he was shouting and he was screaming at her. So she's saying, I refuse. I didn't want a settlement. I didn't want anything out of that. She scratches. And look, he admits, okay, so he says, look, she has scratches on her left arm, which Debbie looked at. I looked at it. I saw the scratches on her arm that she's mentioning. And I've seen those scratches before on other people. And as far as I'm concerned, they're self-inflicted. She hurt herself to make it look like he did something because she chopped his damn finger off. And you saw the marks on her arm. You've seen them. And again, I'll bring up, not from tabloid pictures. There's actually another picture that they're talking about. Okay. So the scratches on her arm that were presented in the UK trial are not what we saw. They abandoned them altogether. They abandoned them altogether because the original pictures on her arm are definitely, if you look at what she showed off and what she took, she did take a picture with somebody in the aftermath. And if you look at it, it's definitely self-inflicted marks. This, I'll come back to the thing, but this is what they're discussing. One second, I had to widen this out. This is what he's talking about here, the marks on her arm. Again, look at these. They didn't present these in the case because they're so ridiculous. These are the scratches on her arm that she actually has. And if you look at this too, like, look, there's none of those marks that she claims. She presented this in the UK. She did. Those marks that she loves to make a big deal about, saying that he did that, they're not in this picture. You notice that, right? But again, because you can see, I couldn't breathe. New pictures of scars on her arm. She was cut by glass. Where are those freaking scars that she was talking about in the trial? Like where did they go? Like, can somebody explain that to me? Because if I mean, it's the same area of the arm, you would see it, and they're telling us that they're from the same stuff. But again, like, look here. So you see those pictures, right? Actually, I'm going to widen this out so we can look at both of them together. In the original UK trial, she produces this picture. Now she produces this picture. Now look at those. You see that? Those are not here. They're not in this picture. So they went back and they revised their story. They came up with tabloid pictures. But when was this picture taken then? And where did those things come from? Are you telling me they came from somewhere else? Because they're not in the picture, which was her original evidence, which is, again, it's BS. Like I said, this is the article. I couldn't breathe. It says right here, this is what she presented in the courtroom. So, like I said before, where did this come from? Like, I don't even understand where this supposedly came from then, because they're not in the original pictures they presented. They're only in tabloid pictures. These are self-inflicted, or they came from something else. See, that's what blows my mind here. When they talked about her arm injuries, let me go back to that picture. I was like, where did that come from? You know, because they weren't there to begin with. Like, she didn't have those to begin with. Something has gone off the rails. But anyway, I wanted to put that in there because, somebody was asking me about the original pictures the other day in the from the UK trial, and those UK pictures, they don't have those scratches. Like, they're not there. I think I want to take a screenshot of that, and I think I want to post that again. I've mentioned that before, but I don't know if people quite understand what I'm saying. Like, the injuries aren't present in her own. I hope that makes sense. I hope people understand. Okay, but continuing. Like I said, those self-inflicted marks, you can see them there. Those are definitely self-inflicted, those other ones.
At the moment, I'll do a deal with the devil. I almost laid it out because we'll be selling the car to turn around and go legal on this to get this whole thing calmed down.
So trying to calm her down,
I've been hurt. I understand her. And she admitted also.
She admitted that she hit him first. She actually hit him in the face. But he has a small burn on the right-hand side of his face, which she says, I seen that yesterday. They're talking about the cigarette burn in his face.
On the right-hand side of his face, which she says, I see that yesterday. She said on Friday, he put a cigarette and put it into his own face with the cigarette because it was so bad.
So see, he noticed it. Jerry Judge notices the burn on the face. And he's like, yo, I brought this up to her because what the hell? He's got a burn on his face. And what she says is, well, I noticed that the other day and he did that to himself. So again, even the people around him are like, what the hell is happening here? You know, like again, the absurdity of that statement. Like, can you imagine, first of all, as I've said before, can you imagine if Johnny Depp would have said, Amber Heard put a cigarette out, if she would have had any injury whatsoever that could have been claimed, could you imagine if Johnny Depp said, oh, she did that to herself? She put a cigarette out on her face. Could you imagine the blowback if she would have had? Because you see how these people act already, right? Oh, you can't doubt her story. You can doubt his story. You can doubt his story. That's okay, but you can't doubt her story. You're not allowed to. You know, if you doubt her story, you're a monster. You know. So, could you imagine if that came up about cigarette on his face?
He's not well. We need to help him out in every way we possibly can, but we need to help.
So they're talking about they've got to convince her to go the hell away. They've got to convince her that he needs help. Like, can you imagine that scenario? Does that sound like an abuser to you? Because it sure as hell sounds like one to me. Like, I don't know in any world where you can't say this sounds like someone that is being abused, because it definitely sounds like Johnny Depp is being abused here. She admits to hitting him in the face. She admits to this. She admits to that. Oh, there was a cigarette put out on him. Well, she says, oh, he did that to himself. Wow, whatever. Again, she admitted to violence. That's what Jerry Judge says in here. And again, you couldn't use these statements. Unfortunately, you have Jerry Judge, which again, you know, it's sad that he passed away. I'm not saying unfortunately because of this. It's unfortunate that the man passed away, period. But it's unfortunate for this case that you don't have him on record saying this kind of stuff, because that is a powerful testimony.
She's sometimes listening, sometimes not. And I said, you can't help her. You can't. You two need to be separated. You can speak on the phone, but you need to leave them alone. By the way, we have now found a piece of flesh in the top of the suit.
So they're talking about everything that's going to happen to him. I packed his finger on ice. I've spoken to Malcolm. That would be Malcolm Connolly.
He just thinks it's John's medication. And I'm still talking to her. When he goes with you, she's responding to him. She breaks down the factors. She's made it quite clear that he has told them that half the last 2 weeks my child needs to. I have to get through so many jobs.
So look, she's making threats. So look, she's threatening him. She's threatening Jerry Judge's job. How could you tell on me? So he's talking about how crazy she is, okay?
So we are really need to do the same hotel. I've got other cars coming right just in case. I'll see what Malcolm wants to do. I'll see what Malcolm wants to do. Because Malcolm is setting Kelly is not setting. I'm not everyone. So if he wants to fly home back to England, I'll send it. If not, I'm going to go to have a look to get out of it. But it's all hitting this. It's all like, and one minute she agrees, no, I'm trying to get that to go. I don't know. So she hits to go back. I see. I'll tell you, I'm going to make myself this $75,000 for the wages. Faces his two are covered in blood stacks and will get off. And then mistakes. And he drank everything in the last week. She borrowed within 2 hours. He took 10 ecstasy tablets.
So you saw that statement there, right? About the egg. According to her, within 2 hours, he took 10 ecstasy tablets. So her story, she lied on the stand. Again, her defense team lied, saying he took 10 ecstasy over 3 days. The story was, and she shifted the story real time. She shifted the story. But her story on the stand became no, he took that over a few days. Why did they shift that up? Because that would kill a regular person. So you see, in the moment, that day when they're talking about it, she was saying, oh, he took 10 ecstasy tabs. So again, you see all the lies just fall apart in this stuff. She has him drinking vodka and tequila.
She said it didn't want me to smell it. When I turned around and told him he was drinking, can you calm down? He had started drinking.
Just a second. Oh, that's lovely. So somebody was telling me, my wife was telling me that the crazies from before, they're trying to put up old docs information again. Oh man. Well, they've already done that, so it's not like they can hurt anything. That's what I mean. Like anytime this stuff comes up and you talk about it, this is who you are. We're going to dox you. We're going to ruin your life. I've got a finger that I'm holding up right now. Who cares? Like I said, can't hurt me. My information's already been put out there. They fired that gun. But it's just funny seeing the same old idiots lining up too. They always line up. It's just such repugnant people. Like they put your information out there and they try to add in like crazy stuff. Man. But my wife was like, my God, they're trying that again. Yeah, of course, because they can't stand the idea that you would actually stand up for people that have problems like that, I'm reading the chat. Court, we've already been on the court. Like I'm looking at 5 different freaking feeds. I see it there. I mean, like I said, there's nothing new there. It's not on the let's say Fox, nothing. Law and Crime, nothing. I'm pulling up something different though. I saw something brand new. I was trying to see if I could. Give me a second. I'm trying to find out about something real quick. I didn't miss anything. We have 1 million verdict watches. Yeah. Unfortunately, I haven't missed it yet. The ACLU suing? Yeah, I saw the ACLU. I think people are like, watch The Independent. Oh, you mean The Independent, the one I have pulled up? You're talking about the Independent feed from outside? You know, the one I've got pulled up right here. See, I'll pull it up for you. We can put it on the screen, actually. I mean, if you want to watch it, if you want to watch the outside the trial. I mean, if you wanted to watch that, we could pull that up. Here it is. Let's see. Check it out. Look at that jury. It's so calm. There we go. Yeah, the jury had a question. Yeah, that's fine. The jury can have questions. I'll talk about the ACLU thing in just a minute, but that is a good question. But it's not the ACLU is suing him. Okay, the ACLU is definitely not suing him. The ACLU thing is something totally different. People are getting that. I don't think some people understand like the what's happened with the the entire trial. Well, like I said, we'll discuss that, you know. But yeah, I mean, you can watch that if that's what you're wanting to see. Is that what you're all are loving? You know, The Independent. I already have that pulled up. But anyway, so I was checking something. Like I said, the crazy people trying their doxing stuff. They're all morons. You know, that's what they do. My bad. I was wrong. Sure. Yeah, the jury had a question earlier. It's not the answer to the jury. Jury watch.
And then you pick the phone calls and throw it away. But I know he's a certain moment wrestling. But hang on a second, I don't disagree. I don't want to say she did it. Why he did it? Right now, what's and David's looked at it. And David has said, yes, it has not fallen down the sink. Now, what I'm saying yesterday, she was stone cold sober. She doesn't smell the rooms. So if it became, I don't know, I don't know.
There was a question about the.
All she wants to do, all she needs to do is love. Stephen, I'm ultimately her everything to get her the fuck out of it. That's all I'm doing.
The jury had a question. I mean, my God. They're not. There's no decision. Calm down. You didn't get an answer to that.
I look at the copy of the TV. Oh, yeah. The copy of the TV. The evidence. I'm honest with you. You do? Why can't you see him? How can she do? Because he's always sitting up there.
I said I'll give you a couple of minutes and have to finish packing.
I need to know what's that.
Hotel, we need to
Package you.
up for it.
Well, let me know because I'm going to Christian and
I mean, I just said get this first.
So I'm sure we need. You get over here.
Why do you think she's doing coke?
He's awake, I presume he's awake, that's what they're saying. I answered it just left the hotel, so I'm assuming he's awake. But then to take him down, it can't be done. And I will say, it is true, the quicker you get it done, the quicker it takes. It'll heal a lot quicker, okay? So, okay, well, let's see, we can just get the room in 2 rooms with my name or whatever, or 2 rooms just with my name, and then we'll see what she wants to do. Okay, well, she's cooking, she's changed her mind every 5 minutes, okay?
She's so nutty, man.
Yeah. I understand. Okay. Well, he's dangerous. I'll be honest with you. I do believe the way she is, we need, if she kicks on, we need someone strong like me and Malcolm to be with her. But I would say Ben has been upstairs for 2 hours. He's talking to her and he has a way of just keeping her calm. What I do not want to do at the moment is jeopardize what we're doing with Johnny because his finger comes first. And you know what? Seriously, if she has to stay here an extra 24 hours to get him sorted out, fuck it, she stays here for another 24 hours if we have to. Johnny's more important.
It's a shame you don't have, like I said, all of this stuff didn't end up in the trial. No, it's funny though. Like people are telling me like other channels are doing stuff. I have all the other channels pulled up there. I'm watching every night.
She keeps saying, I don't believe him. I'm going to say, look, he needs some time on his own. And then when he's on his own, we'll remind him, and then you two can talk on the phone, and then you can come back. But no matter what happens, he needs to leave Australia to get the fuck out of here. She really does. And that's Kitty's idea right now. She said she's doing at least a bottle of vodka. She recommended that she needs to do 10 ecstasy tablets.
10 ecstasy tablets. Can you imagine, Lord?
The other thing is to make calculations. She's like, what's the occasions and cost you more? Because apparently over the last 2 weeks, John yesterday said, you're in a fat hole now. I didn't say that. And she said, yes, you are. Because Christy told me because she said to Jerry in London.
That's hilarious. Can you imagine like threatening someone's job because they pointed out this kind of stuff? Like that was the idea. I'm going to threaten your job, Jerry.
Now, she's also saying to me, if I stay here, do I promise that I'll keep her up to date in what's happening to him? And I said I would. She's still upstairs, she hasn't come down yet, we think she might be sleeping. Now, my question is to you, are you happy for that to happen? I don't care either way, I'm happy to travel to LA and drop her off. Christy, I'll be honest with you, she knows exactly what she's doing. She knows exactly what she's doing. No, I'm saying Amber, she does. She's not a fool. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Now, yeah, pick them up and bring them through. We get a car and then take it to the
Here's
apartments.
something. So apparently, I was reading this is funny. So apparently, Law and Crime, they have their pinned tweet up, and it says, "Ignore what Nightbot posted about the trial." That was from another trial. That was from another trial. So apparently, their bot in the chat posted about posted something in in the trial or in their chat, and it made people think that there was a decision already in. Oh my God. So they had they had a posting bot that came up, and they forgot to turn it off, and it posted something about another trial, and people thought there was a decision that came in. Oh Lord, what a mess.
She go and see her shrink. She said she would. And as soon as he's calm, and as soon as David has given him his medication and he gets himself sorted out, then maybe later on in a week, in 2 days, in 7, whatever David tells us, and maybe then she talk. But she keeps obviously doing the usual thing and breaking down in tears, saying, shall I go, shall I go, shall I go? And what I know, yes, yeah, shall I leave, shall I leave, shall I stay here and wait? And I just said, look, I'll be honest with you, they don't want you to see him because at the moment, that's the problem. And at least she's listening, but I never find that she goes through the tears. Now, what I will say to you is that I know Nathan's working on it. I've just spoken to Stephen. They're at the hospital waiting for the hand surgeon to come in to try and get fixed on his finger.
Sure, that'd be a mess.
All right.
Depp is not being sued by that. God, let me clarify this real quick. There are people that are confusing this, and it's people that are covering are confusing this. Depp is not being sued by the ACLU. You know? Give me a second. It's not lawsuit from the ACLU. Give me a second here. I got to find it real fast, okay? But it's not lawsuit. It's them wanting their money for where they had that. So that's actually being reported incorrectly by multiple people. The ACLU is asking for they want $85,000 back. I'm looking for the filing real fast. I got to find it real quick. Yeah, the ACLU, essentially, they spent 85 grand while they were in New York. That 85 grand, they want it back. And it's in the filing that they put out for that. So just a note. I mean, it's in the filing itself. I had to find it there. It's astounding. I mean, when you go through, like, they didn't want to come off the information. They could have at any time. They could have just dropped their information out there. But instead of making that stuff cleared, instead of just giving the information about donations up and responding to the subpoena, they now want their money. They're like, oh, we've spent money. So this is what's happening with that. Just to clarify this really fast, because again, people are getting this totally wrong. God, I hate that. Not you. I'm talking about people covering it. Look, they're asking for their money. They're saying, hey, we spent. So if you don't understand what happened, they had New York come in, LA come in. I forgot LA first. I was like, where is that? LA come in and Virginia come in. So you had three portions, three of them that ended up talking about portions of the trial in some way. They either decided on it or they put out a subpoena, just whatever. The LA portion, of course, it dealt with CHLA, it dealt with the cops, it dealt with, everything with the divorce. New York specifically, that's where the ACLU comes in. The ACLU would not comply with their subpoena that came out of Virginia. So they were going to sit on it, and they weren't going to give up the information, that information that you saw. So Johnny Depp sued them in New York Supreme Court, making them comply with it, which they said they weren't going to do. They fought him for it. They ended up losing because it was a valid subpoena. And now they're mad and they want their money back. So that's what it's about. It's not being sued. Like, that's being misstated. They just want their money back that they spent before. So, saying that they're suing him, it's that's not correct. So I hope that clarifies. Does that make sense to everybody like that when I'm saying it? Because I think people are giving you the wrong information on it. They're telling you, let me download this document so I don't, let's see. Call it. I get it. He could pledge it. I just get irritated by the idea that people put out. It's not real. It's not true. This is the problem with the rush to telling people what's going on. People rush. Because if you get there first, you get the big clicks. But it's not right. It's not right at all. Man, apparently some people are getting brave, pulling up some law and crime. I'm like I said, I've got the other people that cover this pulled up in case something comes up there. They get really brave pulling up that law and crime, knowing law and crime likes to strike people. Law and crime loves the strikeage. I didn't figure out jury instructions were getting struck over. Like I said, everybody will go to the trial. When it comes up as a verdict, that's okay. But I ain't getting struck over a freaking jury question. But yeah, I mean, that's all that's here. They got the breakdown for hours. So you see the breakdown for hours, the privileging logs. They did a lot of stuff behind the scenes that was nasty. They get involved in some nasty business. Yeah, they're not suing anybody for anything. So anyway, this is my favorite part of this. Yeah, well, law and crime is vindictive because law and crime is nasty because they will set on a public trial. They will set on feeds and they will strike people for something that they don't own. They went after Nick Rekieta pretty hard for that kind of stuff. It was beyond nasty, really. I mean, it was beyond that. So see, she actually in the past, she clarified that she was on hallucinogens. She was on ecstasy. She was on Adderall. She was on Xanax. She was taking all the druggage because she thought that was a smart move. She thought that that using all of those substances was a good move for fighting. And then in the aftermath, of course, she knows how bad that makes her look. So what she did was she claimed that none of that happened. She didn't use any drugs, you know? That was probably my favorite part of that besides the finger thing, you know? Well, mixing well with hallucinogens, you can't remember, you know?
That's my own question. Don't make that a second. No, I was trying to make that a very calm, rational point. It's hard to tell something. No, it's hard to tell something. Before he goes off, he gets it. And I was trying to talk to him irrationally and stuff, and then of course it just came out like, like when we got to that point where we're in the same office. I feel so stupid, Jerry. Oh, I'm still over here. I should think. I'm really lost. I'm trying to do my side as best as I can. Oh.
I reckon we roll this up. Yeah. And you probably just enjoy it. Basically.
I'll roll this up. I'll try it now.
Jerry? Since we don't have the hotel yet,
So there you have it.
So look, she was shocked by the end there. You notice that she was shocked when she found out the phone was still recording. She didn't know it was still recording. You can tell from her reaction.
Jerry? Since we don't have the hotel yet,
So there you have it.
See, she didn't know that recording, that was not intentional. She let the thing run for 3 hours plus, thinking that she had just recorded a little piece of it, you know? And it's amazing. I'm going to hit some super chats over here. Oh, those jury instructions. I think they're interesting. It'll be fascinating to see how the answers come in with all of that. Checking all the different channels real quick before I do anything. Give me 1 minute. Set up so I can see all the super chats for it. Give me a second. I'm rolling all the way back. It's taking a minute. I think you all appreciate it. Like I said, I got to roll back. Unicorn farts, actually. Thanks for 279. Notice how she's in heels when she has glass in her feet. Yep, she does that. You know, have you noticed that has been a go-to, by the way? That even though she's supposedly crippled and can't walk anymore, she had glass in her feet. You know, she had the glass in her feet, even though. Zigzag, thanks for that. Tug, JD donated $100K to the ACLU after they smeared his name. Should be considered over freaking payment. She gets money from AH. Yes, indeed. You know, another thing. It's just it's nuts. Period. It's all just it's all crazy. I still can't believe. Like I said, I cannot believe there are people that are covering this stuff that are talking to the media like they're their pals. You know. That are giving them commentary, because I'm telling you, the media, they're gonna hit every one of them. They're gonna call them freaking Nazis. They're gonna call them they're gonna come after every single one of them. They're gonna be the big ones, especially. The bigger the channel, the bigger the target. Like I said, I like where I'm at, about 15, well, really 12 to 26, depending on where that is. I'm not the biggest channel out there. I don't have the monster bullseye. I have a bullseye because of being mentioned and stuff, but I don't have the monster bullseye as far as being the biggest channels. Whew, man, because they will. What you're already seeing is the narrative switching up about how all of this move wasn't a move of covering. It wasn't a move going in and trying to find out some, information or whatnot, going for clarity. Nope. It's a hate campaign. And that's how you destroy people. It's how you destroy channels. That's what they do. It's not about smearing. They will try to use that to actively take down channels. They will take at least one. Somebody will lose something. They will go after people, There, thanks for the 2 there. How do we get access to her phone record? That recording, go over to incredibly average, Go over to, No, they had a jury thing. The judge went live. I didn't miss. They had a jury thing. Law and Crime picked it up. 2 people picked it up. You had Ricada. I guess I could have picked it up from Ricada. It was a jury question. Yeah, I've watched people roll with Law and Crime. I didn't feel like eating my channel and not finding out what the actual decision will be because of that. Like, people are getting real brave and chummy with Law and Crime, considering they've struck, I forget, the first day alone, they struck 13 channels. One day, they took off Cum Geek Sum. They took him down for 2 days. They took down, like I said, they've been rolling with Ricada for days. Not worth my channel going out. So I could have, I guess, pilfered it off of someone else's coverage, watching them get struck. But no. I'm not missing anybody. I'm watching. I'm not, like I said, I'm not zapping out for that. If nobody else will pick up the end thing, then it'll come up. But no, I got a million channels back here. I won't pull up the Law and Crime one, but here. I've even got the other coverage, that's Law and Crime. But no, I'm watching. I'm watching other people too. Plus, I got the super chat window, but I've got other YouTubers pulled up in case I miss something. I see what's going on. It's just a jury clarification. It's not, like I said, there's some very brave people pulling up Law and Crime, baby, because Law and Crime will eat your channel. They will strike you, and you'll be sitting on the sideline for days. Yeah, you'll win, but it'll cost you 2 days. So, will it be worth it? Yeah. But I feel like the jury will be pro. They feel a little pro JD to me. I don't know about you. What do you think? Like, after everything that you've heard about the jury and everything else, do you feel like the jury feels pro JD? My gut, I feel. I feel like they feel a little pro JD. What do you think? Yeah, when you're going pro truth, I feel pro JD. Yeah. I mean, I cover, like I said, I've got them all. That's why when I'm sitting here, like if I go between one, I'm watching. I'm watching. I even watch the other streamers because, you never know what one will pick up and others won't pick up. But, again, I'm not going to. Hey, other people can decide this, but if you watch what Ricada went through messing with law and crime, like I said, I watched Come Geek Some, who, props Come Geek Some, I like them, but they got hit. 13 channels got hit by law and crime. That's how they've stayed on top of the business. They just strike everyone that comes along. And you want to know how easy it is? People are saying, well, maybe there's something to that. You want me to show you how easy striking people is, actually. So I'll show you something. Again, I'm not going to use that for anything, but I want to show you. All right. So I have this little section called copyright. Yeah. There's a little section in YouTube that allows copywriting. So here's my channel copyright section. Now look, just for Kate Moss, since I used the Kate Moss video, look, whoever this person is, it gives me the ability to strike their channel. This person, because they have a something in theirs, and right now I've only got 10 up there because I've cleared the other ones. But I had like this channel who's using Kate Moss, I've had 40 copyright come up. And again, I'm not saying, ooh, that's mine. It's not mine. It's court stuff. But you'll have people or places that'll come in and they'll claim them. They'll claim pieces of the of jury testimony or whatever, and they'll strike people for it. And that's how easy it is, because it's misidentification in the copyright system, and it happens all the freaking time. So that's what people are using. They're striking people for it. That's how they do it, and it's kind of nasty when you think about it, because it's not it's not their material, but YouTube in the content ID system, it allows that kind of misuse. There's a lot of it too. Again, I had one come up yesterday from, I can't remember what channel it was, but they were a big, they're a big cover channel for this. And like I said, if you have one of these nasty little channels that upload stuff, they'll take people down. It's gross, isn't it? Ravenberg, thanks to the 20. On June 9th, I want everybody to put their money where their mouth is and donate to the Children's Hospital in honor of Johnny Depp. People can donate if they want to. I donate. I would rather say it this way. If you're going to donate somewhere, the Children's Hospital has plenty of backing. They have celebrity backing and more. Places like where I live, these areas are some of the poorest areas in the United States. And I don't put my money in a place where I don't live. So if I donate, I'll donate. I don't care to donate in someone else's name. That's fine. Johnny Depp doesn't put his name on stuff though. So, but if you want to make a statement with that, that's cool. But I say put it in your own communities. I like the idea of making a point about charity. That's a great point. I just say CHLA, they have huge backers, huge, and like here, we have a hospital. We have a hospital that barely survives. We've lost 2 hospitals in rural Tennessee. We lost 2 of them in the last year because of cutbacks. And we lost hospitals before that, before the beer bug. But in the heart of need, you've had that, and it's crazy. Look, Addy, thanks for the 5. I wondered if they didn't pick up Australian audio was to protect Kipper. He said he would lie to the police. AH could twist that. Now, I mean, they put in certain portions, so it does make me wonder, like, why exactly it would still be included. Like I say, it does make me wonder. It does make me curious about that stuff. I mean, thanks for the 279. Did you get a shout out from JD on stage yesterday? I have no idea. Like, some people have been talking about that and saying that, but I don't know if that's true or not. If it is, great. If it's not, great. Again, That's kind of awesome if it happened, but at the same time, who knows? I have no idea. Like I hope he just goes out, lives his life, lives his best life. That'd be the best shout out of all. Go and live your real life, Ellen, thanks for the super chat. Jerry had a question about question 3. Yeah. Carrie, thanks for the 2. How do we get access to the phone recording? That's on Incredibly Average. You can just look at, he's got a lot of it. It's not just that recording. There's oceans of recording out there. Oceans of that stuff that you can, I don't see. Like again, when I look at this case, I cannot see how the counterclaim could be won by Amber Heard. I can't see it. I don't understand how she could win the counterclaim. Like it seems like insanity. The counterclaim seems like insanity anyway. All of it seems like insanity, but the counterclaim, especially what it's asking, what it represents, it seems like insanity. Ned, thanks for the 7. The jury question was more interesting. Sounds like they're a team, Johnny. It'll be interesting to see how it goes. Like I say, it will definitely be interesting to see how it goes. I've gotten a few. People are talking about the place where Amber lives too. I've had people mailing me that. I'm not going to talk about that. It's been in the media, sure, but I'm not talking about that at all. I don't find it to be something I want to talk about. Like some people have been, discussing it, One second. I'm pulling something up here. I'm trying to reload that stupid and keep an eye on I've had some requests for Similac baby formula too. If in your area that you have Similac that is available, like hit me up because there's apparently need. Some people in other areas do not have access to that. Here we don't actually have any Similac that is available in the moment. So just to say, Bitcoin, thanks for the 2. They want their money. Just ask Amica Turd. Yeah, talk about the ACLU. Ellie Bumps, thanks for 2. Amber's dad wasn't in court. That's true. Well, would you be in court after your, would you want to back your daughter who accused you of backing abuse? Would you want to be part of that? Well, if you've got it, just like I said, there's different types. I'll have let me see. Well, you can make your own formula, but Similac is a specific need, It'd be like Pro Total Comfort or let's see, let me look. Yeah, Pro Total Comfort is what we're looking for there. So if there's if anybody has that in their area, let me know. Because like last time I looked here, we didn't have it, but I'll look again. Again, there are a lot of with food shortage, with shortages on that. That is a specific need right now. There's shortage on that right now. Oh, it's a mess. Thanks for the 5. You should pull up that one guy. His info is pretty good. And Amber Turd's lawyers can attest to that accuracy. I know, for real. That umbrella guy. He seems to that umbrella. What was his name? That umbrella man or whatever. Yeah, he seems like they really like what he puts out there. So. See, Miss Dog Lover, thanks for the 9. Jerry Judge was a good guy. The UK. In the 1990s, he was a lead security for a famous band called Take That. We saw him all the time, and he was very good at his job. But Johnny Depp and everybody seemed to love the man. Like, they seem to absolutely adore him, you know? So, I mean, that's just, I think that speaks volumes too. Ellen, thanks for the 2. Question was if they use the title of the op-ed or the whole thing. Well, the title, the title of the op-ed, see, if you look with the title of the op-ed, it's been interesting to see them debate that over and over again. They tried to get that question kicked to begin with. Amber Heard's team worked really hard to get the question of that kicked. They wanted it out. They wanted it out right away, but they couldn't get it. And it was kind of interesting to watch how futilely they fought that. Lord Cyberram, thanks for 2. Tug, watch my video, Tug, about real victims due to case. If it's got real victim pictures, yeah, I'll watch it like not on the screen though. Daniel, 2, Law Crime Channel. Yeah, no, Just Dog Lover, thanks for the 5. Nerves are frayed. I need a cigarette, even though I don't smoke. Harley, thanks for the 5. I switched to Emily D. Baker. They were asking if statement 3 referred to the entire article or just the statement. Judge said it's just the statement. Yeah, I mean, they're all I mean, it's just, they're going to have clarifications, questions, and all kinds of stuff. If people want every clarification, it's fine. I mean, but what they're trying to, have you looked at how the stuff is worded? Like here, have you seen it? Like read the questions anyway, and see how this is worded. It seems so confusing. Like you could see how, like any of these questions. Let's take one randomly, like this one, for example. The number 1, as to the statement in the op-ed entitled. So they have the op-ed name across the top, and then they have this, right? Well, when you look at the way that it's listed out, it's strange. And then when you're asking about, with the, well, let me see. Let me go through each one. Let me just read it to you, okay? I think it'll make it easier. So, as to the statement appearing in the online op-ed, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence, faced our culture's wrath. This has to change. So, the title itself, is that a problem? So, I mean, when you lay it out, that's pretty clear, right? But when you get into these other questions, it seems more confusing. Like this, for example, as to the statement appearing in that, a transformative moment for entitled, and then the statement appearing in the op-ed entitled, transformative moment for women. So you notice here, okay, the title switches in the op-ed. So in the online version of the op-ed, you have the digital title. That would be this. Then you have the other title that is not the digital title, a transformative moment for women. So you can see how that might be confusing by itself, just on its face. That could actually be just a confusing statement, period, because the title switches. Again, remember the online edition has a statement that they used because she shared and she added commentary with it. Sharing alone was not enough to say that she did something wrong, but she added commentary. She was trying to reach a new audience with it. So they allowed that to stay. But you could see, like, looking at some of these statements, these seem confusing, don't they? Like when I look through that, looks confusing. And then when you look at other statements too, like other items, that are just part of this this entire lawsuit, like the counterclaim, I think it seems somewhat confusing too. I mean, not rather. I think the counterclaim, rather. Let me say that again. The counterclaim feels like it is a little more straightforward, but the way that this stuff words, it's just like I said, it feels a little confusing sometimes. The way that the jury instruction is not so straightforward. It is straightforward, but it's not, because it's not the easiest read. Again, I would just read that, how it looks there. You have the title changes, you have all of this stuff switching up. I think that's a confusing jury statement. There was discussion over whether or not any of that was confusing. I think as a layperson, that might be confusing. I think as a person watching the trial, like the first 3 statements, I think would be confusing, because again, like I said, the first statement is about the digital version of the op-ed. It doesn't, so it says right here on the online op-ed, but still, like, do you catch that little portion? Is that very clear? Would that be confusing? I think it could be, it could be to one person. Luckily, you have a whole group of people that are discussing it. But like I said, there are just certain portions of it that seem, but I would think, like, how institutions protect men accused of, I would think if you had a real winning chance, it would come from 2 or 3. 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. I think that could be possibly one that could hit. But I do think, like, this statement, if you're talking about, I had the real vantage point of seeing real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. I mean, that, again, she admitted that she wrote that, not just about Johnny Depp, but she wrote it about a lot of people there, My dog stepping on a bee. Thanks for the 5. Tug, please clip this on YouTube with your commentary. There's so much confusion info with lies, and you organize it well. Are you talking about the? The commentary? Or are you talking about the ACLU thing? I mean, I could explain the ACLU thing if I need to. Thanks for the 5. Tug, for a lot of people in the chat who don't know the traits of BPD, HPD, would you mind explaining those traits again? Well, again, just remembering, I think the easiest way of explaining BPD, I think is a broad, overreaching statement, is terror of abandonment. I think that's your and then the other portion is center of attention, and again, remember, these are extreme, these are not being the I'm going to stand up for a second, so I'm going to move my microphone. I got to stretch my leg. You hear me moving around. I got to stretch my legs for a second. I don't know how people sit for this long. Typically this is like, it's crazy. There. Oh God. Anyway. Karen, thanks for the 5. Will the jury be able to listen to the recordings? Even with Jerry on them? Sorry if you answered this. No. They won't. They don't have all of that in there. So no. They don't even have that. Hey girl, what you doing? I can understand you. I'm live. What are you talking about? I'm on the live stream. What's up?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Come here. What's up?
I just wanted to say good morning.
Oh, you want to say good morning? I think it's afternoon already. Did you sleep late today?
Good morning, afternoon, and night. It's
good morning after midnight. I think it's actually let's see.
Good morning. And evening and night.
Oh, okay. I got you there. Yeah, it's 1:30 today.
Yeah, you could live in a part of the world where it's really early. And you could live in a part of the world where it's midnight.
Oh, I see. You're just telling people all over the world, like happy whatever time it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm checking feeds if you see that. So I'm just looking to see what these other. We're waiting on a verdict for that trial.
Anyways, I saw a leak of the new Puppy Playtime Chapter 2 toy, and it's a girl.
It's a girl, huh? That'll be cool.
It's a bad girl and a good girl.
Oh man,
Kissy Missy and Mommy Lovely.
Oh man, are you looking for that? Looking forward? When does it come out?
I don't know.
All right, well, we'll pick it up when it does. Pound it up.
But
Bam.
people are already making toys.
Oh my goodness. All the people telling you hi, by the way.
Hello. Dad,
Yeah.
I'm sorry for interrupting you. I thought
You're okay,
you
baby.
weren't live streaming.
No, you're okay, baby. You know? You're okay. Give me a hug. You're all right. I'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, and like I saw, and I saw the trailer, and it had, something in it. Yeah, and it was a commercial of it.
Yeah. It was exciting. We have to show it to me later, okay? Pound it up. We'll watch
and
it.
Playtime Co. is actually real.
Okay. All right. Well, here. Give me a hug. I'm going to continue live streaming, okay?
Yeah.
All right. Give me a kiss. Mwah, my cheek. Thank you. Love you, kiddo.
You too, Dad.
All right. You want to say bye? You want to say bye, people?
Bye, people.
All right.
Good morning, good evening, and good night.
Yep. They're giving you the good mornings, evenings, and nights. So. That is Umbrella Girl. She is she's my 8-year-old. She was coming to check in. She's ready for the trial to be over. Oh, my dog doesn't want to be. Thanks for the too. Australian video comment. I'm talking about it for YouTube. Yeah, I'll let me do a video, just go over it, and put it up there. She's ready for the trial. Yeah. Thanks for the super chat. Did you hear about glassing? 3 years in jail? Yeah, I read that somewhere. I haven't checked in to see if that was fact. I haven't looked into that. I thought that was interesting. There's so much stuff. It's just like, oh Lord. My cat's name is Karen. Thanks for the fact. 5. This is exactly what I mean when I say that if I was on a jury and heard this after the fact, I'm losing faith in the judicial system. Yeah, see, that's the problem with the judicial system. It's rigged. It's rigged as far as it's so hard to get justice. Queen Ash Bash, thanks for the 5. Kind of late to this, but why didn't they add this to evidence? Certain portions, I don't know. That's a very good question. I hope that somebody asks them that and they get to answer it, because I realize like the Jerry Judge portion had to be cut out, but it doesn't matter. Like we could have cut that out and it wouldn't have been a problem. They could have used her own words in that. And I don't understand why they didn't use certain other portions, because everyone was involved. I don't see how that would be a problem. They used Johnny Depp saying, yelling, saying he was sick of her. So why didn't they use the other portions? Barbara things with Vibe. I'm thinking maybe it wasn't allowed because it's hard to hear without subtitles, and AH's team would argue subtitles were prejudice. Well, I think you could see, I don't know, because they just brought in moaning, like, and then behind it, you had somebody speaking and you couldn't really hear what was there. So I'm not really sure. At least JD, thanks for the 10, because they needed all parties on the tape to agree to it. Since Jerry Judge, well, like I said, you can cut the Jerry Judge portion. You could cut it in half, H is side pressed hard. It's a shame because, well, see, they got certain portions in. I think they could have pushed and gotten the other portions in with the Kipper stuff. Denise Clark, custom art, thanks for the 5. Do you think they didn't bring this in because would indisputably prove she cut his finger in Australia, could come back and charge her? No, I mean, it's something. It's in there. Like, again, we're not privy to all the moves that happen. That's one thing. And I don't know, like, see, we know about the broad strokes of the case, right? We know about big filings. We know about certain other items. What we don't know through all of this is we don't know about just the major evidentiary pieces sometimes, you know? I think what I think is fascinating is, you have these claims against Adam Waldman, right? What I found interesting is Johnny Depp could have made the same claims against Amber Heard's lawyers. He could have said, well, they were agents, and those agents, they're the ones that caused X, Y, and Z. They were doing it under her push, Sasha, thanks for the 20 to put toward Little Tugs. New Toy Story doll. Yeah, she's excited about. So your prediction's 15 minutes, huh? We'll see. Well, let's see. Actually, it would have to be in 20 minutes. So, and then even if they had it, again, remember the judge, as far as decision making, the judge is supposed to hit them up give them an hour to come in, and said that they would announce the verdict on the top of the hour. So even if they came in, she was actually talking about a video game though when she came in here. She was talking about there's this I think it's Holly's Playtime. I can't remember. It's a horror game. She's talking about a horror game. We played it together. Like it's got like some kind of weird little puzzles in it, and there's it's like a toy factory, and you get attacked by like a monster, and it was something. It was an interesting. I enjoyed it. Yeah, Poppy's Playtime. That's it. Poppy's. Yeah, I played it. I played it with her, and she liked it. She had fun with it. It was crazy. It was. I like Poppy. Was or not Poppy, but I forget what that's. God, the big long-legged thing is. She has a toy of it. She got a stuffy of it. I can't remember what that's Ugly Wuggly or whatever his name is. He was something. Hey, all right, thanks. 20 there. Please buy Umbrella Girl some of the toy she was talking about. That Soften My Heart of Stone. I'll see what it is. She said they made a toy of it, so if they made a stuffy, I'll get it for her for sure. And thanks for the 5. How many questions does the jury have? Clarification. Have to ask if the jury asks. How many questions does your jury have to answer if the jury asks for questions on question 3? Well, the questions for the jury, the questions they have to answer, they're broke down into pieces. They have multiple questions on each item. So, like, okay, the Depp claims against her. For it, they need to answer number 1. All right. As to the statement appearing in the online op-ed entitled, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. So they have to answer. 1, did you find that he proved all the elements of defamation? Yes or no? And to get yes, please answer the following. Okay. Was the statement made or published by her? Was the statement about JD? Was it false? Was it defamatory implication? Did it have a defamatory implication about JD? Was it designed and intended by her? And due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who was other than JD. So if you went through all of that, so you've got to answer that for each one of these questions. All right. So they have to go through 3 different questions for that. Again, and it's an A-B statement too. And then on top of that, you have to go into something else. You have to go into the next portion. This is the counterclaim. So in the counterclaim, they take Adam Waldman's statements. They ask, these are the statements here. This is do you agree? Was it if you say yes, then, did Mr. Waldman, while acting as an agent for Depp, make her publish this statement? Was it about her? Was the statement seen as someone other than her? Was the statement false? So they have to answer that about each of these statements. So it's a 3-3. 3 for her, 3 for him. That's the way that it works. Okay. So does that make better sense about how the claim works? How everything is coming together? Briscoe, thanks for the 2. Love your coverage on this. Thank you. Appreciate you for that. Appreciate you being here. Crime Curious, thanks for the 2. AH pledges to give last 6 weeks of our lives back. Yeah, she could give the last 6 years of JD's life back. That would be that'd be a big one, wouldn't it? Legit, thanks for the 18. BPD simplified. Want to be the center, but treat everyone else as disposable. Disagreements and arguments. Up, down, moons. OTT. Stuff that draws that person. If you don't make them your number one, they'll find someone who'll fill that void. Well, see, with BPD, I think it's more like, again, it revolves around a terror of people abandoning them. They're not going to be, you're right about the center of attention in a certain way. The center of attention is more with the other diagnosis, though. But yeah, as far as the center of the world, like again, these are broad strokes of a diagnosis. I really hate broad stroking, for diagnosis, because people think that it goes down to the individual level, and it doesn't always bleed into that. If you have a terror of abandonment, imagine, you understand like a phobia, right? You understand like a fear of spiders, like a regular fear of spiders, and then phobic response, right? Imagine having a phobic terror of being abandoned, all right? And that's your personality. You feel like everybody, you're high functioning, so you can function with other people, you can function well, but as part of this, again, you have this feeling that anytime somebody does something, even a slight move, you feel like they're turning against or abandoning you. That's BPD, and sometimes that can turn into some nastiness. But it just depends on the person. It just depends. Again, these are just broad strokes of just trying to hit portions of a personality and make that make sense. Fam Jenkins, thanks for the 10. No statement, plenty of statement there. The Huggy Wuggy terrorized my 7-year-old. I like the Huggy Wuggy. I thought it was so weird and creepy. Thought it was interesting. Fam Jenkins, thanks for the additional 10. Did you notice that in some of the court videos, her blush made her look bruised? Yes. I was joking about that at one time, saying that I thought she looked like she had been attacked there, Yes, Tug, but you can control it. Well, you have to be able to identify it first. People have to want to control something. There's your kicker. Like, some people are not cognizant of their behaviors. Like, again, like I said, a problem that I have in my own personality, we all have personality. We have certain aspects that if they were allowed to materialize in a negative way, that they would be very bad. Like for me, I hate to be wrong. I hate it. So, and I try to take that in a positive way and make sure that I'm not wrong the next time. I hate to be wrong. So, we're all wrong. We're all wrong sometimes. We do. Now, you can either take that in a, you could take that and materialize it in such a negative way, in such a vicious way, or you could turn it into something different. A lot of people, like I said, they don't want to see themselves as flawed either. They don't want to see the ugly edges of their personality that turn into defect, that turn into something that causes problems. Again, we all have the ability to do something. If you take all of our personalities to the edge, and we took certain traits and we amplified them and we answered a certain way, again, anyone's personality, but these folks like that, the problem with their personality issue with BPD is a lack of any type of a lack of identifying proper responses. When people are responding to something, you have an improper way that is being identified, like the abandonment portion. And then on top of that, you have an improper response to it. Follow the grain in your own wood. Thanks for the 5. When else in history did she ever speak up against the SV? When else did she ever face the wrath regarding speaking up about JD? Simple as that. That is very true. And then you have to ask, was it true? Did he do these things? That's what they have to ask too. Mr. Waters. What's up, Mr. Waters? Thanks for the 5 there. Keep going. Check out the 2 Mission Integrity turnout posters posted to you. See if you can spot JD. All right, I'll have to check those in just a minute. What time is it in Virginia? It is an hour ahead of me, so it is 2:50. It's 2:50 there. I mean, as we go forward, it's a yeah. So if they roll around if they don't have a decision soon, I don't know how late they'll want to go. We'll find out, I'm sure, from the judge there, but I don't know how late they'll actually want to go today. I guess we'll find out. Okay, Me Queen G asked about the ACLU suing. So I hope I explained that. Thank you for the 5. I hope I explained that well. Lee Bums, thanks for the 5. The picture, their arm in the bruise. She has dark hair and quite younger. Had to be in 2012. It definitely does not look like something that came from 2013, did it? Gary Matchett, thanks for the 10. There's no negative and positive. These traits are road signs. It is what you need to work on. It can help you heal. Well, there is a negative as far as the only reason that we call personality traits a mental illness is because they do not function properly in society. There is a negative. There is a negative in coping skills. There's a negative. There are positive ways that you do things, and there are negative ways. So in the way that there's application, there are indeed negatives. It's like this. If you want to think about it let's take coping skills, for example. Negative. Anything can be a coping skill. If I punch a wall, for example, that can make my anger go away. That's a way that I learned to cope. That's a coping skill, but it's negative. There's a negative association. Why? Because I do damage to the wall. I damage my hand. It doesn't really help. So there is a negative connotation to that. Again, you have to look at the overall. If it were positive, if it were socially viable, then you wouldn't need help as far as any type of mental health. Now, if you're just talking about an overview with period, if you're talking about anybody generally, and you look at personality traits, there is no positive or negative with a personality trait. You're right. If we're getting into diagnosable categories and we diagnose someone with that, we are saying if you're diagnosed with something, if you have a label that's come from the DSM, then that is saying with this, you have identifiable problems that cause you, again, you have an inability to societally function in some way. That's why you're getting help. Otherwise, like I say, so you're right in that. Depending on if you have a diagnosis and you're carrying a diagnosis, that's where your problem comes in. Because again, if somebody's just diagnosing you and saying this is your personality, well, didn't. Nobody, you shouldn't be running around diagnosing your pals. I've known people that, that's one of the things that you're told, like right off the bat. Don't just diagnose your friends. Don't come up with diagnostics to say, my buddy here or my friend there, they have this issue or that issue. That's there's no positivity in that whatsoever. There's nothing good. There's nothing gleaned or gained from any of that. Oh, I got to get a drink. It is hard not to diagnose people that you're around too. I know. Amy Lawson, thanks for 2. Wait for it. Ollie Bumps, thanks for 10. The same photo, Ben Nye Brisket is in the foreground. The palette, oh yeah, we're talking about the ice cream there. Makeup bruises. Why don't lawyers notice? The assistants, but I didn't notice it at first myself. I didn't notice it until somebody mentioned it, So I think that's actually a good thing. You're fed up waiting. Why would you be fed up waiting? Law and Crime Network made over $3 million from this trial and adverts and other. Yeah, no wonder. That's why they strike. And you know what? They decided to take a remarkable pro-Depp slant, didn't they, as it went on? Amazing, isn't it? Like, they definitely weren't pro-Depp for the longest time. None of these places were until they took the pulse of the but they've maintained enough anti too that when people come after channels, they're not going to be able to take that down. It's just, like I said, it's astounding to watch, because people have been calling this the trial of the century. You have all these other places out there calling, and so far, I would say that it has been. It's been the trial of, if you look at the media with it, and you have everything else that's attached to it. I very much agree that it has been the trial of the century so far. Oh Lord, there's some. God, I just saw. Never mind. I just saw a few headlines come across that people had put out for YouTube, and then they're not real. They're not true. They annoy me. Oh, it doesn't matter. I can't like watch too many. I watch a few channels that I like, and I know like put out good material, but oh Lord, there's some out there that put out just fake stuff, not embellished, not fake, like totally fake, and it drives me nuts. Emma, thanks for the 5. Tug Rottenart keeps banging on about free speech. Who's got Twitter and also banging on about free speech? Coincidence? You know what though? I mean, yeah, you're talking about Elon there. Though, here's the thing. They don't actually believe in free speech. Free speech is, first of all, free speech doesn't have the ability to destroy your life. I'm worried that this is the jury believing their lies. No, I mean, you got to think like jury stuff. It's complicated, It's complicated there, Emily D. Baker's making $100K a day in super jets. Surely not $100K a day. I would figure, let's see, 20. Well, maybe. Let me see. I think more like maybe 25. Maybe 25, 20. Not 100. Surely not. At 100,000 viewers, I mean, it's possible, but that's what I'm. If she does, props to her. I've learned this about it. I'm happy with my month has been good. I'm not going to say what we make or anything, but my month has been good. I'm very happy with it. And, you know, AVN, thanks for the 2. Tug's channel's a grower, not a face shower. Exactly. Exactly. I mean, one of the things like the YouTube thing, like using face, like if I put a face out there, any face, it wouldn't matter. YouTube is easier to run with that. Like it's built on it. I don't have to be a pretty face. It just has to be a face. Like, you know, there are a lot of people out there that, and again, I'm not saying that with anybody. I'm just saying, like, if my face for, you know, it doesn't matter how it is. You just put a face out there and it helps a lot more. But like people watch the movement and everything else, but I don't know. I just don't like it. Maybe I'll change my mind one day, but I haven't changed my mind yet. You know, Derek, thanks for the 5. Objection, turd say. I also don't plan on like covering cases everything. Like the difference, like I'm not a law tuber. I'm not a lawyer. I don't want to be a lawyer. I'm very comfortable with what I have. I'm glad lawyers like being lawyers. And also I'm not a full-time YouTuber. I do other work. You know, I just, like I said, I took time off to cover this. So I don't plan on covering things like all the time. That's just not fun, you know, with it either way. I just putting your YouTube is like this, like all those people that are doing stuff. It's not, if you could just ride that and see if you could do well or not, that'd be okay. But the problem is they may pull the rug out from under you. They decide if you do well or not. You don't decide. So it's not just off of how well you do or not. And I don't like that. But I'm glad that other people are having, I mean, I'm glad with my month. I'm glad other people like Emily Baker and Ricada and, well, man, there's an army of lawyers out there that have been doing pretty good. It's helping. Again, this is the trial of. It'll be interesting to see how it carries forward. I mean, for myself, 300,000 subs, geez, man, you know. And I'll cover other trial stuff as I go forward. I just, you know, again, I don't even, this is even my real job. Like I said, I don't even consider this a job. This is like a hobby for me. You know, the other people in there are like, this is their life and livelihood, and awesome for them, but not even my job, man. I make much less doing my job than this, but you know what? I feel like I help human beings in my job. This helps other people. So I think that's helpful. Steve Lang, thanks for the 5 and the super sticker. Appreciate that. Okie dokie, thanks for the 5. Did you think that mainstream media hopes jury will cheat and read pro AH articles? Yes, I think that there was a huge move within the media to put out all types of things this week to bias jury. But more than that, they're trying to. You've got to think the majority of the world is not. The people that they're aiming at when they talk about hate speech and on, they're aiming at certain selections. The media, first of all, how many people that are on YouTube are really watching the media? I mean, unless you're covering it, how many people are actually keeping up with that? Same thing with like Twitter. Maybe they may headline read. Twitter too is just insane. That's what Listen and Believe was born. Just to say, you know, it didn't birth out of nowhere. It was born in Twitter. It was born in the horror of that. So, you know, it's not. It speaks to that a little bit, but mainly what they're trying to do is just speak to people that are outside of this thing. You know, they're outside of all of that, and it works sometimes. It very much works. They convince people that there's this bubble online, and you can't talk about things because it's all hate. You know, it's all ugliness. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to rewrite history. Like I said, they are doing their best to rewrite history. I really would have liked to seen, if we were going over the real thing, I think one of the things that is worth covering in here. So all of you, I'm sure, watched Amber Heard testify, right? Yeah. Did all of you watch Amber Heard testify in 2016? Again, not all of it's there, but most of it's there. And Amber Heard did testify in 2016. She had quite a bit to say in 2016. And what she had to say, well, it wasn't very good for her. So this is, I'm sure you've seen bits and pieces. We saw a little bit of it in the trial itself, but she actually, like, this is when she first testified about what had gone on.
6:18 p.m. and we're back on.
Turn that on.
Just a clarification, we're not going to invoke the Fifth Amendment privilege, so you can re-ask that question if you like.
Which question?
Did you commit domestic violence against Johnny Depp?
Anytime prior to May 22nd,
Like when you look at her
2016,
facial expressions in this stuff.
did you ever commit an act of domestic violence against Johnny Depp?
Calls for a legal conclusion and irrelevant, but go ahead.
Do you understand what I'm asking you?
No.
No?
Yes, I understand what you're asking me.
And prior to May 21, 2016,
Look at the
or
way
May
she carries
22,
herself.
2016, is it your testimony that you never committed any act of what would be considered domestic violence against Mr. Depp?
Okay, so she said, like, this is a big indictment of what she said on the stand too, because she said that Johnny Depp hasn't been saying that. It's just a new narrative, right? Johnny Depp has just now been saying that he was abused. It wasn't her. It didn't come up in the 2016 divorce thing. I mean, he didn't say that at all. That's what they're asking. That's exactly what's being asked right here. So she lied about that on the stand at the end. There were so many times that should have been, called into, that could have been called into question. Like I said, like this, for example, it should have absolutely been called into question because she has gone on record. Like I said, she has done her best to retell history, and the retelling of history is not correct.
Calls for a legal conclusion and irrelevant to these proceedings.
I did my best to defend myself and not get seriously hurt.
I did my best to
Be a
defend
doormat
myself.
To whom this happens to all the time.
Isn't it true, Ms. Heard, that you previously confessed and apologized to Johnny Depp for committing domestic violence against him?
I'm going to object. Calls for a legal conclusion, argumentative, harassing.
Isn't it true that you had previously told Johnny Depp that you had hit him?
I'm going to object. It's a different question. It's vague and ambiguous, vague as to time.
Many times when we fought, well, not many times, he hit me for a very long time before I ever
I'm going to
picked up
object
my
as
arms.
non-responsive and move to strike. Ms. Heard, I'd like you to
So you
listen
see
to
her
what I'm
expressions
about to
and stuff. Like, look how, like, she hasn't had the time to get all of this right. This is soon after. This is in August. So, I mean, you're talking a handful of months after the accusations have come out. She hasn't had time to try to train her face. She still is not a good actress at all. But here, she hasn't had time to try to get any of it ready at all. So this is, again, with all those claims of PTSD, all those claims of, of issues that have come up because of X, Y, and Z. Well, here you are. I mean, this is the person that, again, she's showing you exactly what she looked like in those moments. And this isn't the face of
Would you do that?
PTSD. Look, she's trying to, I mean, look at her reverence for everyone too. Like just snacking away. And, I mean, it's just,
I'm so sorry. I did not. I'm sorry. I know that stuff.
Do you recognize the voices on that tape?
Mm-hmm.
And who are the people on that tape?
It's Johnny and I.
Okay. And is Johnny
look, she got the crazy eyes going on at that time too.
describing an act where you made a door go into his head?
Objection, harassing, argumentative, vague.
I was trying to escape from a room where Johnny was attacking me. And in order to escape, I was trying to get onto the other side of the door, attempting to close the door, and he was attempting to get in despite my attempts.
You notice she reversed this claim. Okay. In 2016, it was the reversal of what she told on the stand this time. And then she was hiding behind a door. You notice she's trying to save herself. She's trying to make sure that she's going to be good to go. Much different than the tale that we heard over the last few weeks, isn't it? It's amazing. It's amazing. Like you hear these reversals of claims. You hear these pieces that are left out. Again, absolutely amazing stuff.
To try and escape an assault.
Isn't it true that on this tape that was just played, you tell Johnny Depp you're sorry?
Yes.
Okay.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing.
Did you just tell Johnny Depp in that recording that I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing?
Yes, as he was trying to get into the door, into the room, I was trying to escape in. He pushed the door into me, and I was trying to hit him by getting him out of the door to stay in the room.
And you told him in that tape recording that you hit him, correct?
I don't know what words I used in that. You can play it back if you want, but I don't remember exactly how long.
If you wouldn't mind, if you'll continue to listen.
Okay.
I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door and hitting your head.
So she's being confronted with, I'm sorry that I hit you. I'm sorry, again, she's being confronted with that stuff then. So you got to remember, she's had 6 years to perfect a defense against these things because right from go, she was hit with it.
Did you tell Johnny Depp at that time you were speaking to him that you were really sorry for hitting him with the door, hitting him?
I think in that recording, I made it very clear that I was sorry that the door hit him while he was trying to get into the room I was escaping or attempting to escape into.
I will mark, excuse me. I'd like you to listen to the following tape. This is punched, and we need to have.
Are they being marked as exhibits?
Yeah, mark as exhibit.
We just marked P as the one we just played,
Okay.
correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Marking the next thing that I'm going to play to you as Q. Would you listen to this, please? This is punching. I skip one. Where's the disc?
It just kept going. Tried to close the door 3 times. Please, just don't let and then wait, and then.
It's low to hear, by the way.
I accidentally, I swear, when I was trying to close the door, I guess I stretched your toes. I didn't mean to do that. I bent down. And you either pushed or you kicked the door.
she's being played the same items that she was played on the stand. And again, watching her reaction. Remember, she was having fits about this stuff on the stand. She was absolutely freaking out about it on the stand. But now look at her here. She's just eating, having a good time. You know, just chilling, making these weird freaking. I don't know why she turns her head sideways and acts like
told
some kind
him
of,
in that
you know,
excerpt that you hit him with the
absolute
door,
loon.
but did not intend to hit him, correct?
Recording speaks for itself.
Did you say that?
I said whatever I said in that recording. I
Okay.
don't. When you play it for me, it's hard for me to remember every single.
And that's a recording marked as exhibit the punching.
Q. That we
Q.
just played.
Q. Would you continue to listen to exhibit Q?
Are these from the same day?
I reacted, but this whole the door thing, I remember, I never did that. That wasn't on purpose. I might have done it on accident.
Okay. So let's say that was an accident. I then stood up.
Look, she's not invested at all. Like, you can tell, you don't have to be a body language expert to see how this is going over. You know? Oh, God, man.
Whatever. That just been in the head.
Here's something that I wish would stop. This is something I wish would stop. I've seen this a lot. I'm seeing a lot of people that have no idea about mental health practice at all commenting on mental health. I'm seeing that a lot through channels. I've seen videos come out where people are talking about mental health. They're applying stigma. They don't understand it because Amber Heard was labeled a certain way. You know, people are talking about it, and they're talking about it feigning expertise. They're I keep seeing, like I said, I keep seeing videos come out about that and on. I mean, again, people can look at a checklist and comment about that, but the stigma association is so bad. There are a lot of people that are pushing stigma. I got recommended a video from a few days ago talking about BPD, and it was from somebody that shouldn't be talking because they don't know what they're talking about. Oh, man. See, that's the thing is, you could talk about anything you want, obviously, but it associates stigma. You got to remember, like, everybody in the world that is diagnosed with a specific thing is not Amber Heard. So, you know, when you talk about that, these labels, they're not even meant for public consumption. You know, they're discussed, but they're discussed without any type of authority, any type of understanding. And man, that drives me nuts because, again, everybody's going to think that a person that's been diagnosed with BPD, they're going to be Amber Heard. And that's not right. The stigma that's associated with that just is horrible. Also, like the other day, there was a conversation about Ezra Miller, and people were saying, you know, Ezra Miller, like you can't make fun of his action because he's mentally ill. He's not diagnosed with anything, and you can't assume that a person is diagnosable. They could be running around, you know, doing drugs. Most people are not violent individuals that are diagnosed with anything. Most people are not going to go. These are extreme cases that we've been discussing. This is an extreme case here. Yes, people that with BPD that commit items like this further qualify with threats of false accusation. But again, I mean, you're going down this rabbit hole that is being discussed without care. It's being discussed without statistic qualifiers. You know, it's I don't know. Anyway, I got recommended a video. I was checking some of my stuff and I saw a recommendation come up. I was like, hey, you know, and I recognized the channel that was discussing that. I was like, gross. Why are you talking about that at all? Anyway.
did not. I'm sorry.
And then I stood
I
up.
hate stigma with mental health.
And then what?
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing. And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor.
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember. I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean.
The door? No, God, no. I
But punching me in the jaw.
I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry.
So on the tape, you tell Johnny Depp that you did mean to hit him.
Objection. That's argumentative, and it misstates what the recording was.
And it also misrepresents what actually happened, which is him trying to get into a room I'm trying to keep him out of. And then he runs the door over my toes, trying to get into the room. I tried to push him out of it, which is what the hit is referred to. And Johnny, whenever he was injured or touched, it always referred to it in these ways of punching or clocked or whatever. And whether you didn't discuss it with him or not, the last thing you do in talking to him afterwards or trying to reconcile with him is to get into what the definition of
face,
those words
like the way
mean to
she's
him.
carrying
So
herself.
I never even addressed it. If he was ever pushed, it was a quote.
Where's that PTSD at again? Yeah, she changed the entirety of her statement, though. Again, remember, Johnny Depp was hiding in a bathroom, and then you had this problem, and then it reverses. But you notice over time it's reversed. She was hiding behind a door, then it becomes Johnny Depp was hiding behind a door. Again, the facts of this stuff in 2016, as I've said, there was a very good source on this said that when you imagine her, you have to imagine her dancing between raindrops. You have to imagine her trying to avoid getting pelted by any type of evidence, and in trying to do so, well, what does she end up doing? She ends up constructing stories that move around all the time.
He called it a cold clock. I mean, it's just very dramatic.
Isn't it true, Ms. Heard, that in September of 2015, you punched Johnny Depp in the face with a closed fist?
Mm. I hit Johnny one time when he.
All right, well, look, here comes the acting. This is how good she was at acting back when.
Answer the question. Please stop whispering because it's distracting over here.
It's your team.
No, I was
no, these
to
two.
this, actually.
I can't hear them. I hear them. So please answer the question.
Yes or no? Did you ever
No.
punch Johnny Depp with a closed fist in the history of your relationship with Johnny?
Answer it however you feel you wish to.
One time, Johnny was hitting me, and he was hitting me hard and repeatedly, and I was screaming. Security walks in, and they don't do anything about it. And he makes this motion when Jerry Judge yells "boss" or Sean. I can't remember who it was, and all we had was a little bit of separation, and my sister runs down the stairs.
See, this is the staircase incident.
We're
So
on a landing in
look,
between.
now it's gone from the way that she told this story to at one time, Jerry Judge yelled something. Like it was Travis McGivern that was there, but she brings Jerry Judge into all of this. And at the time, she brings Jerry Judge saying, well, he yelled boss, and that caused something. Again, this is how the staircase incident sounded originally.
Between two flights of stairs.
Ms. Heard, I must interrupt you,
You can't.
because
You
I've
can't.
asked you a yes
Then
or no question.
withdraw your question then because
Ms.
she's
Heard,
answering.
prior to today's date, have you ever hit Johnny Depp?
Answer it however you wish. You've already asked, and she's already answered, and you interrupted her.
Ms. Heard, have you ever hit Johnny Depp prior to today?
Objection, vaguest of times.
Hey, everyone on this side of the room, please.
Objection 352. It's not relevant to the domestic violence proceeding.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the judge in there,
however you want to, including the way you were just.
I'm asking for a yes or no
answer. You don't have to answer it the way she wants you to answer it.
He was about to push my sister down the stairs. She was attempting to break us up. I am protective over my baby sister. When he laid hands on her, I don't know what I did, but I know I jumped in between the actions that I saw lead to a fatal injury to my sister. When she was standing on the top of a flight of the stairs, and she has never hurt anyone in her life, and she does not deserve to be pushed down the flight of stairs. And it looked like she was about to be. And I would have done what anybody who has a child or a sister would have done. I acted defensively in her life. I saw her standing on top of a flight of stairs and trying to interrupt a fight in between him and I. I don't know what part of my body I put in between me and him and her, but I would have done anything. I would have done anything to prevent her from being pushed down a flight of stairs.
So you see.
You say these things happened on April 21. At any time after April 21, did you call the police about these things you say happened on April 21?
No, I never called the police on Johnny myself.
Did you ever report to any law enforcement authority other than the police your claims that he did these things on April 21?
No, I attempted as best as I could to hide this and keep our lives as private as possible. And I did what a lot of, I guess, women do, tried to protect him.
Were you attempting to hide this when you filed this declaration on May 27, 2016?
It was unhideable because the cops had been called.
Ms. Heard, when you claim in your declaration that the argument started with Johnny, a magnum-sized bottle of champagne at the wall, do you recall that event?
Yes.
Okay. Did the bottle break?
I don't know if it broke or if there was a bottle on the table next to it that broke and a wine glass next to it that broke, but there was both a wine glass and a bottle. I'm not sure which of the two it was that broke, when the one that was thrown at me but missed, or if it was the one perhaps sitting on the table nearby. But the painting behind it that rests on the wall behind where I was standing still is missing a big chunk out of it. So it made quite an impact.
Are you finished? I want to make sure you're finished or not. Yeah. Okay. Did the bottle you refer to?
Look at her eyes though, all the time. Look.
If you're finished or not.
The way she acts.
Did the bottle
she does not
you
like
refer
somebody.
To,
she does not like
ever
people
touch
countering her
your
at all.
body? No. Did the wine glass you refer to in reference to the bottle ever touch your body?
Pieces of it did. It shattered.
Okay. Where did the pieces you say touched your body touch your body? What part of your body?
I don't remember exactly what part of my body was touched by the glass breaking upon impact. I do know that it touched my body, knees and hands. No, not my hands, my knees anyway.
Knees and hands.
When I went down to the floor, some version of my legs. When I went down to the floor later in the fight, but nothing significant, not like Australia or anything.
So, again, you get a feeling for how she was back when versus how she was in this litigation. And the back when is so much different. It is so much different. It's like I said, it's crazy to look at. Man, I can't believe the channel's at 309,000 subscribers. That's nuts, people. Thank you for that. Jim B, thanks for the 10. If I had the time, I'd do it myself, but someone needs to edit her current testimony and this testimony together to points to illustrate the lies for the uninformed. Love all that you do, Tug. Thank you for that. I appreciate that for sure. Smooch Pooch, thanks for the 50 there. Thank you. You can have BPD characteristics and not have, since it's so similar to bipolar. Since BPD and personality disorders have been brought up in the trial, people are quick to label folks with BPD or personality disorders by having zero experience with mental illness. It's offensive to us. Well, that's the case. You see so many terms thrown around so haphazardly because people think that they understand mental illness. They think that they have a grasp of it. What they don't understand, first of all, people like to diagnose self. Some people do it because they think there's a perception of issue. Some people do it because heck, there's some kind of clout in diagnosing yourself. There's like a million different reasons that people would do this kind of stuff. I think it's horrible. It's horrible in its own way because it does damage. Like the entire point shouldn't be to do damage, you know? It shouldn't be to do. Oh, that's hilarious. Somebody pointed out that a person that has done tried to do, they've done doxing and stuff in the past, that they're trying to come back again, you know. They're trying to get my attention again, and I'm not going to give them any social clout. I'm not going to use their name or anything. They can eat it. They can eat it. They can't have any. Time slows down. Celine Dion music starts to play when I see Camille. Thanks for the 5 there. Yeah. Tip, thanks for the 5. Hey, Tug, did you see the jury had a question earlier? Shown live. I'm late, so I'm not sure if you're. Yeah, they pulled it on the law and crime. The question itself was just about 3 in clarification. You have clarification on. You have clarification throughout. Some clarification is going to. Some clarification is going to matter. Some of it's just having its basic, instruction clarification. It's. The jury instructions are not, like I was saying before, the jury instructions are not so easy. I'm sure that there are so many people that are going to attribute this to some, this means this or this means that. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to say jury and, jury asking instruction means anything besides they had a question about question. Because again, like if you read this stuff, like if you look at it, you could make inference and say this is what their question means or not. But if you look at these instructions, they can be confusing, because like, again, question 1's dealing with an online op-ed. It's about title. So when you look through it, again, the wording here, when you look through question 3, for example, as to the statement appearing in the op-ed entitled "A Transformative Moment for Women." So already, when you look at this, I think it's kind of confusing the way it's stated. As to the statement appearing in the online op-ed, or in the op-ed entitled "A Transformative Moment for Women" in the Washington Post print edition, and in the online op-ed, Amber Heard, I spoke against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. This has to change. In the Washington Post online edition, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. When you read through that, there may be some kind of, again, there may be a need for clarification in something, and that happens. That happens with instruction. Some of the instruction, I don't know if you watched the instruction being read live, but the instruction being read live was it was like, holy crap. It was boring, just to be honest. Like listening to jury instruction is boring. It's easy to go through and think, oh my Lord, I don't want to hear, like I said, it's not exciting stuff in any way, shape, or form. And then on top of it, you have, what comes in the following, after that, you have the questions of, what do you need to answer when that comes up? Did you find, has Mr. Depp proven all elements of defamation? Yes or no? If you answer the question 3A, no, proceed to 4. If you answer yes, please answer yes or no to the following. Has he proven by greater weight of the evidence that? So you got to go through each one of those. Again, like I said, you can see how you would have to have clarification on some things. Sometimes, can that matter? Yeah. I'm gonna say something that that maybe would make some people mad. Not every freaking move in this case. Again, this is not pointed anyway. I'm just saying this is how the machine online works too. Not everything that happens means something. I mean, it means yes, someone had a question, but it doesn't mean, oh, gotcha, yeah, Johnny Depp's gonna win now. And oh Lord, it drives me crazy sometimes. Jimmer Martin, thanks for the 5. We were all mistaken. The trial was Turd's audition for the live-action Pinocchio. Tagged you in a Huffington Post article on Twitter. That's hilarious. Matt Strawberry, thanks for the 5. In the door toe scraping recording, Johnny Depp does say he was closing the door. Appreciate the truth. We'll look into those comics. Thank you. Appreciate that. Gal Pal Val, thanks for the 10. Hope the verdict will be just, but not sure if it matters. What's your next on your agenda when this is done? Well, first, I need to see how this ends. I need to not just see, like, I don't mean like, oh, here's a decision, let's move on. I'm talking about like, where does this go in the aftermath? How exactly does this move forward? Like what happens? Because like I said, I'm sure that the media is going to crucify a few people. I know. I'm sure they're going to go after people, Let's see. Have I seen the Rihanna video about Chris Brown? Yes, I saw the stuff with Chris Brown. When you look at, I was looking at a new picture of Rihanna. I was trying to decide whether or not I wanted to show one of those. And I'm just going to say, look up Rihanna. Okay. Look her up. Look at her face. Look what happened to her. Like it's horrible when you look at that versus. Let's see. I was trying to see if I could find something that, well, let's look at it anyway. Let's see if we can. I was looking, maybe I could find one of the pictures on on Twitter that showed it. They had maybe I'll show the TMZ. That way it doesn't make it front and center. Yeah, there we go. Actually, I hate to pull up the Sun, but I'm going to pull up the Sun anyway. Okay, so this is Rihanna. Like, if you compare Rihanna to what happened with that. All right, so Chris Brown. Like these pictures, again, there's something right over her face, but I mean, look at it. Like, there's no question. There's no question. And if you look up other pictures, again, she goes from this. I mean, these are tame. These are behind this image, so it hides it somewhat because the platform freaks out. But you can see the knots in her head, her lips. I mean, it's insane stuff that has been done to her face. It's a terrible, terrible. I'm going to pull up one more, I think a document there. I was checking stuff since we're moving forward to 240, 245. I was looking at a few different items to see if anything had come up yet. To make sure, like I said, we don't have anything that comes up there. I'm going to pull up a witness statement here. I want to actually look at Depp's witness statement. Do you know we don't have access to one of his major witness statements? It never came up into the public eye, but we do have Depp's witness statement. This is his description of how things, I'm going to say things played as far as relationship with background. And what's funny is you had the media pretend that there wasn't any type of denial, right? Oh, he hasn't denied. He hasn't denied. Well, you know what? He denies. In fact, he denies it from go. He has always denied it. In fact, he's denied, like I said, from go. He's done denials. So it's not just denial. It was denial from go. For the avoidance of any doubt, I never abused her, indeed any woman in my life. I am from a Southern family, and rules were instilled in me from birth of my mother. You would be a Southern gentleman, or it would be beaten into you. Even as a child, chivalry was extremely important, and whether or not this was considered old-fashioned, it was still something that was considered very important. Integrity, dignity, honesty, and respect for women. So, I mean, he listed from go, Let's see. I was looking up the note to see where. So there's one area. I had to look it up. I had to look up where it was written. So there's one area, like I said, I always found interesting in these claims. All right. In the claims, you have, I think it's November 2014. See all the, like, these are all deflection, like saying this claim, that claim, this is what happened, that's what happened. I think the real telling item. If you truly want to feel for all of this, it comes up right there. What the hell? Somebody's coverage go down? Give me a second. Did Emily Baker go down? Did Emily Baker sign off, or did she go? Like, what's going on with that? Like, it went to the beginning of her stuff. Did she stop covering? Is she taking a break? Oh, she's at lunch. I was like, oh crap, she got hit. Okay. That's fine. I saw her go offline. I was like, oh crap, she got hit. That's my, like, honestly, I worry about people who went, that's the one thing so I saw like with the jury question, like again, people pulled it from Law and Crime, and I thought, oh crap, I'm waiting for people to get hit still, because that's what Law and Crime does. Like I said, what happens in that system too. Again, this is why with a jury question, yeah, you can pull it in a video and it not be a problem, because you can turn it into something, and you can fight it. Like I said, you can fight them when they hit that, but until the decision comes in, you have a problem. And as I was noting, it's so easy to hit people in this YouTube system. It's insane. In fact, it's absolutely insane. This is what, let me show you this, and then we're going to go over something real fast. So this is what that looks like. If you're wondering how channels get hit, people think it's some process. This is how it happens right here. I get told this is what matches my channel stuff. Okay. Now I remove them all the time. So I only have 10 that are showing. These are just 10 that have popped up randomly. But like this place right here. Okay. I'm not doing anything with them. I want to see what this channel is. So I'm going to click and see what this channel is. This is a channel that's got about 2,000 subs. I had a channel come up with 115,000 subs the other day. All you have to do is claim it. All you have to do is put in a request for video removal, that little button right there, and it can hurt channels. So that's why I don't want to cover crap from Law and Crime, because they hit that button. Like me, I don't claim that. The only thing I'd ever claim that on is like, you see this 6 Christmas gifts thing. If this were a scam, this is the reason why I started, or a pressure washer. I own those. And if they were associated with them trying to scam based on a review I put up in YouTube or in Amazon years ago, I would claim that. I would knock it offline. But otherwise, that wouldn't happen. But that's what Law and Crime does. They use that. If you scan into any of their stuff, they sometimes will automatically hit you. Bam. And that's a good way to lose a channel. Like I said, not lose a channel, but you lose your channel for at least 2 days. Come Geek Some, who covered Johnny Depp for years. I mean, he's covered him for years. The first day of the trial, he and a dozen other people got hit. So that's why I'm very careful about that. I'm gonna lose my channel for days. I have to fight them. It's just after citing all the weirdos too, it just gets annoying, And that's what they want it to be. They want it to be nasty. This system needs to be fixed. It's broken. Like I said, I myself could just from that could cause problems for chat. And that's crazy. That shouldn't exist. Like, that's not my material. Like, I don't own any of this trial. It's not mine. But the YouTube content system, it will randomly, depending on how it's uploaded. Like if I upload a clip of something and someone didn't upload it exactly that way, then it will say that clip is actually my clip because I uploaded it first. It looks like that. And anyone that uploads something within X amount, sometimes it may only be 70% correct. You can hit another channel for it. That's nuts, right? But anyway, so there was a claim. This was not discussed with the, with the, well, let me show this with her too. Okay. I'm going to show it to you from both of them. I was just thinking, should I show this from her too? Yeah. Okay. So this is Johnny Depp answering this. Now you would think she has 14 claims of violence, right? When I say that, you think that she claimed 14 incidents of violence, right? I mean, that would make sense. Yeah. Did you realize that one of those claims doesn't even have violence claimed in it? She has a text message. You saw that in court. That's one of her claims of violence. He text messaged her. He apologized in the text message, and she claimed that that alone was proof of violence. Apology equals violence. So, here's actually, I want to show it to you from her first. I went ahead and pulled this up on her too. So, this is her claim, all right? And then you're going to have Johnny Depp answer it. So this is how she goes. December 17th, 2014. They give the place. He said that he couldn't, okay, it's a text message, not all in here, but you'll recognize these statements. He couldn't be more sorry that rage was never the answer to any equation or occasion. I'm an effing savage. Gotta lose that. Gonna lose that. The devil is all around, right? I'm well aware that I should have been bigger at that moment and that it will never again manifest in negative experience. So this is an example of the promises that would never happen again. Now, the judge, this was claimed as an incident of violence. To make that very clear, the judge claimed this as an incident of violence. Okay. And the judge actually shot this one down. This is what it took to get an incident. When people like to bring up UK 2020 and say, ooh, 12 of 14. Oh, he got convicted of it. They would have given this to her if she would have claimed anything in it, but she didn't. So he couldn't give it to her. He gave her anything that claimed violence. He just was like, yep, that's all you. This one, though, as Johnny Depp says, in this one. And like I said, I've always found this one to be absolutely crazy because it doesn't even allege violence in it. But Johnny Depp answers it and he's like, I understand from my solicitors that she alleged I'd been violent towards her on December 17th, 2014, after I sent her text messages supposedly apologizing for my behavior, calling myself an effing savage and a lunatic. She doesn't even contain specific details of the allegation. So like they're telling you, there's not even a specific allegation in that. She's saying that something happened without, of course, saying that something happened. And as such, I cannot provide any detail as what happened on that date. In any event, I didn't do anything wrong, is what he goes on and says. But imagine that, like her details there on alleging violence, they include, he made an apology to me, therefore there's violence. Like when you get to that point, how can you with good conscience say that her claims, they have anything that's based in reality? They have anything that's based in actual fact? Because they don't. Now, one thing that keeps coming up again and again too is Tara Roberts. I like Tara Roberts. This is where the first claim of sexual violence manifests. And the reason that this sexual claim of violence manifests, let me pull this over. Give me 1 second. I'm going to lock in on this. Okay. 1 minute. I have to lock this in. So this is the first time that she's going to claim sexual violence. That's what's going to cause this. And the reason that she ends up claiming that sexual violence is because Johnny Depp steps forward with claims of her abusing him, claims that she can't get away from. So she's already used in May. She's already said, well, I headbutted him. I did this or I did that at the time. So we have to have a step up. We have to have some kind of increase in there. And the increase that you see is not an increase in claim. She doesn't continue to make the same claim. She increases it as far as the volatility of her claim, the veracity of her claim. She claims that, Johnny Depp, he not only did that thing, like I said before, but he did something worse, much, much worse. So, as far as Tara Roberts, if you don't know who this is, we got to run into her in the trial. She runs his private island. Wow, having a private island. Whew. I never saw Johnny, who was an unusually kind man, be violent or aggressive with Amber or anyone. I observed in December 2015 to my colleague that Amber was a thrower, someone who threw projectiles. I also witnessed Amber lunge violently at Johnny, pull his hair, commit other aggressive physical acts against him, as well as the visible aftermath of the incidents outlined in the statement. So they like to say, her team like to say again and again that there was no one that went on record actually saying that she did anything. Yeah, multiple people did. And they said that I saw her do this. I saw her pulling hair. I saw her punch. But again, we're going to dismiss that. Prior to Johnny's marriage to Amber, he was outgoing, friendly, and social. It was a family environment when he would visit the island. Throughout the relationship and marriage, there was a distinct change in Johnny, who had once social and animated person, spent most days sleeping, became withdrawn. Our meals together dwindled to non-existent. General socialization, or just moments to discuss island issues, stopped as she would randomly show up. Very rarely were we allowed to be alone with him, as she would wiggle her way into the discussion. So, when they talk about the increase in drug use, the increase in like this mood change, you hear this, it's brought up repeatedly by Amber Heard's folks. Have you ever thought that maybe the reason that happens is because thanks for the 7-hour verdict watch. You appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out there. But the reason that happened is perhaps abuse. They talked about PTSD and they talked about the symptoms of PTSD. Yeah, let's talk about some symptoms of PTSD. You ever heard of social withdrawal? Because that's a symptom of PTSD. I mean, if we ever, when they're discussing this, have we ever heard of, again, drug use? Somebody that's self-medicating because they don't know what to do. They're trying to deal with their emotion. They're trying to deal with the volatility around them. They're trying to, I'm not saying that drug use started here, but increased drug use, things that go out of control. I mean, if we're looking at every move that she had and we're trying to say, oh, well, it somehow ties back to domestic abuse. Doesn't that work both ways? I mean, honestly, again, also, she claimed, one of the big things that she claimed in UK 2020, which she did not pull here, like I've mentioned before, was social isolation. She said that Johnny Depp would isolate her socially. He would not allow her in any way, shape, or form to go out and do her own thing. Doesn't that sound like social isolation? What she's doing there, she would wiggle herself into conversation. He would withdraw. He wouldn't have meals with people he used to. He wouldn't do anything with them. Again, doesn't that kind of sound like social isolation? Doesn't that sound like what we're discussing there? So she claims it, but it looks like he's manifesting it, and the people around him are noticing it. You also, interestingly, you had even his security guards would state that when she would do something volatile toward him, he would defend her, and he would defend her like adamantly. When we talk about people defending their abusers, again, doesn't that fit that behavior to a T? When we hear about all this stuff that's supposed to be, proof of X, Y, or Z, doesn't that fit the description of what's supposedly being made manifest? So the events of August 2014. Now this, if you heard about this, just to note before we start on this, you actually heard about this stuff in the courtroom, but to a different degree. Okay. You heard about this you heard about a mineral spirits can getting chucked at Johnny Depp's face, hitting him squarely in the forehead, jacking him up basically. Like that. That's who this comes from. Tara Roberts. Tara Roberts is not just, again, because of what happened in this incident, because she hit him with a can in the face. It caused bleeding. It caused significant injury. She needed to deflect away from that. So the way that she deflected away from that was to accuse him of sexual violence. Like, again, this is one of the first times that you have her claim sexual violence. Like, I was kind of stunned to hear the way that sexual violence comes into this conversation, because we've never really had a breakdown of it. Camille actually started talking about how sexual violence comes into the conversation, because again, we weren't privy to all of that conversation. You and I, we didn't have, well, I guess I'm gonna have to spin that. I was trying to set this up a little different so I could read it and pull up something else, but I guess all right, there we go. I was trying to set this up differently so I could read it with something else on the screen. All right, so there we go. Better. Sorry about that. I was setting it for me. So again, Camille broke it down for us. We never really got a breakdown. We didn't see behind closed doors in UK 2020. So we didn't know what happened in there. We didn't know about the claims of sexual violence. We didn't see those ourselves. But now we're able to see that. So I'm aware that Amber has claimed in court documents that Johnny violently attacked her on the island on August 17, 2014, and that Johnny kicked and broke a door. First, there was no broken door damage during that visit or anything. There was no broken anything. If there was, I would know. Is it part of my job and on the island on which I live full time? Second, Johnny, Amber, and Debbie Lloyd, a registered nurse, arrived on the island on the 8th of August, 2014, and Johnny left later that year. There was nothing out of the ordinary that happened during the visit, nor did I even witness a moment of discord on the tiny island. So, you have the breakdown of 2014, where she's saying all of that's a lie, because if it happened, if my door got kicked down, I would have known it. I would have seen that. I would have had that witness. Now, December 15th, during the evening of December 29th, 2015, Johnny drove to the office alone in his John Deere Gator. He had said he would just needed to get away from Amber. Shortly after, Amber showed up to the office. Amber started pleading with him to come back to the house. And at that point, I walked out of the office. A few minutes later, I heard his vehicle start and I stepped outside. Amber was standing in front of the vehicle, screaming at him and apparently not letting him get away by blocking his path. Now, we heard a story just like this. It was not a story of a vehicle, but it was a story that came up just like this, only it was about staircase incident. Do you remember the staircase incident where, you know, the staircase incident? I was looking to see if there was a transcript of the new one, and I don't see it right there. In the staircase incident, Travis McGivern testified that Debbie, actually, there probably is. I like complete pictures. So you'll notice, like, I'll pause for a second. It's because I'm trying to think if there's another piece of witness testimony that fits into this gap that I'm imagining. So Travis McGivern, you heard him on the stand talking about what happened with Debbie Lloyd and him when they responded. Remember he got hit with a Red Bull can. He did. Give me a second, I'm trying to find Travis McGivern. I know I've got Travis McGivern here somewhere. There he is. I'm trying to remember if it was in the yeah, okay. So here's Travis McGivern. All right. Now, he doesn't say all of the stuff that ends up in the new filing, but he does add here. Give me a second. I think it switched over. It's taking me a second. There, I lost it. I got too many things open. So on that date, like he said, he calls over Debbie Lloyd. Debbie Lloyd comes. There was an argument going on. And as part of this, you remember on the stand, he said that she would block him and not let him leave. It was part of that argument. She kept blocking him. She didn't want him to leave. She did this on other occasions. Well, that's the same behavior that we're hearing about. So you have Travis McGivern. He puts part of it here. He puts the rest of it on record on the trial. But that's the type of behavior that he's sharing even there. So you have two witnesses that actually they verify that's the type of behavior that you're seeing. Okay, so she's blocking. She doesn't want him to be able to walk away because, again, if Johnny Depp, if he walks away, he might not come back. That's what she's afraid of. It isn't him walking away. It's the fact that maybe he, of anybody, is actually able to leave her. There probably been very few people in her life that when she's had her hooks in them have been able to just wiggle free and get away. And she doesn't like that idea. So she's standing, not blocking. Then she climbed into the vehicle. He drove her back to the house. I got in my golf cart. I went to the cafe, which is a short distance from the house. I called Christy, that would be Johnny's sister, as I was unsure how far this would go. When I could not hear what caused the fight, Amber repeatedly berated him with increasing ferocity. She was insulting him, calling him names. In the middle of this onslaught, I heard her say specifically. So this is a person specifically saying that they heard this. Your career is over. No one is going to hire you. You're washed up. You're fat. You'll die a lonely man. So this is overheard specifically by her. This isn't secondhand. This is yet another person that is also testifying to that. And we heard part of that on recordings. Now, what you have to question is, her narrative, she likes to steal stories from people, right? So she said that Johnny Depp, he did this so often to her that this was her response to him. This is how she would fire back. Maybe, just maybe, his responses to her are defensive, and they didn't start out that way, because that's what you hear her say here, because she's screaming things that are incomprehensible. At some point, Johnny tried to leave again. As they were now in the parking lot, he repeatedly asked for her key, or for the keys to the vehicle which she had taken out, refused to give back to him, and which were later found in the house. He was responding to her verbal attacks by saying, "Go away, just leave me alone." She screamed, berated, raised to a fever pitch. Johnny continued to yell, "Go away, leave me alone." I asked Christy what I should do. She said I should keep an eye on the situation. As Amber's rage continued to escalate and I described the scene to Christy, she said I needed to intervene and I should go to Johnny's assistance. I hung up and immediately ran to the parking lot. I saw Amber lunge at Johnny, clawing, tugging, aggressively pulling him. He continued to stand there, yelling at her to stop and leave him alone. When he stepped back to leave, her onslaught would start again. During this entire incident, I never saw Johnny hit Amber, never push her back, nor did he physically react to her attacks. She would calm down. She would hug and apologize. So she would go on the offensive. He would hug. He would apologize for that. Then he would say, "I need to leave," and it would start again. Finally, I stepped between them. She continued to reach for him, but my presence stopped it. I walked him to the cafe. He laid on the couch, and that is when I saw that he now had a reddish, swelling gash on the bridge of his nose. Amber, Johnny told me, had thrown a quart size can of lacquer thinner into his face, causing the gash. So she had taken a bottle of lacquer thinner and busted him in the face. I mean, can you imagine that? I mean, that's insane there. The next morning, the bushes around the house, so everywhere around the home, everything there, it's filled with art supplies, including paintbrushes, paint tubes. The deck was stained with the thinner. There was no damage to the house, and she just pretended it didn't happen. She just went about, well, she mentioned none of it. So she didn't apologize or anything crazy. She had also thrown her wedding ring. She asked for it to found. It was found and returned. So there was no sign of injury. There was nothing there. No makeup. There's nothing whatsoever that was seen. No perception of injury. Like I said, nothing whatsoever that ends up popping up with that. Now, on the Christmas 2015, this is the photo shoot we saw pictures from. Okay, so we saw a bunch of pictures. You remember those bathing suit pictures that you saw? I'll pull up a couple of them. But you remember those that were like taken on a beach? Or that had, again, there was no injury to her. That's where they came from. On that, we did not know this was happening, nor did Johnny's children. My recollection is that the photographer, Greg Williams, arrived on December 27th, 2015. His partner took photographs the day after her rampage. So the day after she goes nuts there, during departure of an uninjured Amber and of Johnny, who had a visible gash on the bridge of his nose. Also present on the island was his son, daughter, and a friend. Johnny's kids did witness the aftermath of that. As I got there that morning, explained to them what had happened and took them to their father. Now, this is what I found to be interesting, that they didn't even try. Like, again, Johnny's team didn't bring in the children at all, because if they brought in the children, they would be brought into the courtroom. And he didn't want his kids being pulled into this media circus. So you don't have any discussion of what they saw. You had Amber Heard bring them up, hoping to God she could go Johnny Depp into, bringing them up and saying something back. That way they could subpoena the kids. That's why Depp would not bring them up, because he did not want the kids involved in any way, shape, or form. He did his best to keep them out of the courtroom, like I say. So when Amber would depart the island, she would always leave considerable number of personal things behind. When she left the island on the 31st of December 2015, she took everything she owned with her. We did a post-visit cleanup. I made the observation to the other employees that all of her stuff was gone. That's kind of fascinating, right? That was before she knew that Johnny Depp had lost everything. So, what does that say? Does that say things about a weird plan going forward? Does that say things about stuff that we talked about before? Or is just something, again, is that just some weird matter that didn't actually get brought in? Like I said, it's fascinating, though, that you've got this person here talking about what happened. And you have, on top of that, there are pictures that are part of this too. The pictures that are part of this, God, man, some on Law and Crimes people look crazy. I flipped over just to see if they'd broadcast anything too. I keep the broadcast thing in the corner over here, and like I said, I pull up a bunch of channels just to see if the decisions come in, and like some of the people they have on there look absolutely crazy. So anyway, here's the photographs from that day. All right, this is the day after. See, they didn't hammer this home, and it kind of irritated me a little bit, because this point wasn't made repeatedly. Johnny Depp, again, there are pictures here that Law and Crime, this kills me. So Law and Crime has pictures that were the ones that she said that she texted to Debbie Lloyd. They have them pulled up, right? But they don't have, one of those pictures is they put in twice. It's the exact same picture. Oh, they don't talk about that, because of course talking about that might get them a little trouble, and they need to make that. They've been making bank. They've been making insane amounts of money on this. So of course, why would you tell the truth? Got to protect their place in the media. Can't bite the hand that feeds you, right? So anyway, here's the pictures from the day after this supposedly insane thing that happened, and on top of the claims that you heard about the volatility there, something that you need to also remember is that Amber Heard, she claimed sexual violence in that first encounter. So this is where the first encounter of sexual violence comes in, Like I said, it's insane, because she had already countered May 21st with a claim of violence. And now you have a different type of claim, something that, again, it's not manifest in the same way. It's manifest as much, much worse, much more prevalent. much more horrifying claim. And yet, I mean, here we are. And you can see, like, the problem with their claims about makeup, first of all, you're in the water, right? Right. On top of that, you can see her arms clearly. You can see her legs clearly. You can see her body clearly. You can see almost everything on her. And there is no mark whatsoever. Also, like I said, I one of the things that I found kind of annoying in the case that was excluded. So there was a claim in the counterclaim that where he talked about they wanted to make a claim against him, and because he mentioned her face. He said, you know, the day after the day after her claims, you know, she went to a party that was Amanda de Cabernet. That was her party, by the way. So there were pictures that were manifest from the day. Amanda de Cabernet came out and told her, like, by the way, she pretty much told her or told the Sun that I don't back Amber Heard. I've heard her on camera. I've heard her speak before, and I don't think she's the victim. Basically, I think that Johnny Depp may well be the victim. This picture, though, was taken the day after her claims. Remember where she supposedly has a big bruise right here? Well, this is taken the day after. And again, I know her claim will be, I got on the makeups. I don't have a... Let me pull this up here, okay? I want to show you these two almost together, okay? So I'm pulling them up. I can't show them to you side by side, but I can probably get close. 1 minute. All right, look at this here. Now, there's the pictures. Look at that. Here's where the mark would be. So it would be right there. You'd be able to see, you know, it's not, again, you would see the outline, and you can zoom this picture in. If you zoom that picture in, I'm going to zoom it in for you real quick, okay? So I'm going to save and zoom it. That way I can pull it up. But if you zoom this picture in, the thing that you find out about it is it's just like so many other pictures. If this is makeup, then it's the best makeup in the world, and that every one of you ladies should buy it because it will cover up anything. You know? So here's the picture. Here's it zoomed in. Again, there's nothing. Like, there's no place. There's no... Again, you know, she's selling the idea that she's the best makeup artist in the world. But this was a picture that was not added in. Now, that statement, what's fascinating about that is it comes from a GQ article. Okay, let me see. GQ, Johnny Depp. It was a big interview. Because it was called Johnny Depp Will Not Be Buried. All right. It was like I said, it was a big interview. Johnny Depp talked about all of these claims against him. He actually discussed all of the trash that was being aimed. It talked about he also talked about Disney in it too. You know, they here's something funny. I always thought this was funny. So he actually threw a little shade at Disney in this too, after all of the issues. So did Disney try to alter his Pirates performance? Disney hated me. They were thinking of every way they could get rid of me, to fire me. Oh, we're going to have to subtitle them. We do understand Captain Jack Sparrow. What's wrong with him? What's wrong with his arms? Is he drunk? Is he mentally effing stupefied? Is he gay? So I asked Depp directly, did Disney ask if Jack Sparrow was being played as openly homosexual in Pirates? They asked me, is he gay? And I answered the question over the phone. It was a lady named Nina Jacobson from Disney at the time. Gina Jacobson herself is gay, it should be noted, so they say. And she asked me a couple of questions, and then it was, what is it, Johnny? Is he gay? My tendency, of course, is to be irreverent, so I said, Nina, didn't you know that all my characters are gay? That was pretty much the abrupt end of the conversation. So, I mean, I thought that was a funny portion in there, but this is where he actually answers, or where he has a chance to answer many of the claims that are put against him too. I'm rolling back so I can find the insider, because this also, it's not just claims like that. They throw in the other claims, the claims of the finances and stuff like that. They're discussed somewhat in here. There's a lot of stuff though. There's things that are aimed at. There's stuff that's, I mean, it's aimed all over the place, you know. Man, Rekieta is getting brave, man. He's pulling up law and crime, just laughing about it, having a little laugh and a talk about it. Hey, brave Rekieta, especially considering they're not all right, let's see. Here we go. Here's the volatility. So he talked about, okay, in it he talks about, let me pull this up in front of you. Yes, if I talked about Rekieta, I'm watching everyone. So again, I don't miss anything. That's why I mentioned that. Because I am not feeling missing coming back in. If I'm, if they actually do finally come back with a decision, I want to catch the decision. So I've been watching for it. But they brought up the paparazzi. They talked about Johnny Depp being volatile or being violent. And they said, oh, well, he went after the paparazzi. And he was saying, well, Vanessa, she was pregnant with Lily Rose. Like, I would go after him. And of course, I would do that. Of course, I would do that. And then he gets into the claims that are against him right now. He talks about like his kids, how it takes away from his children, And worse than that, to take away future earnings from my kids, I do this shit for my kids, man. How could anyone come with something that would like that against someone when there's no truth to it whatsoever? I'm sure it wasn't easy for my 14-year-old boy to go to school, what I mean, with people saying, hey, look at this magazine, man. What, your dad beats up chicks or something? Why did he have to go through that? Why did my daughter have to go through that? I tell Depp, I could see how that would anger him. She didn't. Depp is all too aware that some intricacies of his and hers relationship need to be put in third person. This is why at times he will swap with she and that person. Why didn't that person speak to the police? I mean, they spoke to the police, but the police saw nothing and they offered her an emergency medical technician. She said no. Police see nothing on her. Police see nothing broken, and at least they no marks. They offered her an EMT to have a look at her, and she says no. And I don't know if it was the next day or a couple of days later, but then there was a bruise. There was a red mark and then a brown bruise. A day after the alleged she was seen at the Amanda Cabernet 44th birthday party. Again, these are Johnny Depp's words here. So he said, she was at a party the next day. Her eye wasn't closed. She had her hair over her eye, but you could see her eye wasn't closed or wasn't shut. 25 feet away from her. How the F am I going to hit her? Which, by the way, is the last thing I would have done. Matt looks stupid, but I ain't effing stupid, you know? Then GQ, after they say all of this, you know what they do? They apologize for covering it. They apologize, you know? I don't know if the jury will be done with a verdict. Well, we'll see if they do today or not. I mean, if they do, they do. If they don't, they don't. You know? Again, a lot of people predicted, all right, off the go, it would come in today or tomorrow. I believe DUI guy said tomorrow. I believe that was his statement from the beginning. So again, I don't take a guess at days. I don't actually know. I can't tell you for sure what day something will come in. I also don't guess at clarification or anything like that. Like I don't know. You know, I can't tell you what the jury's thinking. So other people that, and I'm not saying like people like DUI guy, they watch them so they could give you, you know, a bit more insight into at least what they saw there. I didn't see any of that. So, you know, I don't have any of that insight to add whatsoever. It's not my insight, you know. It's funny if you look at the footage outside of the courthouse. There's like 20,000 people that have been tuned into like people walking their dog in front of the courthouse. I mean, that's just kind of funny, you know. If you so anyway, they this is what GQ said. This tells you how powerful Amber Heard's statements are. To suggest that a woman, a man, or anyone might have made up such a serious allegation is a tremendously dangerous and damaging thing to do. If we as a global society are striving for equality and acceptance to run through the very part of our lives, then all races, cultures, and genders, they need to believe those who stand up and claim to have been subjected to physical or verbal abuse. Let me be clear. This is not an investigative reporting. It is merely a snapshot. So you see this. We need to believe those who stand up and claim to have been subjected. This is the problem. Even when Johnny Depp stood up and he said something and he said, I myself was abused, you know what the media focused on? They focused on her claims of abuse. So even when he says, hey, I've been abused, they say, nope. No verdict yet? This is insane. Not really. I mean, it's been, you had an hour, 1 hour Friday. That's all they did was deliberate for 1 hour. On today, again, they could have a holdout. You got to remember that in this, they could have people holding out. You could have, like, let's just say for anything, just for the sake of argument, I'm not saying it this way, but you could have a holdout for like Amber Heard that or you could have 2 holdouts for Amber Heard or whatever. You know, if they're staunch and they're unmovable, they could be the same other way. You could have holdouts for Johnny Depp saying, no, I don't care what you say. So, I mean, we don't really know what's happening there, you know, but 2 hours Friday then. Yeah, it was probably 2 hours. I don't remember. I just don't remember. It's been so crazy since Friday. But I mean, it's only a couple of, you know, with Friday, I'm sure there was a lot of, you got to select a jury foreman. You got to pull up stuff. Here's a question too that I have. So they were telling us about how their computer works, right? She kept saying that they had the computer, it was blank and it was set up on 2 sides. It had plaintiff and defendant. Okay. And she said that it was connected to the website. Now, I'm hoping that they would have everything downloaded into the computer, because if not, like if you click, like say some of the video files, some of those video files take 30 minutes to open. They're not labeled very well. So like say I wanted to, when I showed you the video of the police doing their thing, you know, coming to the Eastern Columbia building, you know, doing whatever. What you have to remember there is that video that I put together. Well, I didn't put it together. Someone else put it together. But the video I put together in the video, not for it, that denotes I did it, but that I put in the video, that was 8 different or 9 different files. It was a bunch of different files that were put together. And for downloading sake, like with the court's computer was slow. So just a note, it was very slow. So I don't know. Like I said, I'm not really sure. It's funny. What I can't quite grasp. Here's my thing. So let's, again, no shade at this place. I can't quite grasp this in my mind. Here, can somebody explain to me how exactly this has 17,000 people watching? It's the courthouse with people walking to their cars. Like, how exactly does that have 17,000 people watching it? I mean, that's what it is. 17,000 people are here's a strange thing. These things right here, they may not actually those admiring the clean windows. Well, I don't know. Did the judge say that they were going to cut off at 4:30? She said Friday she was at first going to allow them. Yeah, it looks like staff is getting out. So, like I said, I'm keeping an eye out to see exactly what's said about that. Because I don't want to assume anything. But on Friday, she said she was going to let people work as long as they wanted to go. I say you could have a holdout or anything else. Again, one person I can think of right off the bat that said tomorrow was the UI guy. He said it right from go. So you can hear people gossiping outside of the building. It's just strange, I mean, it's strange that, again, this, like, oh man, look, there are people coming out. What does it mean, guys? Does it mean they're off from work today? What does it mean? Seriously. It's just amazing that, you want to know how big this trial is? This tells you how big this trial is. You have court letting out. Possibly. It looks like, people going home today, and 17,000 people are just sitting there watching it. And that tells you how big it is. James Franco has a bad past. Oh, yeah. James Franco has something, I thought it would probably come in today, too, because people have 13,000 people just watching your Discord icon. Yeah, I mean, that's true, too. Well, again, when we go over this stuff, when we talk about it, I want you to understand something. Like we watch people move around and talk because it's visually interesting. I don't want you to focus on me or my face or what I'm saying. I'm not, if like a lot of people, like if I were a pretty lady up here, I were a pretty guy up here, maybe, but I don't, I'm not going for the eye candy. I would be sitting here with headphones on and be like, yeah. But I don't want you focusing just on me, like moving around and doing stupid things. I want you to hear what I'm saying. And what I'm saying in here, and what I'm conveying when I pull up a document or an item, the words to me are important. Again, you can draw more people by using a person, a face, because it gives people something to watch and look at. And the algorithm of YouTube likes that more. But I don't. Again, the words are what are important to me. It's not the watch me dance, Like, again, I'll be at Anime Monster. I was out on the sidewalk in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, Saturday. And a guy named Mike came out there. I told everybody where I was at and stuff. And, Mike came out, offered me an umbrella, which was really funny. But on top of that, I mean, you had people, anybody could come out and sing. That's fine. It's just, I don't know. I didn't start broadcasting my face, and I don't think I don't right now. I don't like the idea of it. I like the thing. Yeah, they're racing. Look at that. Oh my God, there's a car going by. It's so fast. Look at them. Oh my God, that red car. It's like a bullet. Actually, that speed bump is tearing them up. Did you see that? To attack. Oh my God, not the baby. Don't run over the baby. Oh, wait, that didn't happen. It's so dumb. I mean, it is crazy, though. Like I said, 17,000. There weren't even cars in the frame before when I turned it on. It was just, it was just people like moving through. And sometimes not even that. There's been pictures of, there's actually a media line that's set up behind all of this mess. And the media line, they have, oh, look, right when I turn it off, they focus on the media line. Of course. I'm going to turn that back on now. Damn. Like, if you look at this, look, they've already got like microphones set up for discussion and everything else. Look, they're making it exciting right now. They're like, oh my God, look at the microphones. And really, I mean, look at all the networks that are gathered. Again, this has, I very much do agree that this has been the biggest trial. I think this trial is much bigger than societally. There was a lot of argument about, and it got big, the Rittenhouse trial. It was huge. Again, not commenting on it pro or con. We're not getting an argument about that case. But that trial was pretty big. It was pretty stinking big. This trial blew the doors off of it, because the parties involved, first of all, huge name in Johnny Depp. And that's really, I do want people to focus on the name somewhat. I don't, is that guy going to walk over and mess with the mic? Hey, is he banging on him? What's that guy doing? Hey, that guy's going to steal that mic. What's he doing? Steal it, dude. Oh, he just wiped something on it. Like, what keeps somebody from like picking their nose and wiping it on there or something? Like, the dude just walked up and messed with the mics. What's he doing? He just walked off. Steal it. We're bored, clearly. I mean, he just walked up and Mike. Why did Mike check the mic? I mean, that was just weird. It was just very weird. He was snapping. He was like, it looked like he was going to spread. Oh, look, somebody's going to take pictures of the microphones. You know what's sad is they could probably sell these pictures. They could, if they're freelancing, they could probably sell them. It could be like, yo, check out these mics. Hey, take a picture of us, dude. Come on, we're right here. Take a picture. Right here, loser. Take a picture of me. Yeah, thank you. Get my picture. I'm that umbrella god. Get my picture. There I am. Yeah, give me. There we go. Hey, wait a minute. He's like, are you that umbrella god? I'm like, yes, sir. That's me. You got me, sir. I am that umbrella god. Oh, look, he's going to get some better angling for me. Is there any news? Yeah, look, there's a guy taking pictures of microphones. What more do you want? What did you come here for? A verdict or something? I mean, this is action. That's action shot compared. Oh, look, that guy's going to beat that other guy with that tripod. Look, he's slow-mo. Whack. Oh, God, abuse. Oh, man. Take a picture of that, folks, because that right there, oh, my God, it was a crazy Johnny Depp fan. He just beat that other person with a mic. Oh, my God, a tripod. I saw it. Oh, the insanity. The insanity and the bloodlust. It's a riveting. It actually is kind of funny, to be honest. I don't know why, but I can't stop watching. I turned over here to make fun of it. Now I can't stop watching all these stupid people in the frame. Don't leave frame, dude. Come back here with a camera. Oh, here comes another guy. Oh, no, he's going to beat that other guy up still his camera. I'd laugh if that guy left the frame and then he came back in with a camera. That'd be hilarious. It's just I've lost it. I think I have. I've been on here since 7:30. I'm like, look at those shiny windows. Aren't they clean? So pretty, so clean. Look, somebody's walking by taking pictures of the micro. Look, what a spectacle. We have it's like, hi, by the way. But she walked by to take pictures of the microphones. I mean, oh my God. Now I see the draw to this. I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to watch it all night long. Forget finishing Stranger Things season 4. I'm watching this. Oh, Lord. Oh, hey, Alexis, thanks for the 20. Coming from theater, a background covering bruises is so hard, even for me, without some evidence of an outline. Making a bruise, hickeys, scars, so much easier. Yeah, so the channel Red Valkyrie last night, they Red Valkyrie had put something together like that. It's funny. What's funny is I'm doing the same thing like Ricada and them. I look at their coverage and they're watching 3 or 4 outlets. Like I said, I got parked on this one, but that's exactly what I'm doing there too. See, check this out. This is what I've been doing. People are like, that Umbrella Guy, are you paying attention? Hell yeah, I'm paying attention. Like that. I'm not pulling that one up because that's law and crime, but I mean, that's law and crime too. But I have all these other ones, and then I have this one's the window. The pretty window. Look at that. Hey, it's calmed down though. I'm locking back on that anyway. Let's go back and watch it. I'm watching this until I get tired of it. I'm watching this. While we're talking, I'm gonna watch that. I'm gonna have my beautiful overlay. Like I said, we can look at the pretty building until we hear about something. Like I was saying earlier, one of the things that fascinates me, I would love to know how we don't know how many claims of SA actually came up in. See, a lot of this stuff came up in 2020, and it came up behind closed doors, and we don't know the exact number of SA that came up. Sexual abuse claims. So we do know that again in 2016. So I've been trying to adjust a timeline through here, and I was looking through a few other things. So in 2016, we start out here. This is going to be adjusted timeline, okay? Because we just found out I just noticed something new today. All right. Well, it wasn't new, but it was something that I wasn't really computing there. Okay. So in 2016, initially, you have 3 claims, right? Just then, also in 2016, they widen the gap in articles and whatnot. They begin talking about it, and it goes back to 2014. And then by the end of 2016, you have multiple allegations that come up, but I'm not sure. I don't remember how many are brought up in the courtroom themselves. I don't know how many end up coming up at the very end of it. Like I said, I need to get a final number, a final tally at the end of that year. But the allegations themselves, we know that they don't go. They stopped them at the airplane incident for a while. Like that's where early on a lot of the stuff stops. But by 2020, we've had the timeline expand all the way to 2013. So we have the timeline keep expanding. And over that time, we have 14 claims of DV. We have at least 1 claim of SA. Possibly maybe 2. And again, the timeline expanded to 2013. Now in 2022, we've had the timeline expanded all the way to 2012. Incidents, we have countless incidents of DV. We have my dog stepped on a B-list actress. My dog stepped on a B-lister. That's how it goes. Okay, we have 4 claims of SA that are added. So again, over time, you have all of that. The Umbrella Show. Yep. Look, we need that camera guy to come back and take pictures of us again. Those people that are under the tree there. Under the tree, under the tree. Hey, she liked my singing. She turned around. She's like, hey, that's that umbrella guy. Yeah, thank you. I love it. Under the tree. Under the shade. Under the shade. I just like I said, the media people do not seem to be quite thrilled with standing outside doing all that. Move my logo. Oh yeah. Let me move my logo. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to block them. Hey, that's wrong of me. Let me see. Move it off of them. Bam. There you go. I got to keep the other logo there. There's a purpose for it. But that logo. Oh look. Oh, somebody's walking toward us. She's gonna steal the mic. Oh wait, no. Crap. Should probably work there. Like I said, I'd like to know how long they're gonna actually. Are they gonna dismiss them at regular time? Are they gonna let them, stay longer? I say if they're deadlocked at the end of the day tomorrow, they should knife fight. I think knife fighting is a fair way to do jury decisions, don't you think? They should do it with like greasers, you know how those greaser movies are where they get out there. They'll be like, you get us back. Oh man, look at that. That guy was like, oh no, they're gonna run me away. Hey, that guy in the car right there, props to you, not the red one, the other one. Props to you. Look at that. Let them both across. That was pretty nice. That was very nice of them. But I think they should knife fight. I think that'd be the best way to go. You don't think so? They should do it like one of those greaser movies, Jury's going home, apparently. Are they going to announce it to us? Yeah, the court said they don't serve dinner. So see, this is what I want to know for real. The judge did say they don't serve dinner, but the judge said on Friday she was going to let them go as long as they want. They're going to indie leg wrestle. Yeah, that would be cool. Like the Thunderdome. They should Thunderdome. That would be awesome. I always love that. The freaking I always love the Thunderdome. Oh, that dude's still on a camera. I think when people are picking up their cameras and moving them around, that might be a sign that, I wish somebody would break into a soliloquy about the Thunderdome. They'd be like, listen on. This is the truth of it. Fighting leads to killing. Killing gets to warring. And that was the damn near the death of all of us. Look at us now, busted up and everyone talking about hard rain. But we've learned by the dust of them. Bartertown's learned. Now when men get to fighting, it happens here and it finishes here. 2 men enter, one man leaves. God, I've seen that movie too many times. Oh my God. I've seen it way too many times when I'm like, hey, wait a minute. That's the whole quote. Yeah. Who run Bartertown? Tug run Bartertown. Oh my God. Hey, Sherry, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tug's Thugs. The jury's going home. All right. Well, I'm going to watch this. Hey, I'm enjoying this right now, so I'm going to watch it for a few minutes. Miss Doglover, thanks for the $4.49. I don't know why, but I feel like the verdict is coming before they go home. Maybe just, maybe not. I guess not. I got the verdict. I know it. Johnny Depp wins $4 billion. Jim B, thanks for the 5. If you were about the eye candy, you'd have a time front center for your streams. Yeah, I don't know, man. If I were about the eye candy, I would just put on some little pasties and I'd dance for you. Dancing, dancing, dancing. Yeah. You'd be like, holy crap, Tug. That's amazing. They can't leave their cameras all night. So, like, what do these media guys do? They have to break all that home down and go home? Yep. The verdict is sexy toast. That's it. You know, you really want to know the true verdict? The verdict is Cast Tug, and Aquaman. That's what the true verdict is. Verdict watch with Little Umbrella Girl. My verdict is buy Amica cream. That's my perfect thing. That's what I should have done over the thing, you know. Buy Amica cream. What's going on? Nothing. Nothing's going on. It looks like the jury, that's what apparently Nick and, well, a few other people have talked about. They're done for the day. Yep. So we have law and crime talking about it too. You know, every place is talking about we won't get a verdict today. So my only verdict is, again, buy Amica cream, you know, because for the little bit of commercial in you, got a little bit of sunburn from standing outside recording, waiting for the verdict to come in, buy your Amica cream. Yeah. To binge you, gobble a little bit. This is a recreation of what happened to Elaine when Camille got hold of her on redirect. Yeah, Camille, missing a leg or two from that epic ownage that you got. Buy Amica cream. This is what it looked like when the two lawyers were sparring off. This is actually what happened. They could buy some Amica cream. Bam. That's the way it goes. Is this a bad thing, Christina Bagg? No, it's not a bad thing at all. A lot of people have talked about how they expected this to go this way. So, oh my God, epic zoom ins. Oh, there goes Camille. What's up, Camille? What's up, Camille? Yep, you know it's over when they're going out. Hi, Camille. We now have, this is my, by the way, I'm actually recording this right now. I'm standing here in Virginia right now, spying on the people from across the road. That's right, undercover Tug, that's me. Some reason I'm watching this white guy right here and not zooming in on Johnny Depp's team, not sure why. Oh, look, there's another vehicle. Let's spy on this vehicle too. Yes, that looks like it's some unidentified person's hair getting into a car. Oh, there goes Camille. That's right. There goes Camille in there. That's right. All you simps, get in there. Yep. That is indeed a vehicle. It is rolling forward. That's right. This is On the Ground Reporting with That Umbrella Guy. Someone's going to watch that and think, oh my God, he's really there. Yep. I'm there. I'm right there, reporting from on the ground. You should feel privileged and honored. Yes, in the background, I believe I saw a fire hydrant. Oh my God, I just noticed. Ricada, don't be stealing my footage. That's my footage, son. That's my on-the-ground reporting. Look at all these people. They're swarming me. Yes, that's right. You may bathe in our greatness. Yes, that is my lamppost. Doug, please bring coffee. Miss Doug, bring Doug coffee. Ricada's rewinding. He's like, I'm gonna watch some her leave. Maybe tomorrow. Yeah. It'll probably be tomorrow. May Lily, thanks for the 5. Is Johnny Depp's team going to be here all week waiting for the verdict? Well, that's the smart thing to do. The smart thing to do is to sit here to actually wait for that. I'm going to goof off for another 30 minutes. So today at 5 o'clock, that will be in 1 hour, by the way. I'll have a video for you. It'll be fun. You'll enjoy. T-Pop, thanks for the 5 there. So when can we get another of these narrated people watching? Reminds me of old MXCTV spoof videos. I've enjoyed your sexy voice in my ear at work. Well, I mean, I'm sure we'll get the same stuff there. We'll get the same ones. Richard Corwin, I used to live 3 blocks from there. Really? Wow. I'm reporting right from where Richard Corwin apparently lived, only 3 blocks away. Natty Sparrow, thanks for the 5. Since you're there, Tug, watch out for the crazy cat lady. She fancies you so bad. Yep. I have brought my fancy feast just in case I need to escape and soon. That's right. We are indeed ready to run with our fancy feast. I have littered the ground with catnip just in case. That's why all of the people that are walking around look very, very tired. Bring catnip. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. The lady in the red dress just picked her nose while walking across the street. Excuse me, lady, you were on camera doing that? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to catch you there. Did someone steal all the mics? That'd be awesome if somebody ran through. I would die laughing if it happened. It would be so hilarious if somebody just came running through like, it just ran with all the mics. Race 723. Thanks for 5. What time are you streaming tomorrow? 7:30 again, baby. We'll do it at 7:30 again in the AM, just like today. Oh God, if they were streaking, that'd be terrible. I think Tug is losing the plot. Is it true you've not changed your undies in 6 weeks? That would be a terrible thing if that were true. I think I'd be kicked out of my own house if that were true. Yep. Look, it's bad when the media is going to get together and they're going to interview each other. Hey, this is Average Joe recording from Average Joe News. We're here interviewing just random people walking outside on the sidewalk. It's like, wow, that's exciting. Can you hear them? I haven't even checked.
Take care, man. So good to see you.
Let's listen. Oh, man, we could tune into their conversation. I wasn't even paying attention. Yeah, they went home. Linda James, thanks for that, too. Sneak peek. I didn't even know you could listen. I didn't know we could hear them. The slow descent into madness. That's what it is. Now I'm eavesdropping. Shh, I'm trying to get some secrets here. Mariana Hill, thanks for the 7. Tug, that glassing pose that was going around. Maybe that's why Amber all of a sudden says there's a broken bottle involved in Australia. Oh, maybe. Well, also, she always claims something that someone else, if it happened to someone else, she seems to claim it every time. That would make sense too, right? Yeah. It looks like somebody's going on a fishing expedition. Like, seriously, going on a fishing. Why are they zooming in on that? Who was that? Don't tell me that was the defense team. Now we have the defense team leaving. They're leaving in their Honda Civic. Amber Heard forgot to climb into the trunk. Oh, wait, I shouldn't say that. Oh, that was terrible. Mel Clump, thanks for the 5. Where did your overlay go? I took off the overlay part, my like voice part, because we couldn't see. We couldn't see. I tell you this, like I thought, man, I'm gonna flip over here because I don't understand the draw, and now I do. I'm addicted to this. I'm absolutely addicted to watching the people walk across the road. Why did the cameraman walk across the road? To get to the other side. Oh, amazing, right? I mean, seriously, though. Camille already left. I'm sorry about that. It's so much action. Look at this action shot right outside of Fairfax County Courthouse. You're here with TUG Live. We are broadcasting live right now. You'll watch some of the biggest action ever as the verdict has not come in for another day. That's right, the verdict is not in. Woo! Yeah, they are not in. They're done for the day. You'll go tomorrow and wave at me. Hey, if you wave, you're concerned? Nah. You got to remember the first day, they didn't have an answer, right? Hey, this dude's taking a picture of me. What's up, dude? No, we don't have a verdict. Here comes yet 2 more people walking across the street. Oh, look at that shirt right there. Is that a polo brief that he's wearing? Oh. Yes, today we have our unverdict. David Roman trailer, thanks for the 5. And the Karate Dog, thank you. There goes a car. Actually, I love cars. This car was not able to make it over to the speed bump. I think it is broken down. Oh my God, it ran over an invisible baby. I have heard tell from inside of the courthouse that the smell of the amber turd is actually stopping traffic. Here's proof, by the way. This poor pedestrian. Oh, there we go. Oh, this car's starting to move again. I was scared. I had heard that it was taking people out. Baby Monkey, thanks for the 5. The jury would not ask the question today if both title and op-ed are not defamatory. That's why Team JD was hugging in court. What do you think? Well, the jury would not ask the question today if both title and op-ed are not defamatory. When I look at that, I think it's the jury talking about that or not. But again, that's just I'm careful with that because did she have a selfie stick? Did that person have a selfie stick? Is that what that was? You got all these like $10,000 rigs, and that one person was right around with a selfie stick. That was kind of amazing. But I mean, I try to be careful in where I look for stuff. So, but I mean, I didn't take it as a bad sign for sure. Trippy Savage, thanks for 5. This reminds me of watching people walk by the mall and making fun of them when we were kids. Yeah. You could hear him chattering in the background. You hear what they're doing is they're doing interviews down there, you know? We're live from the courthouse lawn where, for a second day, there isn't anything decided. What does that mean? Well, honestly, we're going to tune in to That Umbrella Guy. What do you think? Hey, Chuck, I'm glad that you asked that. You know? I mean, that's the kind of, you know, that's what some of these people are trying to salvage their day, you know? We're going to interview, look, there's people taking pictures with their phones. Oh, look, somebody's going to take a picture of them. Look. It's hilarious. I got to get a picture of this random journalist out here. It's so amazing. I've never seen anything like it. Yeah. Oh, the Honda Civic just rolled by again. Yeah, there goes a Honda Civic right now. Yes. You know what? I heard that in the next Honda Civic commercial, Honda Civic 2023, that Amber Heard will actually get a sponsorship. That's right. She's going to be saying, well, I know the car looks small, but you know what? The trunk, it has a lot of leg space. It can help you carry corpses too. Oh my God. You know what? If I owned Honda, I would hire Johnny Depp as my freaking spokesperson because it would be hilarious. I would have him do that. And I would have him talk about how you could put a body in the back. I would. I definitely would. I'd be like, Mr. Depp, what do you think about this? Johnny Depp, he was like, yeah, this is a very good car. This is a very good car, Mr. Umbrella. Be like, so how is the trunk face? Do you think it would fit one corpse? Two corpse? That's so much. Like, I'm not offended by it. Like the joke, like him saying that, it vented. It's not. It's funny. I think it's a funny freaking quote, personally. Like she's not in the back of a Honda Civic. None of that happened to her for real. She destroyed his life. I think it's a funny quote. He was pissed off, and it was just kind of random. Why a Honda Civic? But your ex has a Honda Civic. Oh no, stay away. Stay away. I think you've lost it. Maybe. I don't know. I'm having fun with it. I don't care. I just found something entertaining. Like I said, I'm a kind of a shiny squirrel kind of person. So I found something to entertain me for at least, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes. I'll probably get bored with this pretty soon. But right now I'm entertained. So as long as I'm entertained, how much cocaine? Yeah. Exactly. That's what they should do outside here. We've set up a replica table of Amber Heard's dinner table, complete with 4 cocaine lines. We're gonna ask bystanders as they walk by. I'll be like, I think I'm gonna check out that table. Oh Lord. Why are they still there? They're doing an interview right here. They're trying to salvage some B-roll. So, oh, good, we're gonna get it. Yeah, get in. No, do it right there. Yes, stay in frame. Do it, dude. Do it right there. I want to mime his interview. Hey, this is Random Guy. Oh, don't get out of frame, dude. No, don't get out of frame. Yeah, right there. Actually, that's good. Don't get your head out of frame. Look, he's popping his neck and stuff, getting ready. Oh, that's perfect. No, don't go away. Don't get out of frame. Yeah. This is WTUG Media right now. We are actually sampling lines live with tampon applicators. Svita, thanks for the super chat. I've been watching your video since the trial started. I'd like to say thanks for the amazing research you've done. American Tug, hey, thank you. Cheers, thank you. Appreciate you. Bobby Virginia, thanks for 2. Look at video just mailed. I will in a few minutes. I can't look at it yet. They are doing it. Hey, they are doing it. Like, I would be interviewing random people out there. I'd be like, I'd interview the camera guys. I'd be like, so what do you think about the trial? I would actually mess with all these guys down there. I'd be like, so what do you think about the verdict that just came in? Oh my God, it's amazing. They'd be like, what verdict? Did we miss something? I'll go to the next person. Oh my God, the verdict, it's amazing. Oh my God, it would be fun. That would be funny. That guy has a terrible voice. He's like this. He sounds like a backwards machine guy. He's got a good mail. He talks really. He has a very nasally voice, and he talks like this very fast. It's a very strange sound. No update? Yes, the update is no update. The guy, I mean, seriously, he was talking. He had to sound like this. First of all, I cuss a lot. Thanks for the two. How do we get a hold of you about baby formula? Again, I'm putting out calls for stuff. You can write me at granular GRANULAR heaven HEAVEN. That's granular heaven at gmail.com. 2 words smushed together into one. Why is it that? I don't know. He has a voice for silent films. He does. I mean, listen to him. He's like, this is really fast. It's really very annoying. You know? Could you imagine if I hosted the channel like that? Hey, this is Umbrella Guy. You know what I'm telling you about Johnny Depp today? I'm telling you about the verdict that came in today. This is very exciting stuff. First, I want to tell you a joke. It's just weird. Elaine Brad, thanks for the 5. Colgate toothpaste hired her as a spokesman. Yeah, hey, according to, you know what? Isaac Baruch told us she had very, very nice teeth. Very, very nice teeth. Rumors are saying Depp won $37 million. Yes, I'm right here in front of the courthouse telling you today that Johnny Depp, he, according to rumors, won $37 million. Where'd the rumor come from? My chat, baby. Oh, good times. That didn't happen. If you just heard that. A dog stepped on a bee. Thanks for the 2. Where's Borat and Ali G? We need to troll. Yeah, we do. We could have like a cool trolling time out here. I mean, God, they could have had so much fun. Sounds like a German news crew in there. You know, is that another language? I thought it was guys speaking like really low like this. I thought he has the word. That makes a lot more sense. I thought the guy just had a very terrible speaking, like a method of speaking for English. But apparently, if that's a foreign language, it makes much more sense now. I was like, I can't understand this guy at all. It's like, what exactly is he saying down there? But maybe that makes more sense now. Like maybe I don't understand it because I don't speak it. Oh yeah. It's like, that umbrella guy needs more coffee. Stat. I've been sitting here long enough that I think I can speak German again. If you're like, again, when I was a kid, my parents moved to Germany. They and I knew German, but nobody kept it up. So, you know, I think I relearned German all of a sudden. Amazing. Yeah, right. Thanks for the 2. AH supporting news channel FTUG 666 News. That's right. This is F to the TUG calling in live. Took almost started World War III. No. I've been telling you, there's exciting stuff here. Look at this. Right now, we are zoomed in on a guy with black pants and a white shirt walking across the street. He's met by a guy in a black shirt. What will happen? Oh, nothing at all. This guy, he actually has 2 phones in his pocket for some reason, which was very odd. There's another guy in brown slacks. Is that a police officer? He's coming to bust up the action. Oh my God, there are 3 officers heading our way. That's right. 3 officers. It's a riot in progress. There is a riot. I repeat, a riot in progress. Oh my God, the brutality. This police officer, they're unleashing the verbal dragon. That's right. Oh no. She's so mad she's going to pick up this barrier and throw it. Oh, they're throwing barriers now. They're trying to suppress the crowds, but the crowds, they won't be suppressed. Oh, that police officer's defending herself. Watch out, lady. Be careful. They're picking up weapons like battering rams. They're trying to hold back the rabid Johnny Depp fans. Oh my God, the inhumanity. Can you believe what we're seeing here, ladies and gentlemen? They're blocking off the courthouse, trying to keep out the insane people. Oh, the police are coming back. They're trying to save any survivors. Oh my gosh. Oh, he's walking through. He's walking through the body parts, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, look, he's reaching down to get a leg. Oh, does he have a leg or an arm? I can't tell. He's out of frame. Oh my God, pick their body up. It's shattered. Oh, they knocked him out. Oh, they knocked it out of his hand. Now he's just got a barrier. Oh, he threw it to the ground. It's useless, ladies and gentlemen. It's broken. He's got backup coming. Thank God. Thank God. Oh, there's a third officer into the frame. Oh my God. This is crazy. This is so tough. If I were in the mainstream, this would work. Ladies and gentlemen, this officer here, look, they're blocking traffic. Oh no, the chaos. People are drag racing through the area. Oh my goodness. The police, they're trying to divert traffic to keep them out of the area. Oh my gosh, save those Amber Heard fans. There are too few in life. You must make sure to save them. There are like 3 in the world, and one of them's right there. Officially lost your mind. I'm just having fun. There's still a police officer on the set. That's right. And there he is, right out of line. There is the one remaining fire hydrant in the entirety of Fairfax, Virginia. That's right. A little known fact. Another officer is entering the fray again. Does she have a gun? Yeah, they are armed. They are definitely armed. They're going to lay down suppressive fire. Look, the media is coming in to record this. The media is setting up well out of range, making sure that they stay out of the fray. Oh, that brave, brave soul. I cannot believe she is doing on-the-ground reporting of this insanity. That officer is welding. Oh, my gosh. Look, he's got a club. He's got a giant club the size of a tree trunk. I'm going to laugh if he gets caught in the door. I'm going to die. I'm going to fall out of my chair laughing if he gets caught in the door. It's hilarious. He's like, da, 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 boom. Oh my God. Are they deciding today? No, they've gone home. That's why we're messing around here. Is she interviewing herself? Hi, I'm here with myself. Interviewing myself in front of Fairfax, Virginia, Fairfax County Courthouse. She is interviewing herself. That's awesome. That's pretty good, to be honest. I need to start doing that. Hey, I'm here with myself today. I'm here with that umbrella guy, interviewing myself. And somebody would walk up. I could get that Mr. Knight that was there. He could be like, that really sounds like schizophrenia. No, Andrew, no decision today. They've gone home. I'm just goofing off here. Oh my God, the Honda Civic has opened its trunk right here out of frame, ladies and gentlemen. I want to really tell you, parental caution. Any children in the room, you must remove them. If your grandparents are here, cover their eyes. Make sure to give them their heart pills, ladies and gentlemen, because that trunk right there, again, the Honda Civic, we know exactly what kind of things are put inside. Oh my God, there's not only a body in there, ladies and gentlemen, he's putting away the tools too. And there's a madman laughing somewhere in frame. I can hear him. It's not funny, sir. It's not funny. Have you heard the audio Seen the footage of Dr. Spiegel lying on the stand in the courtroom. Yeah, I asked somebody to clean that up for me so I could tell. I could do infomercials. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. This is that umbrella guy here. Gonna sell you a brand new courthouse. Look at it. It's very clean windows, spacious living. Even comes complete with sirens. That's right, your own sirens. That's what I want to do. I want to go into infomercials. Oh, yeah, it's been a long time. Matthew McConaughey there. I'm going to be like, all right. Yeah. You'd buy an umbrella from me? Yeah. That's right. It's Tug here today selling you a brand new thing I know you've never ever heard of. It's called the Handy Dandy Umbrella. That's right. Suffix, thanks for the super chat. The Umbrella God has officially lost it. What? You mean Umbrella God has lost it? You didn't know? This is just another day in the adventures of that Umbrella God. You know? I'm gonna cue my music. In fact, I mean, you don't know about that. Here, I'm gonna cue up some music. I'm gonna teach you. Here you go. Yeah, I mean, that's hardcore, baby. I need to rest now. I'm having fun here. I think we covered this for a while today. It's actually been it's been an interesting day for everything. I'm gonna turn off this. We're gonna talk for just a minute, and then we're gonna end. So let me turn off the outside coverage here. I think I'll pick up that coverage for tomorrow, though, for sure. That was actually kind of entertaining. I got on there to mock why 18,000 people were watching, and you know what? I spent 30 freaking minutes like goofing off on it. So I don't even know what just happened. You guys are the best company ever. Call Doc Brown. Tug needs therapy. Oh my God. Could you imagine having him for a therapist? He'd be like, we need to get him 13 gigawatts stat. Like, no. I thought he looked like, I don't know. He reminded me of, could you imagine it? I mean, it would be like this. We'd call in Dr. Spiegel. Let's see. Call in Dr. Spiegel. He'd be like, we got to get back to the poocher. It's like, we've got to go back to the poocher to find Marlon Brando's earpiece. Crank it up, Mr. Spiegel. Get us back there. Oh, man, love it. Back to the poocher. It's so funny. I don't remember who made that, but that's funny. Oh, God. That's not mine. I didn't make it. So I do a t-shirt, but I can't remember. If you're up here and you made this, let me know. I'd put that on a shirt. It's really funny. Yeah. Yes, I like it. All right. So for today, if anybody is wondering what happened today, nothing. It was a whole lot of nothing. We had a lot of talks. We had a few laughs. We cried together a little bit. But what we learned today is there was no decision. Now, does that matter as far as the decision goes? You decide. Honestly, they had that clarification earlier today. That again, you decide whether that meant anything. God, do I have 310,000 subscribers here? Were there really 9,000 people listening to me listening to me do voiceover to this stupid entry thing? Oh my God, you people are crazy. 9,000 people were listening to that. I can't believe that. Jeez. I can't. Oh, Lord. That's hilarious. What if we get a hung jury? I'm showing 12,000. I haven't even looked yet. I think it's 9 right now. I think it's dwindling more because of the we know there's no decision. So it'll probably be down to around 9, I think. Yeah, it's 9. It was closer to 12K one time. That's nuts. I don't know. It's fun though. Like again, the point in all of this stuff, again, it's to see we're going to have a lot of people that are going to tell you what this meant. Did it mean something? Did it not mean something? And you know what? It meant absolutely nothing today, honestly. The people are, like I said, they're gonna attach validity. They're gonna attach meaning to it. But there were a lot of people that talked about how the decision would come in tomorrow. I believe DUI guy was one of the first that mentioned tomorrow would be our day. Not today, it would be tomorrow. So, he's spot on with that. Right? Mike Killer, thanks for the 2. Doc Brown and Kramer from Seinfeld had a kid. That's funny. Your phone had 14.9. Good Lord. It just, like I said, it's fun. And I don't want to be the biggest person on the block. The biggest person on the block, which props to them, I think is Emily right now. I think they're the biggest channel on the block for this. And Ricada's big. And I don't know about everyone else. Like I see them off and on. I don't know who all was going today. The problem with being the biggest kids on the block is that you get the most hate pointed at you too. I'd rather just sit back here, in the top 5, top 10. I mean, good God, like, 10, 20,000 people. That's plenty. That's plenty of attention. I enjoy it, Natalie, thanks for the 2. Did I miss my earlier chat, or did you love your work? I didn't think I missed it. I can't go. I'm going to look at a couple of early ones. There's a few I've got to catch up real fast, but I don't know. Estrella, thanks for the 2. It was very entertaining. Thank you. I had fun with it myself. Like I said, today has been entertaining and fun. I'll drop a video. Let me grab something real quick. I got to grab a cord. You'll hear me, but I've got to grab a charging cord. Oh, my phone, which I watched the chat with, just died on me. I wasn't paying attention to it, so I got to grab my cord. It's just right across the room, but you'll hear me go distant for a second. I apologize for that. I couldn't get over there without. I couldn't get to it without walking across the room. Lord. Does a mic pick up at all over there? Does it pick up okay when I walk across? I realize it's distant, but can you still hear me? I'm curious how far you can hear me. Yeah. Yeah? Wow. That's interesting. Okay. Let me plug in this. Yeah, like I said, I wouldn't want to be the biggest on the block because the media is going to come for those people. And I hope. Don't let the media redefine what this has been. Don't let them tell you that any of it was bullying or any kind of other BS. And don't let them define it to the outside world that way. Because it's ridiculous, It's absolutely ridiculous. Is the jury gone? Yes, they are gone. They're out of their minds. They have been running around outside. Did you see the footage of them earlier, actually? Did you see the footage of the jury earlier? They were running around outside. If you didn't hear about it, if you just arrived, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, they were running around outside of the courthouse, absolutely naked. That's right. You would not believe it. It was insane. It was absolutely insane. In fact, I believe there's still footage of it right up, ladies. No, I'm just kidding. That did not happen. I'm just messing with people. If you hear that, I'm kidding with you. Give me a second. I'm pulling up a supers that I missed. Your voice, Samantha, I can't remember if I got that one. Oh, yeah. The voice reminds me of Matthew McConaughey say, all right, all right, all right. I don't know. Like, Doesn't Matthew McConaughey sound a little more Texan than I do, though? I mean, Nana Sparrow thinks so too. Tug, if you thought of making a Discord, I have one set up, but I don't. Okay, my wife set up because I don't know anything about Discord, right? So she set it up, and after she set it up, like I don't know anything about mods or any of that crap. Yeah, I thought about having one, but I don't know about opening one all the way up. You know, he's Texan. Yeah, see, I sound Texan. I figured I sound a little more Tennessean. I don't have the heavy, you know, like this, like very southern, like very southern is, you know, from this area. It sounds more like this because it slows down. That's that's like heavier as it's interesting. Like with southern, I've been outside of the South before, and it does impact like the way you sound as you go through because a lot of Southerners, again, it's slow speech is what it is. I like Southern. I like the speed of life because it's slower. You know, it's a lot more interesting. But a lot of their Southern speech, a lot of vernacular is slow down speech. So, like for myself, and it's got to be a heavier twang like this, you know. So I don't have all that going for me. Detective C, what's up, Detective Seeds? By the way, check out Detective Seeds, people. I keep saying that. Thanks for the 50. Hey, thank you. Mainstream media is trash. We are reviewing AH's testimony, and a certain network we watched said statement was beautiful, powerful, and poignant. If people didn't watch with their own eyes or have us, they wouldn't believe that stuff. That's true. That is very true. That is very true. By the way, you should check out Detective Seeds. Suffix, thanks for the super chat. How sore is your butt at this point? I've actually been sitting on a pillow because there's my freaking seat. Like after a while, I'm like, geez, I don't know how people like recade a law. I don't know how in God's name he continues to do this. Like for real, I have no idea how he continues to do this. Okay. I'm not even kidding. Look at this. I'll show you something criminal right now. I'm going to do this one more time. Detective Seeds here is trying to grow a channel. And you know what? Detective Seeds needs some love. I'm going to put a link in the description here. Okay. I mean, rather not in the description, but I'm going to put it in the chat. All right. It's free. Go sub. Go sub, watch their content, enjoy it. Because it's hard to bring up. It's hard to grow a channel, you know? So there you go. There's a link for Detective Seeds. I'm going to link it at the top for a minute. Everybody just go and sub that. It'll help the algorithm. It'll help them, like I said, it'll help them grow for a hot minute. And they need it. They could help it. So I'm going to pin this tweet for just a second. Like, again, go and subscribe to them. They have 6.32. Now it's 6.34. Come on. Let's get up 6.5. Ain't that far? Come on. Let's do it. Let's do it. Come on. We can do it. 3.37. I mean, we're getting closer. We can do it. We can do it. We're powerful. 3.41. Look at you. Look at you fast, people. I mean, it is. It's like watching do you remember that guy, the speed talker for Micro Machines? You know, the guy talks like this. You know, he's very, very fast. You know, that's what I'm watching right there. I'm watching subscribing to somebody accelerated. Make sure to subscribe to Dr. Seeds, Detective Seeds, to Dr. Seeds. Oh, we're almost there. We're almost there. Boom, look at that. Detective Seeds, baby. For real, though. Check out the commentary. I enjoyed it. I went and checked out more videos over there. I think it's hard to grow. Like I said, it's hard to grow. So helping people out like that, that's good stuff for real. All joking aside, good times. You're retiring. I'm retiring 2 hours from McMinnville, Tennessee. That's not bad there. I like this area, you know, out here in the great wide nothing. I enjoy it. My Beavers unit, thanks for the 2. Turn the trunk. Indeed. Let's see. My dog stepped on a bee. Thanks for the 2. You hear of the new Netflix show, Surviving AH? Oh, Lord. Amy Lawson, thanks for the buck and the sticker. Five, thanks for the 5. Oh, my God, I'm loving this commentary. I'm glad you all enjoyed that. And thanks for the 2. Keep up the good work. Appreciate it. Ryan, thanks for the 5. This right here is exactly why I watch this channel. Why? Because I don't know exactly. I have no idea what I'm going to do when I come on. I just goof off. I have fun. I want to have fun. You know, I want you to have fun. I want to have fun. If I'm having fun, I figure you're having fun. You know, that's the way I figure that goes forward. If I'm having fun, you guys are having fun, you know? So I was looking at somebody made an axolotl. That's cool for the Minecraft axolotl. That's cool. Oh, no problem, Detective Seeds, man. I had to, dude, I remember like when I started out my first year, oh man, it was so, I don't know how long you've been doing it, but I remember my first year of growth. I'm not talking about my first year on YouTube doing anything. I remember my first year of growing, you know, and it was like, oh, you know, sometimes it ebbs and sometimes it flows. Like, thankfully for Elaine, like I said, Elaine, if you're out there, Elaine, I want to really, I got something to say, Elaine. I know I've been meaning to say this for quite some time, you know? I'm going to get it off my chest now. Oh, Elaine. Oh, that Elaine. I can't even do it. I'm laughing too much today. I was going to play with my voice changer for a minute. I'm going to sing her a song. I like this block song too. Let me see. I like this one. Give me a second. There's one other voice. Where the hell is it? I can't find it. Well, there's another one if I could ever find it I really like. They added all these new ones that I don't even know what they sound like. Elaine loves that umbrella guy. You know she does. She does. She's like, I want to have his little umbrellas. La la las. I'm like, yeah. I'm talking about drinks. I'm talking about mini umbrellas and drinks. You freaking don't get that in your head wrong. Come on now. I was talking about she wanted to have them over drinks. She's like, I collect the umbrella lalas. God, some of you got some dirty minds, man. I could tell. I was talking about those little umbrella drinks. Man. Dirty people, man. Look, I'll show you. Gosh, monsters, I swear. Clarify myself around all you dirty-minded devils. Just play it. Look at this. I was talking about she wanted to go out for drinks and get all of my little mini umbrellas. That's what she likes. You didn't hear? I heard that she collects those. God. Ryan, thanks for the 5. If you're touring with Johnny and Jeff Beck comes near Philly area, can I please get a VIP access pass or something? Yeah, we're gonna get right on it together. Yep. Yeah, I'm touring with I'm right there touring with Johnny Depp. Yeah. Somebody was like, I should send her some. I you know what? I would send her like a box of chocolates. I'd be like, oh, life is like a box of chocolate, Elaine. And I want to give you a box of chocolates and some flowers. I'd send them to her, but I'd be afraid that would be, they would be like, that's harassment. You know, that's 5 to life. No. Elaine. Use the voice changer again. All right. She likes my little umbrellas. She wants my umbrella. Ooh, hey, Elaine. Why don't you ever write me? It's so dumb. My wife was like, "You play with that thing way too much." The freaking voice changer. I like this voice too, you know. Oh, Elaine. Oh, Elaine. I would buy you that catnip, Elaine. I'd keep you stuck in it forever. And many umbrellas too. Man, that's the greatest hits right there, baby. Yeah, I like that one too. I love it. I like it, and I like the like 'em both. I do. I like that one. Blocks, yeah. It's like this is that umbrella shit. You wanna get down with my umbrella, Elaine. I'm gonna stop, man. I'm gonna get myself in trouble with this stupid thing. That's my new favorite song. My umbrella, Ella. That should be a song. It'd be called Elaine. Yeah. Pick up the phone, Elaine. I've got some catnip to deliver. And I got some umbrellas for your drinks, baby. There. That's a rocking song. I call it the meow mix. That's my meow mix, baby. Forget that cat. That's the meow mix. Did you hear Nick may soon have an interview with a TMZ guy? Oh, awesome. That'll be fun. Give you more now. I think you had enough meow mix today. Ew. That's the rocking sounds, though. You know what's funny? It's available on vinyl. Yep. When Doug is bored, he starts finding ways to entertain himself and us while we wait. That's usually what it is. You know, I look at live streaming as if I'm bored, then you're bored. You know, so I try not to be bored. I don't like to be bored. You know, Sapphire Flame. Thanks for the 5. I'm going to get hate, but I feel sorry for Elaine just doing her job and putting up with AH. I don't dislike Elaine. I mean, for real, I'm not kidding. I'm like not kidding at all. She blew my channel up. You know, I don't I don't dislike her at all. I am very serious. I would send her flowers and chocolates. I'm not even kidding. I'd be like, thank you from that umbrella man. So I'm not even kidding. And no joke. I would send her a thank you card. I'm very serious about that. Like no meanness meant in it. She blew my channel up. She added me to this century's biggest trial. Like I ain't no hating on her. I'd be like, you know, if she ever quits lawyering and she wants to do some PR work for me, boom, I got her a job. S. Huffman, thanks for the 5. You're number 1. You are number 1. Thank you. It'd be funny if Flash got drunk and started doing kazoo sounds and calling Tug Chug. She had me trended. I know I trended for 2 days on Twitter. How could I hate her for that? It's amazing. The dog stepped on a bee. Thanks for the 2. Tug. Paint on the microphone. Yeah, I'm going to do my next song called Blow it up, the meow mix. I mean, Elaine is the #1 tug thug. Yeah, that's right. Elaine, thank you and welcome. Thank you for your lifetime membership and welcome to Tugs Thugs, baby. That's what it is. I'm not bored. We love your voice. I can take a nap, listening to your voice. I want to hear meow, meow, meow. Depp's team wanted to strike part of Heard's closing. They should have struck some of it. Some of it was ridiculous, you know? Chumps. You can't believe this live's still going. Why not? Have you not been around? I went for like, I think my longest one was like, I think I went for 30 something hours one time on purpose, of course, you know. Ricada's done like I think a 2-day-a-thon once. I did over a day-a-thon once. Let's see, Gail, thanks for the 5. Just join. Tipped you last night for a few hours of entertainment. You brought me over the last few weeks. Thank you. I appreciate that for sure. I do. I thank you for that. I mean, Elaine, again, for real, I don't. Lawyering is a profession. Is everybody gets a lawyer on their side. At the same time, they know that they're in a hoax. They know it. I know they need money. I don't know. Like Soulless Rottenborn, I don't have any empathy for him. Elaine just seems like lost out there. I mean, she does sometimes. She seems like, listen to this. This is like 24 seconds, but listen to this.
He also admitted that he speaks to that umbrella guy, and you'll see that one text in there.
Oh, no.
MZ. That umbrella guy is the big lead of Johnny Depp's, positive social media that is putting negative out on
so much credit.
And he also
rave mode here
out of Twitter because he was abusing Amber.
I mean, it's all over the place. Like, I feel it's weird to me. Amy Lawson, thanks for the 2 and that super sticker. Appreciate that. I mean, she gave that's how could I hate her for that? She loves that umbrella guy. Like, I imagine if you zoomed in on this little crowd right here, you know how when you zoom in on that one crowd, she's like spotting on Johnny Depp. She's probably like this. Hey, we love that umbrella guy. All right. I bet she's right there in the front somewhere. How much you paying her? She did that for free. That's what I'm saying. That's why I've sent her flowers. Hey, JP, I'm going to say, thanks for the 5. Can you play the questioning that led up to I stepped on a bee? I don't know, but it's so weird. She talked about the dog stepping on the bee, then wearing bee jewelry just the day after. It's so Amber. I don't have the exact same, maybe it's somebody has it pulled up, but it came from the Hicksville stuff. She actually, what's even worse is she claimed sexual assault before it. And then she went on this long tangent of my dog step on the bee, I'm not going to pull up anybody's music if it's a musical compilation of it, But here it is. Okay, here it is. If you're wondering how that came in, here's a channel with it.
Everyone was just having a good time, like normal stuff. So I just smiled, made a joke about how trashed the trailer got, and we had to get the manager, who started off furious that Johnny had wrecked the thing. And then he had this like black mesh not tank top, it was like a meshy kind of shirt on. And I remember he came into the trailer and looked around and was like, whoa, what happened here? Whoa. And Johnny had an exchange with him. And I remember watching this man be so charmed. It was just a kind of a surreal experience. And, it just went away. That just got fixed. We walked out of the trailer at some point. My dog stepped on a bee. We went to the vet and went on with our, vacation. We actually went to another location.
See, so that's how it came up. If you're wondering how my dog stepped on a bee came up, there you go. That's how it happened. My dog stepped on a bee. And the whole thing about the wearing mesh, that's why they asked the main guy if he was wearing a mesh tank top, and he was like, absolutely not. I would never wear something like that. But that's why they brought it up. That's why they asked him if he would do something like that, if he would wear a mesh tank top, because it was such a ridiculous statement. All right, so I'm getting ready to get off here in a minute. Now, one of the things I'm going to ask you to do is in about 5 minutes, I'm going to have a video drop. 5 minutes, okay? In that 5 minutes, when the video drops, if you will do it, again, it'll be right at 5 o'clock my time, okay? I'm going to ask you to hit the video and let it play all the way through. It helps it a lot in the algorithm. And like I said, I appreciate the heck out of it. But it's talking about the media is even agreeing now that Amber Heard is out of Warner. Even the media is agreeing. And she was kind of exposed by Jason Momoa and actions there. Hamada and the rest. So I put together a video on that last night. Like I said, I want to, if you would, when it comes up, it'll come up in 5 freaking minutes. And if you'd hit that, it helps out, like I said, a lot. It's like 20 something minutes. I included the Walter Hamada stuff. You should listen to it knowing what you know, like listen to that sucker again. It's amazing. Like I sat down and I was listening to it. I was like, oh my God, that's amazing. But anyway, I'm going to call it here. 5 minutes, like I said. 5 minutes if you would. And I'm going to lead you out with Sexy Toast, okay? Because Sexy Toast's amazing. So let's do a little Sexy Toasting, baby. Where'd it go? I'm trying to find it. There it is. Let's Sexy Toast it out. That toast. My dog stepped on a bee. Thanks for the find, by the way. I've never seen that man in my life, but my dog stepped on a bee. Arctic cream. It's Amica, man. How you get that wrong? Anyway, I'm out of here. See you tomorrow. We will continue our watch. Love you, folks.